On the playground, Chen Fan looked up at the awakening platform. Li Hu, sea-level beastmaster talent, summons 5th-tier rock tortoise. Wang Tianwu has no beastmaster talent. Zhang Yu, B-level talent, summons 4th-tier wind falcon, not bad. Chen Fan watched as they awakened, either C-level or B-level, and couldn't help but feel envious. He had been in this world for 3 years now. He understood that this was a martial arts world. An era of invasion by all kinds of races. This world had warriors and beastmasters. Warriors could show their talent from a young age, but beastmasters had to be 18 years old to awaken. And awakening as a beastmaster was the only straw for ordinary people to grow stronger. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel anxious at this moment. Next, Wang Yan. Then a red-haired, arrogant-looking young man stepped forward. Wang Yan, Chen Fan knew him, they were in the same class. But because Chen Fan had good grades and was also handsome, he had often been targeted by this guy. Wang Yan walked past Chen Fan, sneering contemptuously. Then he ignored him and stepped onto the platform. He placed his hand on the awakening platform. After a while, the display showed, Wang Yan, SS level. Then a fire-red figure emerged from Wang Yan's space. The host of the awakening ceremony immediately exclaimed. This is actually the 2nd-tier divine flame vermilion bird, and it's in human form. Below, there were waves of exclamations. Young Master Wang is amazing. Young Master Wang, I want to have your child. At the same time, some people whispered. Wow, this Wang Yan's awakened beast is so beautiful, even better looking than our school's goddess, Lu Ruyan. He must have the time of his life tonight. It's like he summoned a wife. If I could also summon a 2nd-tier beast, that would be amazing. Only 2nd-tier beasts can have human forms. To summon a 2nd-tier beast, you need at least an S-level talent. Stop dreaming. Chen Fan looked at the scene and thought to himself. Looks like I'll definitely be targeted by him. Wang Yan looked at the divine flame vermilion bird with joy in his eyes. Especially when he saw her ample chest, he couldn't hide his excitement. Wang Yan raised his hand, wanting to embrace her waist. From now on, you'll be mine. Serve me well, and I'll make sure you reach the top. The divine flame vermilion bird dodged his hand. She spoke. We've signed an equal contract. I'm not your slave. You can do whatever you want. If we grow stronger together, I have no problem. I'll help you, but if you have any ulterior motives, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's face changed slightly. But then he remembered that beasts of the 2nd tier and above had intelligence comparable to humans. And the contract was indeed a cooperation agreement, so if the relationship developed well, they would naturally swear loyalty. But if it didn't go well, there were plenty of cases of backlash. Although beasts wouldn't benefit from such behavior either, if pushed too far, such things could still happen. So Wang Yan changed his tone and said, well then, please guide me in the future. But in his heart, he secretly thought. You're playing cool now, but wait until we're in bed, let's see if you'll still act this way. Then the host continued. Next, from Class 2, Chen Fan. Chen Fan heard the call and stepped forward. He brushed past Wang Yan. Wang Yan sneered. I'm looking forward to seeing your performance, trash. You like opposing me? If you don't awaken a good talent, after your awakening, you better kneel in front of me like a dog. Chen Fan ignored him. He stepped onto the platform. He placed his hand on the awakening platform. After waiting for a while, the awakening stone showed no reaction. The host spoke. No energy detected, awakening failed. Chen Fan clenched his fists. Damn it, if I'm not a beastmaster, and I can't walk the warrior path either, then what exactly am I here for? Meanwhile, the teachers and students of the school all sighed. I thought at least Chen Fan would be an A-level, but he turned out to be a useless waste. I even confessed to him back then. Luckily, this guy rejected, otherwise my life would be ruined forever. Seeing even this genius fail at awakening, I feel a bit better inside. Chen Fan sighed. Without strength, saying anything is pointless. But that still wouldn't change Chen Fan's determination to grow stronger. And at this moment, while Chen Fan was being ridiculed, a voice sounded in his mind. System detected that the host has endured humiliation and has the determination to become stronger. The many beasts, many children, many blessings system is activated. Chen Fan's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. A system? After 3 years, you finally arrived. That's right, happy now? Of course, I'm happy. So tell me, what functions do you have? This many beasts, many children, many blessings, don't tell me it's going to make me teach beasts or something? Although Chen Fan was determined to grow stronger, he still couldn't accept selling his body just to gain power. But the next sentence made Chen Fan give up entirely. Exactly, host just needs to be bold, control beasts, and let them take maternity leave. What the hell? What kind of dog system is this? I'm not some Asan. See? You're impatient again. Wait for me to finish. Controlling beasts isn't just limited to their animal forms. Don't forget they can also have human forms. Take Wang Yan's beast, for example, a beautiful woman. Imagine if you made her beast pregnant, wouldn't it feel like you just cheated on her? Chen Fan thought for a moment. Looking at Wang Yan's red-haired, mature, and charming Divine Flaming Phoenix, he had to admit it was tempting. But then, seeing that Divine Flaming Phoenix's disdainful gaze towards ants, Chen Fan immediately said, "There's no way. If I even touch her with a finger, I feel like I would be burned to ash first. Don't be in a hurry. There's a newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open it." Congratulations, host has obtained the Beast King. This allows you to attract beasts, even those who are cold or indifferent will develop an interest in you. This feature can be used on specific targets. Congratulations, host has obtained the Soul Piercer, ignores racial barriers. Chen Fan's eyes brightened upon hearing this. With this, won't they just come to me on their own? Chen Fan chuckled to himself. Wang Yan, you think you're going to get me? Well, let me see if your beast will still be so cold when it's on the bed. By the way, system, if I make them pregnant, are there any rewards? Yes, host. If successful, not only will you gain their physique and talent, but you will also receive strength rewards. The higher their talent, the greater the reward. If you manage to take down the Divine Flaming Phoenix, your first reward will be Silver Level 1. Hearing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Silver Level 1? Even a genius would need more than a year to reach this level of cultivation. Since that's the case, then I'll gladly accept the first time with your beasts. Chapter 2, Wang Yan goes crazy. The classmates around them heard Chen Fan's laughter and immediately said, "Has this guy gone mad? He must be so dumb after failing the awakening." At this moment, Wang Yan walked up to Chen Fan, looking down on him with disdain. "Chen Fan, I didn't expect this blow to hit you so hard. How about this? You kneel and apologize, and I'll give you a chance to be my dog. I'll pay you 30,000 a month. Not a bad deal." The thought of being able to humiliate the once proud genius whenever he felt upset, seeing Chen Fan kneel before him, made Wang Yan feel a sense of satisfaction deep inside. The others immediately chimed in. "Wang Xiao is so generous. I wonder if you need any dogs, can you take me along? Chen Fan, why aren't you kneeling? Wang Xiao is giving you such a big favor. How lucky you are, you useless thing. If I were you, I'd have already kneeled. This is like having a father." Chen Fan sneered. "If you want to kneel, go ahead. I don't have the habit of bowing. But Wang Yan, if you lick my shoes clean right now, I might consider being a little gentler with your beast tonight." With that, Chen Fan looked at the Divine Flaming Phoenix. The people around them were stunned and immediately took a step back. After all, a beast with SS-level talent had its own mind and would not completely follow its master's orders. Wang Yan snorted coldly, "Chen Fan, you're really asking for death, don't blame anyone else." He took a step back and spoke to the Divine Flame Vermilion Bird, "If you want to kill him, just do it directly." But the Divine Flame Vermilion Bird looked at Chen Fan, neither making a move nor speaking, then blushed slightly and softly said, "My name is Hong Ling." Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly stunned. This? The one with the flushed face, could it really be the usually disdainful SS-level Beastmaster? Chen Fan thought to himself, as expected, it works. Then he said, "Got it." Wang Yan was also stunned and hurriedly said, "Divine Flame Vermilion Bird, you're my summoned beast. What's with the flirting with a man? Quickly kill this guy." The Divine Flame Vermilion Bird glanced at Wang Yan, "Don't use that commanding tone with me. I'm not your slave. What I want to do has nothing to do with you." Wang Yan clenched his fists, "You." But at that moment, he was powerless against the Divine Flame Vermilion Bird. He could only look at Chen Fan, stepping forward and grabbing Chen Fan by the collar. "What the hell did you do?" Chen Fan raised his hand to slap away Wang Yan's hand, and calmly said, "Does it concern you?" Then he smiled and added, "Just know that when Hong Ling gets pregnant, it'll be my child. After that, you'll have to take care of them." Ha ha ha. Although Wang Yan didn't know the full details, he was furious and immediately swung his hand toward Chen Fan's face. "You bastard." Though Chen Fan wasn't a beastmaster, Wang Yan hadn't yet received the benefits of his summoned beast, while Chen Fan had been through training. As Wang Yan's fist came toward him, Chen Fan easily caught it, then kicked Wang Yan in the chest. Wang Yan was sent stumbling back several steps. The people around them gasped in shock. "Are you kidding me? Young Master Wang is an SS-level Beastmaster, and he was knocked back by a useless guy like Chen Fan?" And the Divine Flame Vermilion Bird didn't stop it, even blushing as she looked at Chen Fan. Is she really Wang Yan's summoned beast? It looks more like she's Chen Fan's. But Wang Yan really embarrassed himself. He awakened such strong abilities, yet still ended up defeated. Wang Yan had never experienced such humiliation. Furiously, he shouted at the divine flame vermilion bird, "Bitch! Kill this guy now, or you'll never get any resources from me again." Upon hearing this, the divine flame vermilion bird crossed her arms and looked at him. "I don't care. My strength won't improve, and you can forget about getting any benefits. With your talent, you're probably just a useless fool. As for you dying, I'll just return to the summoning space and wait for the next lucky person to summon me." Wang Yan was so furious he couldn't speak. "You." Chen Fan looked at him and said, "Wang Yan, you're really pathetic." Wang Yan was about to explode with rage, never imagining that his summoned beast wouldn't help him, but instead helped someone else, turning him into a laughingstock in front of everyone. He glared fiercely at Chen Fan, secretly thinking, "I can't let this go. I must teach this guy a lesson. No, I have to kill him, or my hatred will never be relieved. Chen Fan, just wait." The surrounding students were discussing in low voices. Even if Chen Fan is arrogant, with the Wang family's power, they can probably deal with him easily. Chen Fan didn't care about that at all. Once he captured Wang Yan's summoned beast tonight, he'd reached the silver rank. As for any revenge afterward, he had his own ways of handling it. Chen Fan smiled and said, "I'll be waiting. And, Hong Ling, thank you." Wang Yan was getting more and more enraged, especially seeing Hong Ling, and he roared, "Get back here." Hong Ling yawned, "You don't have the right to order me. I'll go in whenever I want, and come out whenever I want." Wang Yan was shaking with anger. "You." Those who had previously envied Wang Yan now saw how Hong Ling was acting, and they couldn't help but feel schadenfreude. If they had a summoned beast like that, they'd probably be so angry they'd be ready to explode. At that moment, Hong Ling walked over to Chen Fan's side. Chen Fan whispered something in her ear, and Hong Ling's face turned red. He nodded casually. Wang Yan watched the scene, exhaling deeply, feeling like he was going to be killed by anger. Chen Fan looked at the awakening platform. The one with the best talent right now was Wang Yan, and most of the others hadn't awakened yet. Even if they had, their talents were between D and E. Such talent, even a beastmaster contracted at the 6th level wouldn't necessarily succeed. You have to know, summoned beastmasters are generally divided into 6 levels, with the 1st level having the strongest talent and the 6th level having the lowest. Once a person awakens a beastmaster talent, they can contract any level, but the lower their talent, the lower the success rate of contracting a higher level beast. If they fail, they can only wait until they reach silver rank to contract a second beast before they can try again. But right now, Chen Fan didn't need to contract a beast anymore. Even without beastmaster talent, it didn't matter, because he had the system. Chen Fan continued to watch the platform, and the next person to step up was someone he knew, Gu Yu. Gu Yu's father was the city lord of Wujiang City, and his strength had reached diamond rank. But Gu Yu, though good-looking, had an average figure, not comparing to the campus beauty, Lu Ruyan. Chapter 3, Lu Ruyan gets slapped. However, Lu Ruyan still had to awaken later. Chen Fan watched Gu Yu's awakening process, which quickly ended. To his surprise, Gu Yu had an SSS-level talent, which again caused the students to envy her. Wow, Gu Yu really lives up to being the city lord's daughter. She's amazing, she has SSS-level talent. Chen Fan was also surprised, but then thought, if Gu Yu awakened a beast, could he also make her beast's belly grow? The rewards for SSS level were definitely abundant, and such a genius beast would be key to improving his own strength. Chen Fan kept praying in his heart, please not a male, not a male, not a male. Although he didn't know if the system's ignore race could also ignore gender, he didn't want some 4-bell love thing. Soon, a loli appeared beside Gu Yu, with twin pigtails. The host on stage exclaimed. This is actually a sky demon. Even in the 10,000 races battlefield, she would rank in the top 20, I didn't expect this to be the pinnacle of the 1st level. Chen Fan looked at this loli and thought to himself. She should be a legal loli, right? At the same time, he added in his heart, this loli really matches Gu Yu, they both have flat chests. Gu Yu happily hugged the sky demon, but the sky demon had a look of disdain. Why is it so flat? I was hoping to find a big-chested one to be my mom, but I ended up being contracted by someone with a flatter chest than mine, seriously. Gu Yu's mouth twitched, looking at the sky demon's slightly protruding chest, then at herself, whose chest couldn't even meet the A-cup standard. She instantly had nothing to say. She still said, you'll still grow in the future, and you can treat me as your mother, I'll take good care of you. The sky demon snorted and said, fine, I'll reluctantly contract with you, just don't die too soon. Gu Yu nodded, got it. Then it was time for Lu Ruyan to awaken. She awakened an A-level talent and contracted a fox from the 3rd level. It wasn't like the red spirit, which was fully human-shaped, but had fox ears and a fox tail, with the rest of the body being human-shaped. Lu Ruyan was not satisfied with this contract, but then she thought, as long as she built a good relationship with Wang Yan, it would be fine. Lu Ruyan came from an ordinary family. To rise in social class, it wasn't enough to have a weak battle power fox, she also needed to cooperate with Wang Yan's divine Yin Juke. She thought to herself, once the awakening is done, I'll go find Wang Yan. With my looks, it should be easy to win him over. Even if it's not, I can also rely on my beast. Soon, the awakening ceremony ended. The students from the class returned to the classroom, and the teacher spoke. The awakening ceremony has now ended, and the students who succeeded in their awakening. I congratulate everyone. Especially Wang Yan, who awakened an SS-level beast mastery talent. His future is limitless. The teacher here also congratulates you. Wang Yan, upon hearing these words, felt no joy whatsoever. The thought that his beast would obey Chen Fan's every command made him feel as if he had eaten something disgusting. As long as I kill Chen Fan, my beast will definitely listen to my orders again. At that time, I'll make sure to teach that bastard a lesson. Chen Fan noticed Wang Yan's venomous gaze but paid no attention. The teacher continued speaking. Even if some students haven't awakened, don't be discouraged. As long as you study hard, you can still contribute to the country, and if you don't have strength, you won't have to face dangers. Hearing this, the students who hadn't awakened knew in their hearts that from now on, they would be worlds apart from those who had. As long as you have beast mastery talent, even if you don't leave the city, you can find high-paying jobs, with salaries higher than most graduate students. This is the gift from heaven, and there's nothing they can do about it. But when they thought of how the top genius, Chen Fan, hadn't awakened either, they felt a little better. The teacher on the stage added, "Alright, that's all I have to say. If you have any questions, come to my office. Disband." With that, the teacher left. Wang Yan glared at Chen Fan with hostility and said, "Chen Fan, you've got guts. Wait for me at the school gate later, don't you dare leave. Let's see if I don't beat you to death." Chen Fan chuckled. "You want me to stay? And I should just listen to you? Who do you think you are?" With that, he turned and left the classroom. Wang Yan clenched his fists and thought angrily, "I'll keep my eyes on you. Let's see where you can run." He immediately followed Chen Fan's footsteps. But as soon as they stepped out of the school gate, someone grabbed Wang Yan's hand, pressing the back of his hand between two soft mounds. Lu Ruyan said sweetly, "Wang Yan, let's go shopping together. Later, we can have dinner and properly celebrate your awakened talent, and also celebrate that silly me awakened too." Wang Yan had been pursuing Lu Ruyan for a long time. Previously, she only accepted gifts and wouldn't even let him touch her hand. Now, she was taking the initiative to embrace him. The classmates around them were envious. Wow, if I had this talent, would Lu Ruyan be throwing herself at me today? This Lu campus beauty looks so tempting, it makes our hearts itch. No kidding, Wang Yan's got it made. He'll probably agree to this soon. If it had been any other time, Wang Yan would have been thrilled, but right now, the urge to kill Chen Fan had reached its peak. He looked at the distant Chen Fan, then at Lu Ruyan clinging to him. As he saw Chen Fan disappearing from sight, Wang Yan clenched his fists and thought, "This Chen Fan must die." He turned to Lu Ruyan and said, "This can wait. I have something I need to do." Lu Ruyan pouted, "Wang Yan, no, stay with me first. Is there anything more important than me?" Wang Yan looked at Lu Ruyan, then at the vanishing Chen Fan, who was almost out of sight. Wang Yan clenched his fists. This Chen Fan must die. Wang Yan turned and glared at Lu Ruyan. He shouted angrily, "Let go. Wang Yan, don't." Lu Ruyan didn't even seem to care. Seeing this, Wang Yan raised his hand and slapped Lu Ruyan across the face. "Get lost." With that, he pushed Lu Ruyan away and rushed after Chen Fan. The scene left not only Lu Ruyan stunned but also the other classmates. Damn, did Wang Yan actually slap Lu Campus Beauty? I remember Wang Yan went through a lot of trouble to pursue her back then. He just slapped her so casually? But I think Wang Yan is really in a hurry. What do you think he's planning to do? One person, with a determined look in his eyes, said, "If I'm not mistaken, Wang Yan is going to find Chen Fan for revenge." Now that you mention it, it really seems that way. It looks like Wang Yan's anger has overtaken his desire for beauty. Then Chen Fan is about to have a very bad time. Who told him to act tough with no strength? The key is, Wang Xiao's beast actually listens to him. Who could stand that? If he doesn't die, who will? I don't think so. Maybe Chen Fan is hiding something up his sleeve? Let's go, let's join in the fun. Saying this, the group quickly hurried forward. On the other side, Lu Ruyan had been holding back her anger, trying to comfort herself, but when she heard the chatter, she immediately clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. Bastard! So it's because of that Chen Fan that I got slapped for no reason. In her mind, this slap was as good as being slapped by Chen Fan himself. Lu Ruyan clearly remembered all the A-class and higher awakened ones, and Chen Fan's name was nowhere to be found. Clearly his talent was nothing to speak of. How dare this scum make me suffer this humiliation? If I don't break your 3 legs today, I won't be Lu anymore. At the same time, Chen Fan found Gu Yu. Gu, classmate. Gu Yu was holding Tian Mo's little hand. Hearing the voice, she turned around and looked at Chen Fan with some confusion. Who are you? Is it convenient for you to take the car home together? He knew it was a bit sudden, but there was no other choice. Gu Yu looked Chen Fan up and down. She had to admit he was handsome, but then she thought. So she politely declined, sorry, classmate. Gu, classmate, I don't want this either, but I'm really being targeted. If he catches me, I will definitely die. Chen Fan hurriedly explained, his tone sincere, don't worry, I'll repay you in the future. To be on the safe side, Chen Fan secretly activated the King of Beasts ability on Tian Mo. The talent effect immediately took place, and Tian Mo's favorability towards Chen Fan skyrocketed. Seeing that Gu Yu was still hesitating, Tian Mo suddenly let go of Gu Yu's hand and hugged Chen Fan's waist tightly, calling out crisply, Daddy. This shout not only stunned Chen Fan, but also made Gu Yu widen her eyes in shock. She quickly grabbed Tian Mo's arm. You Tong! Why are you yelling randomly? Let go of him, we need to go back. I don't want to. I want to go with Daddy. Tian Mo clung to Chen Fan's waist, not letting go for anything. Gu Yu sighed helplessly, full of confusion in her heart. Why did you Tong suddenly call Chen Fan Daddy? This needed to be cleared up. Fine, come with me to the school gate, the car is already here. She said, leading the way to the school gate. Chen Fan hurriedly followed, grabbing Tian Mo's little hand, and thanked Gu Yu. No problem, just a small favor. Gu Yu waved her hand, then couldn't help but ask, can you tell me? Why did you Tong suddenly call you Daddy? Chen Fan rubbed his nose, casually making up an excuse, maybe this little one likes to play pretend, always calling people Dad and Mom. Gu Yu twitched her mouth, silently cursing in her mind. But then she thought, maybe even Chen Fan himself didn't know the reason, so she didn't ask further. She just reminded him. For the future, you don't need to worry about me, Gu classmate. But just as they were about to leave the school gate, a familiar figure appeared, blocking their path along with a few others. Wang Yan's face was dark, his eyes burning like fire. Chen Fan, let's find a place to talk. What if I don't? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, his tone calm. Then don't blame us for getting rough. Wang Yan's followers stepped forward, their faces showing fierce looks. Getting rough? You should ask the people next to me if they agree. Chen Fan turned slightly. He motioned to Gu Yu beside him. Wang Yan then noticed Gu Yu, a trace of caution flashing in his eyes, but he still forced himself to say. Gu Yu? This is my personal matter with Chen Fan. I hope you don't interfere. Since I've promised to send him home today, I will do it. Gu Yu's tone was calm but carried an undeniable strength. I won't interfere with what happens after, but if you want to make a move on him now, sorry, I can't allow it. Wang Yan clenched his fists, the joints cracking loudly. Gu Yu, although our Wang family isn't as powerful as your Gu family, there's no need to offend me over a useless person, is there? You're SSS rank, I'm SS rank, we are both the chosen ones, and when we get to the battlefield of the 10,000 tribes in the future, we will surely help each other. If you do this, cooperation in the future will be impossible. Whether we cooperate or not doesn't matter to me. Gu Yu responded indifferently, raising a hand and pointing not far away. Move aside, my car is over there. If you're determined to block me, I'll have to call the driver over. I'm sure my silver-ranked driver can handle you and your group. The silver rank, for Wang Yan and others who had yet to obtain the beastmaster's nurturing power, was undoubtedly a crushing existence. Wang Yan's face turned from green to pale, his eyes fixed on Chen Fan, filled with unwillingness. Chen Fan, you bastard, don't hide behind a woman. Chen Fan laughed lightly, his tone tinged with mockery. What? Can't hit me, are you mad? But don't get too angry just yet, the worst is yet to come. I will leave you a big gift inside your beastmaster's belly. After saying that, he turned and walked with Gu Yu, but not before looking back to give Wang Yan a big middle finger. Wang Yan, hearing those highly provocative words and seeing that glaring middle finger, trembled with rage. He knew Chen Fan was intentionally provoking him, but thinking of how Hong Ling treated Chen Fan, he couldn't help but break down inside. Chen Fan, I don't believe you can hide forever. Thinking about how close his beastmaster was with Chen Fan, he wondered if Chen Fan might actually get the upper hand. Wang Yan felt a tightness in his chest, the frustration gnawing at him, like his woman was being coveted by someone, yet he was powerless to stop it. At this moment, a few of his thugs stepped forward, one of them speaking up. Young Master Wang, we came here to help you. We agreed on 200,000 each. Although it didn't succeed, you can't back out now. His tone carried a hint of threat. Although your father is strong, we're not afraid of anything, don't blame us for using some underhanded methods. Wang Yan was already burning with anger, and hearing this only added fuel to the fire, making him want to explode on the spot. But he knew well that these men were reckless, willing to risk their lives, and it wouldn't be worth it to trade 80,000 for his own life. He pulled out a bank card from his pocket and threw it hard on the ground. Get lost. The leader of the group bent down to pick up the bank card, immediately putting on a flattering smile. Young Master Wang, you're so generous. If anything like this happens again, just call on us. We'll make sure to handle it cleanly. Get lost. Wang Yan roared. Then we'll take our leave. The group, seeing his fury, quickly retreated. Watching them leave, Wang Yan noticed the students who had been watching nearby. His anger flared even more, and he yelled at them. What are you looking at? Get lost. The students dared not provoke the furious Wang Yan, and one by one, they quickly fled. Lu Rian stood at the end of the crowd, watching Wang Yan's furious expression, afraid he would direct his anger at her. She quickly lowered her head, intending to sneak away. Wang Yan's eyes happened to sweep over Lu Rian, who was trying to slip away. His fury, now in need of release, immediately boiled over as he coldly snapped, Lu Rian, come here. Lu Rian froze, forcing a flattering smile on her face. Young Master Wang, you're still angry. How about we meet another day? Slut, stop pretending. Wang Yan's voice was cold like ice. Aren't you just after my talent and the Wang family's power? Today, I'll give you a chance. Sleep with me, and I'll give you the resources you want. Money, too, I'll give you. Lu Ruoyan's heart skipped a beat. She had planned to slowly build a relationship and gradually tie Wang Yan down, not wanting to give herself up so quickly. Although her family was poor and her mother worked in a special industry, her first time had already been sold for 10,000 yuan. But she knew well that things gained too easily were never valued. This. She hesitated, her face full of difficulty. Wang Yan snorted, his tone carrying an outright threat. The opportunity is yours. If you dare to refuse, I can't guarantee your life won't get worse, and I can't guarantee you won't be expelled from school. This sentence immediately cut off all of Lu Ruoyan's escape routes. Her face turned pale, and she bit her dry lips, ultimately forcing herself to step forward, holding Wang Yan's arm affectionately, her voice sweet. Wang Yan, brother Ruoyan is still a virgin, you have to be gentle. Not her first time. When Wang Yan heard the words first time, the anger in his chest eased a little. He waved his hand impatiently, taking Lu Ruoyan into the car and driving straight to the hotel. Meanwhile, in Guyu's car, Yutong was tightly hugging Chen Fan's arm, refusing to let go. Chen Fan tentatively asked, how old are you this year? Yutong blinked her clear, bright eyes and answered in a crisp voice, I'm 1,000 years old. So you're a mature lowly, that's fine then. Chen Fan nodded, then, out of nowhere, added, but do you fear pain? Yutong looked puzzled, I'm not afraid, why does daddy ask that? The word daddy instantly froze Chen Fan, a guilty feeling rising in his heart. Not to mention that Yutong looked too young, Guyu had just saved his life. If he got her beast's belly pregnant, wouldn't that be repaying kindness with betrayal? He glanced at Guyu, who was staring at him with a dark expression, her eyes clearly writing the word pervert. He quickly coughed twice and hurriedly explained. Just kidding, don't mind it. Although Yutong likes you, if you dare to do anything strange to her, I'll cut you. Guyu's tone was cold, with an unmistakable warning. Chen Fan quickly changed the subject. By the way, do you know who else awakened a first or second level beast besides you guys? He was thinking to himself, just focusing on Wang Yan's beast wouldn't be enough, he needed to find more targets. Lu Ruoyan's charm fox was humanoid, but that woman clearly looked like a restless flirt. Sooner or later, she'd be played with, and he didn't want to be cuckolded. And Yutong was too young, constantly calling him daddy, the guilt was just too much for him to act. It seemed like he'd have to look for someone else to target. Guyu responded indifferently, I don't know. It hasn't been long since the awakening, there's no way to know so quickly. Chen Fan thought about it and agreed, looks like he'd have to check for himself later. There must have been people before who awakened humanoid beasts. If he searched carefully, maybe he could find some clues. He asked Guyu to take him to a hotel. If he went back to that shabby rented house, he might get hacked to death by Wang Yan's men. Chen Fan took out the only 300 yuan he had and rented the cheapest room. After entering the room, he took a shower and lay on the soft bed, feeling satisfied as he thought to himself. Hong Ling said that no matter where I am, she can find me by my scent. Now, I just need to wait for her to come. Just thinking that if he had a relationship with Hong Ling, he could be promoted to silver rank and also discussed Wang Yan, Chen Fan couldn't contain his excitement. If Wang Yan sees pregnant Hong Ling, I wonder how furious he'll be. It's really something to look forward to. While scrolling through his phone, he searched for people in Wujian City who had contracted humanoid beasts. Not knowing, I didn't search, but when I did, I found there were quite a few. Every year, at least one S-grade gifted individual can contract a humanoid beast, and from what he found, there were more than a dozen. However, most of these people went to Kyoto University or the capital city university for further study, and only a few remained in Wujiang City. Chen Fan noticed a woman named Wu Lan, who often ventured into the wilderness, slaying wild beasts and various races that crawled out of spatial rifts. It is said that this woman had a fiery temper, and because of her strength, she did whatever she wanted. Chen Fan opened the profile of her beast contract, and what caught his eye was a woman with white hair and an alluring, cold beauty. She's the one. Next target. Chen Fan decisively made his choice. Although the system said that after a beast gives birth, it can continue to conceive, but the efficiency is too slow. It's better to find several targets to quickly gain strength. When his strength was enough to be invincible in the world, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. While Chen Fan was browsing his phone, a soft knock came from the door. He looked up and through the peephole, saw a red-haired redling standing outside, her cheeks blushing fiercely. Chen Fan hurriedly opened the door, pulled her inside, and locked it behind him. "You're quick to arrive," he said. The redling, panting, her face flushed, whispered, "Wang Yan is also at this hotel, right next door, with the school beauty from your university." "Oh? What a coincidence." Chen Fan paused for a moment, then a playful smile appeared on his face. "This bastard is here too, right next door?" The redling nodded. "I wondered why I heard strange sounds." "So, it's Wang Yan next door." A sly gleam flashed in his eyes. "Looks like I need to work harder today and make sure you scream louder. I wonder if hearing your voice will excite Wang Yan even more." The redling's face instantly turned bright red, and she lowered her head, barely whispering, I understand." "Go take a shower," Chen Fan said. The redling obediently nodded, grabbed a towel, and walked into the bathroom. The noises next door continued, and faintly, Chen Fan could hear Lu Ruyan's complaining voice. "Why do we have to take medicine again? It's ruining my mood." Then came the crisp sound of a slap, followed by Wang Yan's furious roar. "Are you saying I'm useless?" Lu Ruyan's voice immediately became gentle. "Young Master Wang, it's not like that. I've never experienced anything like young Master Wang's power. I'm more than happy. If you dare say I'm no good, I'll have someone take turns with you." Yes. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle softly. These two really are a perfect match. Before long, the redling came out of the bathroom. She was wrapped in a large towel, but it still couldn't hide her curvaceous figure, her skin smooth and white, like the finest jade. Chen Fan's eyes brightened, and he quickly pulled her into his embrace. The redling's face became even redder, and she softly called, "Master." "Call me Master," Chen Fan whispered, lowering his head near her ear. "Master." The redling's voice trembled slightly, her face burning. Chen Fan no longer hesitated and carried her toward the bed. The night outside was deep, and the temperature in the hotel room gradually rose. The redling's seductive moans drowned out the sounds from next door, as though they were competing in silence. This entanglement lasted for 2.5 hours, and only when the noise next door had completely died down did Chen Fan finally stop. He gently caressed the redling's smooth, white skin, secretly thinking to himself, this skin's texture is probably even better than that of humans. Chapter 6, Teaching Wang Yan a Lesson. At this moment, Chen Fan was staring at the system panel. Pregnancy successful. Congratulations, host, you've acquired the inherited skill, Great Move Flaming Phoenix Feathers. Upon release, a vermilion bird illusion will appear and launch a devastating attack on the target, Nirvana. After sustaining fatal damage, you will sleep for 49 days and then rise from the flames, your strength improving along with it, other 20 basic skills omitted. Congratulations, host, you've advanced to the Silver Beginner stage. Unlock Red Spirit 1:1 Power Feedback. Congratulations, host, for awakening the SS level physique, the Divine Flame Body. Chen Fan's lips couldn't help but curve up, his heart filled with wild joy. Silver level power, top talent, god tier skills all in hand, and he could even enjoy power feedback. This was pure profit. After I've had my fun, that fool Wang Yan will raise my wife and take care of my kid for me, and I won't have to bear a bit of responsibility. Perfect. Chen Fan turned to look at Hong Ling beside him, his tone playful. Hong Ling, that guy Wang Yan didn't get a chance to touch you, did he? Hong Ling's eyes were firm, and her voice was sharp and certain. Absolutely impossible. If I die, he must die too. But if he dies, I won't die. I have the power of Nirvana. Besides, I entered his beast space. As long as I don't want to, he cannot summon me by force. What if the Wang family tries to force you? Chen Fan pressed on. Unless they wish for my death, they can forget about me betraying my master. Hong Ling answered without hesitation. Jie Chen Fan let out a low, sinister laugh. Good, very good. Next, I'll leave it to that kid Wang Yan to raise my wife. He should also take care of the child, right? Even if he doesn't, I've got plenty of ways. Then he called out to the system in his heart. Old system, is there a way to make Hong Ling completely break away from Wang Yan's beast space? Yes. The host has already formed a deep bond with Hong Ling. Just one thought can cut off her beast contract with Wang Yan. Extra protection, to prevent any form of NTR, the system will automatically protect Hongling and her offspring. Beautiful work. Chen Fan laughed even more happily. Clearly, she was Wang Yan's beast, yet now she's mine. And he still has to help raise my child. Just thinking about it feels amazing. Wang Yan, this'll drive you mad. After some tender moments, Hongling reluctantly left. Chen Fan lay down, content, and fell asleep until the next morning. After a simple wash, he pushed open the door and happened to run into Wang Yan and Lu Ruyan. Wang Yan looked at Chen Fan. You were hiding here? Chen Fan ignored his words and mocked, Yo, young Master Wang, those trembling legs, how many pills did you take last night? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Lu Ruyan. And look at Miss Lu's unhappy face. Took all those pills and still couldn't satisfy her? Wang Xiao, you're really not up to it. Wang Yan's face darkened as he shot back, Chen Fan, you dare mock me? You don't even have a woman. Do you comfort yourself watching videos? Pathetic worm, I bet you've lived this long and still don't know what a woman feels like. Chen Fan grinned. How do you know that charming voice last night wasn't real? Who was it? Think about it slowly. If you can't figure it out, don't worry, after a few months, you'll know. Stop pretending. Wang Yan roared. Chen Fan, let's see who can protect you today. Chen Fan didn't bother replying and turned to leave. Though Wang Yan's legs were weak, he still gritted his teeth and chased, pulling out his phone to call people. Chen Fan knew Wang Yan wouldn't call anyone too strong, but to be safe, he avoided remote alleys on purpose. Even so, he hadn't walked far before a group of burly men blocked his way. Boy, today is your death day. Wang Yan stepped forward and said viciously, beat him to death. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Yes, young Master Wang. The leading thug grinned wickedly. Kid, of all people you had to mess with Wang Xiao. In your next life, open your eyes wider. The bystanders around quickly scattered, no one daring to meddle. Chen Fan glanced over the men surrounding him, calm and clear, at most, their strength was black iron level. Not worth mentioning. I'll give you a chance. Leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me if you lose an arm or a leg. Chen Fan's tone was flat. Quite the big mouth. The scar-faced leader sneered, swinging his fist toward Chen Fan. Tiger Pounce Fist. Facing the incoming punch, Chen Fan neither dodged nor retreated. The scar-faced man was thrilled. This kid's crazy. Watch me cripple you. At the very instant the fist was about to land, Chen Fan suddenly raised his hand, precisely grabbing the scar-faced man's wrist, and twisted it fiercely. Crack! Ah! A heart-piercing scream rang out. The scar-faced man's face turned pale with pain, staring at Chen Fan in disbelief. What kind of strength do you have? Chen Fan stomped on his leg, and with a crisp snap, he punched him in the face. The scar-faced man fell unconscious. The remaining four were horrified, turning to shout angrily at Wang Yan. Wang Yan! Didn't you say he hasn't even reached Black Iron? How could he easily cripple a Black Iron level 9 like the scar-faced man? You lied to us. 10,000 each, and you let us risk our lives? Wang Yan looked at the scene, equally stunned, pointing at Chen Fan, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. How could it be? After I deal with them, I'll come for you. Chen Fan said indifferently, then chased after the remaining four. The four were terrified, their souls nearly flying out of their bodies, and they turned to run. But Chen Fan's speed far surpassed theirs, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with them, effortlessly crippling them all. After dealing with his subordinates, Chen Fan walked step by step towards Wang Yan. Wang Yan was both shocked and furious. Chen Fan, what the hell is going on? What's going on? Chen Fan said with a half-smile, in a few months, you'll know. Wang Yan quickly thought of summoning the Red Spirit, but no matter how he urged the contract, the Red Spirit didn't respond at all. Don't waste your effort. Chen Fan sneered, your beast loves me so much, how could it help you deal with me? Wang Yan trembled with anger, threatening in a fierce but weak voice, Chen Fan, do you dare to touch me? The Wang family will never let you go. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, his tone filled with a hint of amusement. I heard your Wang family's beast is also humanoid. I wonder if she'll listen to me like the Red Spirit does. It's really something to look forward to. You're dreaming. Before Wang Yan finished speaking, Chen Fan's fist already landed on his face. With a few cracking sounds, several of Wang Yan's ribs were broken, causing him to curl up in pain on the ground. Next, you'll just lie in the hospital. After speaking, Chen Fan casually searched Wang Yan's and the other strong men's pockets. After all, he didn't have a single cent left on him. The sound of security team footsteps came from afar. Seeing this, Chen Fan turned and quickly left, disappearing at the end of the street in no time. Stop! Don't run! The security team's shouts came from a distance, but they were already too slow to catch up with Chen Fan's figure. Chapter 7, Wang Yan's Thoughts. Chen Fan knew in his heart that if the security team caught him, even if he was in the right, there would be a lot of trouble afterward. With the 1,000 yuan he had just picked up from the bodies, he rushed to a breakfast shop and quickly ate a meal. But this amount of money wouldn't last long. To develop in the long term, he had to leave the city. The best plan was to team up with Wu Lan. Thinking about how gaining control of Wu Lan's beast would greatly boost his power, a gleam of eagerness flashed in Chen Fan's eyes, and he immediately made up his mind. Although he didn't know where Wu Lan was at this moment, from the vague video he had seen, Wu Lan always preferred to leave the city through the southeast gate. With his decision made, Chen Fan found a nearby hotel to stay in, patiently waiting for the right moment. At the same time, inside the Wang family mansion, Wang Yan walked in, his face full of misery, and he began crying as he spoke to the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat. "Father, you have to stand up for me. After awakening my beast yesterday, that creature not only didn't listen to my commands, but I was humiliated in public by a useless person, and today, it even beat me up." Wang Yan needed to lie in the hospital for a few days, but the Wang family had plenty of money, and after using high-level recovery potions, his injuries had mostly healed. Wang Qing, sitting in the main seat, frowned, his tone filled with disappointment. "Yenner, it's completely normal for a beast not to listen to orders. Even with my current golden rank 7 strength, I can barely make 3 golden rank beasts obey me. Only by treating them sincerely and not making things difficult for them will they help me with all their might. You just contracted your beast, and the urgent matter now is to develop a bond. Otherwise, the best you can get in return is the lowest quality. You have no talent for martial arts, and without the powerful feedback from your beast, it will be as hard as reaching the sky to improve your level in the future. As for being bullied, it's just a matter of being a worthless bronze level at most. There's no need to make such a fuss about it. I hope you can turn this hatred into motivation and focus on your growth." Listening to his father's words, Wang Yan clenched his fists, his eyes full of hatred. "Father, that bastard Chen Fan won't die. I can't sleep or eat. Since you won't help me, I'll go ask Uncle Wang for help." Wang Qing watched his son's impulsive back, silently sighing, still so hot-headed, acting recklessly. Sooner or later, he'll cause a huge disaster. But then he thought, I am already a 7th-tier golden warrior, with 3 golden-level beasts under my command. Even if Wang Yan really messes up, I can clean up the mess. Furthermore, Wang Yan's beast is SS tier, and his potential is even higher than mine back in the day. The Wang family will surely rise even higher in the future. In fact, he was even thinking that when Wang Yan gets stronger, he could have him go after the mayor's daughter, Gu Yu. If successful, the Wang family's status might rival the top families in the capital. Thinking this, Wang Qing no longer stopped him and let Wang Yan leave. Soon, Wang Yan found Wang Feng and exaggerated his humiliation and beating by Chen Fan. After listening, a cold smile appeared on Wang Feng's face. "Since this kid made my nephew so uncomfortable, Uncle Wang naturally has to stand up for you." "Thank you, Uncle Wang." With a sly look, he turned his eyes toward Wang Yan. "But nephew, I heard your beast is very beautiful. Would you let her come out so I can give her some pointers on her cultivation?" Wang Yan was already displeased with his beast, Hongling, especially thinking that she might be flirting with Chen Fan. His anger only grew. He had heard that Wang Feng was quite skilled at training women, and anyone under his hands was always obedient. Now that Hongling's power was still weak, if Wang Feng could train her, not only would she listen to him, but the feedback from her might even be stronger in the future. As long as I can tame this bitch, the feedback power will definitely increase. Wang Yan thought to himself and immediately shouted toward the beast space, "Hongling, come out." Inside the beast space, Hongling's tone was indifferent, with a hint of barely noticeable sarcasm. "You don't have the right to order me. Instead of focusing on this, you should prepare more cultivation resources. Maybe then you can get me to feed back to you to raise you to silver level sooner. You dare call me trash?" Wang Yan gritted his teeth in anger. "If you want cultivation resources, get out here now. I don't care about the speed of cultivation." Hongling said slowly, "But with your attitude, I have no interest in cultivating, letting you, a worthless piece of trash, take away my cultivation results. If your attitude were better, and you kneel down to beg me, I might reluctantly use the resources you give me to cultivate. But if you're still this arrogant, forget it. You." Wang Yan trembled with rage. "You are my beast, why do you have this attitude toward me? Maybe we're alike in nature." Hongling's voice was tinged with mockery. "You want to conquer me, make me your dog, while I want you to kneel down and offer the resources, maybe even generously give you some energy feedback. After all, you, a trash with no martial arts talent, can't even rely on your resources to reach bronze level in 5 or 6 years, let alone silver. But if you kneel down and offer the resources, maybe you can reach bronze in a year, or even push for silver." Wang Yan clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his skin. Her words were as infuriating as Chen Fan's. He secretly swore to himself he would find a way to conquer this bitch. Beside him, Wang Feng licked his lips, eager to ask, "Nephew, why aren't you summoning her yet?" Wang Yan suppressed the anger in his heart, gritting his teeth as he explained. The beastmaster's space has a contract limitation. As long as she doesn't want to, I can't forcefully summon her out. I see, that's really unfortunate. Wang Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but he quickly smiled and said. But it's okay, there will be plenty of chances later. After everything is done, don't forget about your Uncle Wang. As long as Uncle Wang helps me tame this bitch, I'll bring the school beauty, Lu Ruyan, over to serve you together. Wang Yan said harshly. Wang Feng's eyes lit up, narrowing into a lecherous squint. Good nephew, you really understand. But there's no rush. Let me handle that Chen Fan first, then we can enjoy it properly. Then I'll leave it to you, Uncle Wang. I want his dog head brought back by you personally. Wang Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Don't worry, it's on me. Wang Feng patted his chest. You go find out that kid's whereabouts, and once we locate him, I'll take care of him immediately. Wang Yan nodded repeatedly and rushed off to arrange it. On the other side, Chen Fan, who had thought it would take several days to wait for Wu Lan to leave the city, unexpectedly received news that afternoon. He immediately got up and quietly followed. On the road out of the city, Chen Fan finally saw Wu Lan's beastmaster, a cat girl with snow-white cat ears, slender, and with a delicate yet somewhat heroic look. That's her. Chen Fan's heart moved, and he immediately activated the exclusive skill of the Beast King. The next second, the cat girl, Xiao Bai, suddenly felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, as if something was pulling at her. She instinctively turned around, and her gaze met Chen Fan's. In an instant, it was as if she had been struck by lightning, her cheeks flushed red, and she fell in love at first sight. Wu Lan noticed her beastmaster's unusual behavior, and following her gaze, she saw Chen Fan trailing behind. Although Chen Fan was handsome, Wu Lan had never been fond of men and immediately frowned, saying, Xiao Bai, why are you looking at that trash? Men are all creatures who think with their lower bodies. Let's hurry and leave, don't let him cling to us. Xiaolan, it's not like that. Xiao Bai hurriedly waved her hand, her gaze still fixed on Chen Fan, her tone slightly urgent. I feel like he's a good person, and he seems to be leaving the city too. Why don't we ask him to join our team? It's safer with more people. Chapter 8, The Accuracy of Judgment. Hearing Xiao Bai's words, Wu Lan was stunned. Xiao Bai, are you burning up? Every time you saw a man before, didn't you look at him like he was a bug, and even call him disgusting? Why are you defending men today? Xiao Bai's face turned red, but her eyes were utterly serious. I can't explain it, I just feel like he's different from others. Xiaolan, you've always been alone, maybe it's time to find someone. He's quite handsome, maybe you two could become something. The more Wu Lan looked at Xiao Bai, the more strange she felt. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of anger filled her chest. Could it be that the man had done something to Xiao Bai? Without saying a word, she strode over to Chen Fan, grabbed his collar, her eyes fierce like a knife. Bastard! What kind of drug did you put on my Xiao Bai? Why is she so fond of you, blushing and heart-racing? If you don't explain yourself today, I'll castrate you right here. Chen Fan understood perfectly what was going on. This was the effect of the Beast King skill, but he couldn't reveal it now. He forcefully broke free from Wu Lan's grip, frowning as he said, Are you crazy? Attacking me for no reason, I don't even know your Beastmaster. Still trying to argue. Wu Lan was furious, clenching her fists and swinging them towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan was about to dodge, but Xiao Bai suddenly rushed over, grabbing Wu Lan's wrist tightly. Xiao Lan, don't hit him. I just think he's handsome, I like him, but he really hasn't done anything. This is still called nothing? Wu Lan glared in anger, You're already defending him like this. You were never like this before. I just really like him. Xiao Bai stomped her feet anxiously, her tone tinged with some grievance. Of course I have to stop you from hitting him, don't do this, okay? I haven't felt this fluttering feeling in a long time. Wu Lan looked at Xiao Bai's stubborn appearance, feeling both angry and helpless. This damn bastard, how dare he mess with her and Xiao Bai's relationship? But she couldn't bring herself to truly make things difficult for Xiao Bai, so she reluctantly let go, gritting her teeth. Fine, let's go. Wu Lan, can you bring him along too? Xiao Bai seized the opportunity, her eyes full of expectation. Bring him? Wu Lan raised an eyebrow, her tone mocking. Bring him where? To do chores? He's kind of pitiful to go out of the city alone. Wu Lan. Xiao Bai pulled on Wu Lan's arm, gently shaking it, acting spoiled. We are the best of friends, right? You'll agree to my request, won't you? Wu Lan sighed heavily, her resentment towards Chen Fan growing even more. She just couldn't understand how Xiao Bai could like a human man. But unable to resist Xiao Bai's soft and persistent pleas, she finally gave in and coldly turned to Chen Fan, saying, Do you want to join our team? Chen Fan had originally planned to secretly follow behind, waiting for a chance to win over Xiao Bai, but he didn't expect things to go this smoothly. He immediately smiled and said, I just happen to be leaving the city too. Although your attitude towards me isn't great, this catgirl elder sister beside you likes me so much, so I'll reluctantly agree. Don't push your luck. Wulan snorted coldly, warning him, if you follow us, we may enter the deep wilderness, or even step into the territory of the 10,000 races, where survival is unlikely. Think carefully. We can really go to the world of the 10,000 races? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. If you're scared, just go back to the city. No one's stopping you. Wulan said disdainfully, if it weren't for Xiaobai's sake, I wouldn't bother bringing along a useless tag-along like you. Scared? I've never been scared. Chen Fan waved his hand. Besides, I'm out of money. Going to the 10,000 races territory is perfect for getting more resources. Humph, if we run into danger, I won't save you. Wulan threw this sentence over her shoulder and turned to walk ahead. Don't worry, I can protect myself. Chen Fan smiled and followed her. Along the way, Xiaobai couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Fan. Every time she looked, her cheeks turned red, and she shyly lowered her head. Wulan saw this and felt her anger rise. Clearly, Xiaobai was her beast, so why was she flirting with someone else? After walking for a while, Chen Fan took the initiative to break the silence. By the way, my name is Chen Fan. What should I call you? Wulan. Wulan didn't even turn her head, still speaking coldly. Oh. Chen Fan wasn't bothered, turning to look at Xiaobai, and you? My name is Xiaobai. Xiaobai's voice was soft and delicate, her cheeks reddening even more. Simple and straightforward name. Chen Fan smiled. Your name sounds nice too. You must be a good person. Xiaobai looked up at Chen Fan, her eyes full of admiration. You have a good eye. Chen Fan replied smoothly, I'm always gentle with girls, especially beautiful ones like Xiaobai. As soon as I saw her, I liked her. Really? Xiaobai's cheeks turned even redder, her eyes filled with joy. Wulan felt a fire burn in her chest. Chen Fan, what are you daydreaming about? Xiaobai is my beast. It's impossible with a human. I never said I wanted anything with Xiaobai. I was just complimenting her. Chen Fan shrugged, pretending to be innocent. Didn't realize Xiaobai was such a shy girl. Wulan knew in her heart that Xiaobai had never been like this before. It must be something Chen Fan had done, but she couldn't find any evidence, so she could only grit her teeth in silence. Chen Fan changed the subject and asked, by the way, Wulan, now that you're at the silver level, you should have another beast, right? What does that have to do with you? Just curious, I'm asking. Chen Fan replied. Why should I tell you? Wulan refused bluntly. Seeing Wulan wouldn't answer, Chen Fan turned his gaze to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, do you know? Xiaobai, caught off guard, answered honestly. There is also another one called Jor, who is a nine-tailed fox. Because her charm ability is too strong, she can unwittingly influence others, so Xiaolan usually keeps her in the beast space. Xiaobai. Wulan was both angry and anxious, not expecting Xiaobai to so easily reveal their secrets. Although this wasn't exactly a secret, there was no need to actively tell Chen Fan, an outsider, about it. Chen Fan was intrigued and asked, Nine-tailed fox? It should have a human form, right? Xiaobai nodded, yes, Sister Jor is very beautiful. With confirmation, Chen Fan immediately called out to the system in his mind. System, if I make Xiaobai and the nine-tailed fox both pregnant at the same time, can I directly advance to the golden level? Of course. 2S level beasts conceiving will provide enough energy to allow the host to directly break through to the golden level. Great. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Once he reached the golden level, he could do whatever he wanted. Wulan bought the necessary supplies to leave the city from a shop outside the city, then turned to Chen Fan and coldly asked, what is your strength? Bronze level. Chen Fan said casually. A bronze level dares to follow us into the territory of the 10,000 races? Are you seeking death? Wulan sneered. Don't worry, if there is danger, I will escape first. Chen Fan shrugged, showing indifference. In that case, you can just help us with odd jobs, like picking up materials and keeping watch at night. Wulan said bluntly. Chen Fan did not refute. At the same time, inside the Wang family mansion, Wang Yan was anxiously waiting for news when a servant rushed in to report, young master, we found out that Chen Fan brat went outside the city with a woman. Wang Yan immediately found Wang Feng and excitedly said, Uncle Wang, Chen Fan has left the city. What do you think, should we go kill him now? A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Feng's eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sly smile. I was planning to find a hidden place in the city to act, but since he has left, it saves me trouble. Perhaps I can also enjoy that woman he is with, killing two birds with one stone. Uncle Wang is mighty. Wang Yan said excitedly, I'll be waiting for your good news. Make sure to bring back that beast's dog head for me. Don't worry, leave it to me. Wang Feng patted his chest, just wait at home, I'm heading out now. After saying that, he left. Wu Lan, Chen Fan, and Xiaobai all left the city together. There were many people leaving the city, mostly beastmasters in pairs, but upon seeing Wu Lan, they all took a detour, clearly wary of her. Chen Fan noticed that while there were many beastmasters leaving the city, almost none of them were human-shaped beasts, which was somewhat regrettable. Some people saw that Chen Fan was walking with Wu Lan and couldn't help but gossip. Am I seeing things? Wu Lan is actually teaming up with a man. Isn't Wu Lan famously averse to men? How could she leave the city with a man? Who knows? Maybe this guy offended Wu Lan, and she's taking him outside to find a chance to eliminate him. It wouldn't be that complicated to eliminate him, right? I think maybe Wu Lan is in love. If someone could really get Wu Lan, that would be a blessing for us. Wu Lan is too overbearing and always causes trouble for us fighters. Yes. I hope this guy can handle her. Chapter 9 Wu Lan's Scheme. Chen Fan listened to the discussions around him and thought secretly. It seems that Wu Lan's reputation is indeed not good, she really looks like a tyrant. But then he thought again, Wu Lan's reputation had nothing to do with him, his goal had always been to capture her beasts. As long as he could get Xiaobai and the nine-tailed fox, everything else didn't matter. If you can keep up, hurry up and follow. If you can't keep up, roll back to the city by yourself, don't waste my time. Wu Lan turned her head and coldly threw out a sentence. With a push of his feet, he leaped onto the nearby big tree, quickly darting deeper into the dense forest. Chen Fan, do you want me to take you with me? Xiaobai turned back to Chen Fan, her eyes filled with concern. No need, I can keep up. Chen Fan smiled and quickly followed. Seeing this, Xiaobai immediately used her skills to chase after Wu Lan. Wu Lan occasionally glanced back and was secretly amazed to see that Chen Fan could easily keep up with her speed. This jerk is indeed not just a simple bronze level, he has probably reached the silver level. He looks a few years younger than me, could he have been cultivating martial arts since childhood? She shook her head and stopped thinking about it, what mattered most now was to make Xiaobai give up on Chen Fan. Xiaobai was not only her close friend but also her strongest battle partner, she absolutely could not be taken away. How can I make Xiaobai see his true colors? Wu Lan's mind raced. Should I use seduction to expose his true nature, or deliberately let them act alone and wait to see if he abandons Xiaobai to escape when facing a strong enemy? After thinking for a moment, she felt seduction was the most direct and effective, let's try this method first. But should she go personally, or let Beastmaster Joer take action? Wu Lan hesitated, Xiaobai used to avoid males, but now seemed to be infatuated with Chen Fan, perhaps he had some means to confuse Beastmasters. Joer was lively and bold, unlike Xiaobai's modesty, if she went to seduce him and got enchanted by Chen Fan, it would certainly be a loss. I'll do it myself. Wu Lan gritted her teeth and thought to herself. Although it's a bit embarrassing, for Xiaobai, to keep my battle partner, I have to give it my all. After all, I am the campus belle of Wujiang University, I don't believe I can't handle a young brat. She snorted softly and quickened her pace. On the way, a bronze-level wild beast suddenly jumped out from the bushes. Wu Lan's eyes turned cold as she drew her long knife from her waist, a cold light flashed, and the wild beast's head fell to the ground with a clean cut. After rushing all the way, by evening, Wu Lan led Chen Fan and Xiaobai to a clear stream and stopped. Where exactly are we going? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. Wu Lan glanced at him and explained calmly. 500 miles away, there is a world passage that will open in a few days. I want to enter that world. Inside, killing enemies will give me energy similar to experience points, and accumulating enough will directly enhance my strength. Moreover, the resources inside are abundant, there are spiritual fruits for cultivation, rare ores for weapon forging, and even space items. As long as I can make it out alive, I can definitely make a fortune. What kind of world is it? Chen Fan asked. It's primarily the goblins' territory, but there are also humans, low bloodline elves, and various wild beasts. Currently, the goblins are the rulers there, Wu Lan said. Chen Fan nodded and started to ponder. His Beast King skill only worked on beastmasters, he had previously tried it on wild beasts with no response, so it probably wouldn't be effective on myriad races either. Although having offspring with beastmasters could quickly level up, which was much more efficient than hunting monsters, he indeed needed money right now, and entering the world passage was a perfect chance to gather some resources to sell. Wu Lan, I didn't expect you to be quite nice. Chen Fan suddenly said, I heard others say you were arrogant and unruly, even killing and robbing, I thought you weren't a good person. Wu Lan snorted softly, ignored him, and started setting up the tent by herself. After the tent was set up, the three had a simple meal of dry rations. Wu Lan suddenly said, Xiaobai, you take watch outside tonight, I have something to discuss with Chen Fan. Xiaolan, what do you want to talk to Chen Fan about? Xiaobai asked in confusion. Chen Fan looked at Wu Lan, what are you planning? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Wu Lan glared at Xiaobai, then looked at Chen Fan, come in with me. Saying this, she directly grabbed Chen Fan's wrist and pulled him into the tent. Xiaobai scratched his head, curious in his heart, but still obediently stood guard at the tent's entrance. Inside the tent, Chen Fan broke free from Wu Lan's hand and said directly, "Do you want me to stay away from Xiaobai? If so, you should tell Xiaobai that I actually have no feelings for her, she has always liked me unilaterally." Wu Lan's cheeks turned slightly red. After all, it was the first time she had taken the initiative to do something like this, making her feel a bit nervous and ashamed. But thinking of Xiaobai possibly being taken away by Chen Fan, she gritted her teeth and persisted, for Xiaobai, for her own strength, this thing must be done. She took a deep breath, suddenly changed to a charming expression, and softened her voice, "Xiao Fan, do you think I am pretty?" Before the words fell, she directly stretched out her arms and tightly hugged Chen Fan's waist. Chen Fan was taken aback by her sudden action. Xiao Fan, I think you are so handsome, I seem to like you a little, what should I do?" Wu Lan looked up, her eyes filled with affection, her tone carrying a hint of deliberate softness. Chen Fan was puzzled in his heart, this woman just hated me so much, why did her attitude suddenly change? Is my charm too great that even she can't help but be moved? But he pretended to decline, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Didn't you always dislike men? Wu Lan was indeed beautiful, and her talent was pretty good. But Chen Fan knew in his heart that if he really had a relationship with her, given her personality, she would definitely keep a tight rein on him, making it hard to act with other beasts. He might end up being chased and cut down by her, which would be not worth the loss. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Besides, Big Sister is a bit lonely. As Wu Lan spoke, she actively took off her outer jacket, revealing her close-fitting lingerie, her curves enticing thoughts, "We just need to meet each other's needs, you don't need to be responsible." This naked temptation made Chen Fan instantly react. Seeing his reaction, Wu Lan's cheeks flushed even more, but inside she felt secretly pleased. Sure enough, he is a man who cannot resist temptation. As long as I now lie on the bed and deliberately let Xiaobai outside hear the noise, she will definitely find out that this Chen Fan is a casual scumbag, and might be so angry that she slaps him and completely gives up on him. "Xiao Fan, you are in the prime of your youth, you don't need to hold back, how uncomfortable that must be." Wu Lan continued to tempt him, her voice sultry to the bone, "And it's my first time, you really don't need to be responsible." Chen Fan looked at her like this, suddenly understanding, this woman doesn't really like him at all, there must be some plot behind it. However, he didn't expose her but thought to himself, since you want to play a role, I will play with you to the end and see what you're really up to. He extended his hand, groped Wu Lan's body everywhere, while secretly comparing, "It's quite soft." Wu Lan felt his shamelessness, both ashamed and angry in her heart, but could only suppress it. To let Xiaobai see his true face, she could only endure. She pulled Chen Fan to lie on the mat in the tent, calculating her next plan in her heart. But Chen Fan had no intention of playing along with her, he directly took advantage and groped Wu Lan's body all over. Wu Lan's eyes widened, filled with shock and anger, this damn guy actually dares to make a move. She immediately followed the plan, suddenly raising her voice and shouting outside, "You bastard! Xiaobai likes you so much, how can you make a move on me? You beast!" Hearing this, Chen Fan instantly understood her intention and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Want to use this method to make Xiaobai disappointed in me? How naive. The beast doesn't care about things like cheating. Chapter 10, I want you to have my children. But Chen Fan's hands didn't stop at all. Instead, he grew bolder, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I'm just a young man full of energy. With such a beautiful temptress right in front of me, I can't resist. Xiaobai. Come in. Come and see what kind of beast the person you like really is. Wu Lan struggled while shouting out to the tent, her voice filled with anger and grievance. Hearing the call, Xiaobai hurriedly lifted the curtain and walked into the tent. She immediately saw Chen Fan shamelessly groping Wu Lan's body. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red, and she said helplessly, "Chen Fan, how could you do this?" Wu Lan saw that Xiaobai had finally seen Chen Fan's true face. Her eyes immediately lit up. She raised her hand and, with all her anger, slapped hard at Chen Fan's face. Chen Fan had already been prepared. He tilted his body to avoid the slap easily, raising his eyebrow and saying, "You're really ruthless. Chen Fan, you're just a pervert who can't stop when he sees a woman." Wu Lan glared at him, pointing at his nose and cursing. "Xiaobai already knows your true nature, now get the hell out. If you dare keep pestering us, I'll chop off your third leg." Although she had just been treated this way by Chen Fan, feeling both shame and anger, when she thought about Xiaobai finally seeing his true nature and not being clouded by love anymore, she felt everything was worth it. Chen Fan pretended to be helpless, shrugging his shoulders, "Alright then, since you're so unwelcome, I'll leave. You're smart for knowing when to leave." Wu Lan snorted coldly, feeling relieved in her heart. But just as Chen Fan turned to leave, Xiaobai suddenly spoke, stammering, Xiao Lan, actually. Xiaobai, don't speak for him." Wu Lan immediately interrupted, her tone firm. "This guy has evil intentions. He even tried to force me. If we keep him around, who knows what harm he might do. We absolutely can't let him stay. Xiaobai didn't really care in her heart. What she wanted to say was, if Chen Fan really wanted to do something to her, she would actually be willing. But such a shameful thing, she couldn't bring herself to say it, so she just swallowed her words. Wu Lan looked at Chen Fan, who was about to walk out of the tent, and added with a touch of sarcasm. Chen Fan, don't say I'm heartless. You'll stay outside the tent tonight. When morning comes, get the hell out and don't let me see you again. Chen Fan had already made up his mind, but on the surface, he acted obedient, turning around with a smile. Well then, thank you, Miss Wu, for showing mercy. But I have to say, Miss Wu's body really is smooth, and I can't stop thinking about it. You want to die. Wu Lan's face turned red from his words. She trembled with anger. If it weren't for Xiaobai, I would kill you right now. Chen Fan didn't say another word, turning and walking out of the tent to obediently keep watch outside. The night grew deeper. By the middle of the night, when Wu Lan and Xiaobai were both fast asleep, Chen Fan quietly got up, carefully lifted the tent curtain, and slipped back inside. He walked to the bedside, gently poked Xiaobai, who was sound asleep. Xiaobai groggily opened her eyes and saw Chen Fan's face just inches from hers. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red, and she lowered her voice instinctively. Chen Fan, what are you doing? Chen Fan leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, I want you to have my children. Will you do it? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's face turned so red it seemed like it might bleed, and her heart was pounding wildly. She hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded, her voice barely audible. If you want, I can. But we beast tamers can't get pregnant, though I can make you feel good. He whispered in Xiaobai's ear, don't worry about that. As long as it's me, I can definitely make you pregnant. Really? What would I lie to you for? Do you want it or not? Chen Fan pressed. Xiaobai was completely drawn in by the mysterious pull from Chen Fan, her cheeks burning. She bit her lip, hesitated, and eventually nodded. Okay, then let's go out. You can do whatever you want. It's too dangerous outside. What if we run into a wild beast? It'd be a hassle. Let's just do it here. Chen Fan said. But, what if we wake Xiaolan? She'll get angry. Xiaobai looked at the peacefully sleeping Wu Lan with worry. Chen Fan leaned closer to her ear, his breath warm, then let's be quiet. We won't wake her up. As long as you keep quiet, Xiaobai. But Xiaolan is at silver rank. Any sound will wake her up. Xiaobai still hesitated. Isn't that uncertainty more exciting? Don't you think? Chen Fan's voice had a hint of seduction. This. Xiaobai's face turned even redder, and an inexplicable sense of guilt rose within her, making it even harder for her to resist. She hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, Then I'll use my hypnosis ability to make Xiaolan sleep more deeply, but I'm not sure how long it will last. Chen Fan smiled, that's the fun part, right? The uncertainty. Then, Xiaobai quietly activated her hypnosis ability, releasing a gentle wave of energy at Wu Lan. Wu Lan turned over, her brow unfurled, and she sank into a deeper sleep. Soon after, Chen Fan and Xiaobai were tangled together. For an entire hour, Xiaobai tried hard to suppress her sounds, doing her best to stay silent. But in the end, she couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a soft moan. Mum. Though it was weak, that moan, combined with the effect of the hypnosis wearing off, was enough to stir the half-asleep Wu Lan. She rubbed her eyes and mumbled, Xiaobai, what's wrong? Hearing Wu Lan's voice, Xiaobai froze in panic, hurriedly hiding Chen Fan under the blanket, stammering, no. Nothing. I might have had a nightmare. But Chen Fan, hidden under the blanket, was still restless, continuing his movements. Mum. Xiaobai couldn't help but moan again, her face burning with embarrassment. Wu Lan shook her dizzy head, sat up, and looked at Xiaobai in confusion. Xiaobai, why is your face so red, and you're panting, are you not feeling well? No, really, nothing's wrong. Xiaobai bit her lip tightly, feeling both embarrassed and anxious, afraid Wu Lan would discover Chen Fan under the blanket. Wu Lan saw her flustered expression, and since her head was still spinning, she didn't think much of it. She assumed Xiaobai had really had a nightmare and just lay back down to sleep. Only then did Xiaobai breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were both on the same bed, and the blanket was big enough that Wu Lan hadn't discovered anything. Otherwise, it would have been over. After a moment, Chen Fan emerged from the blanket, looked at Xiaobai's flushed face and rapid breathing, and smiled slyly. Wasn't it fun? You bad guy. Xiaobai glared at him, her eyes full of shyness and affection. Chen Fan adjusted his clothes and said to Xiaobai, next time, I'll take better care of you. I'm going out to keep watch now. With that, he tiptoed out of the tent. As soon as he stepped outside, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Successful union, the other party is now pregnant. Congratulations, host's strength has increased to silver rank 9. The host will receive a 1:1 strength boost from the fetus and the mother. Congratulations, the host has gained the skill, hypnosis, invisibility. Various basic skills have been obtained. Congratulations, the host has received S-rank talent, September Cat Demon. This talent will permanently grant cat ears, enhance physical flexibility, and improve martial arts talent. Chen Fan's face changed instantly as he read the last talent description, permanently having cat ears? Are you kidding me? This is such a useless talent. The host may choose to have other talents devour this one. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. So it turns out I can devour like this. If I had to go out with a pair of cat ears, that would be way too damn embarrassing. He immediately thought to himself, let the SS level Divine Flame Holy Body devour the talent of the September Cat Demon. Okay, talent devouring has been completed. SS level Divine Flame Holy Body. SS level Divine Flame Holy Body, slightly increased basic attributes after devouring S level talent. Chen Fan couldn't help but pout. I thought I could advance to SSS level, but it seems I was overthinking it. However, a slight attribute increase is still good, better than nothing. The next morning, Wulan woke up from her dream, rubbing her still somewhat dizzy head, mumbling, why is my head so dizzy, did I not sleep well last night? Beside her, Xiaobai's face was flushed, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at Wulan, afraid of being discovered about last night's events. Wulan sniffed, suddenly frowning, what's that smell? She followed the scent and her gaze landed on Xiaobai, saying with a puzzled expression, Xiaobai, why do you smell so strange? I don't know, maybe it's because I haven't showered in a while. But yesterday you smelled nice. Wulan looked at her suspiciously, did you do something behind my back? Absolutely not. Xiaobai waved her hands in panic. It might be that my sweat glands are quite developed, and it felt a bit hot last night, that's why. Chapter 11, Xuan Xuan. Hearing this, Wulan looked at Xiaobai with a mix of belief and doubt, is that so? Xiaobai quickly nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with panic. Well then, you should hurry to the creek and wash yourself. This smell is too strange. Wulan waved her hand, her tone carrying a hint of disgust. Okay. I'll go right away. Xiaobai felt relieved, hurriedly turning to run toward the creek. Wulan watched her back as she left, shaking her head, and then walked outside the tent, her gaze settling on Chen Fan, who was on guard. Now that it's morning and there's no danger outside, you can leave. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and said, I also want to go to the goblin world, it wouldn't matter for you to take me along, would it? Get lost. Hurry up and get out of here. Wulan's expression darkened, a hint of killing intent flashing in her eyes, just looking at you makes me angry, if you don't leave, I'll kill you directly. Alright, I won't follow you. Chen Fan didn't argue further and instead said, then can you tell me how to get to the goblin world? That would be fine, right? Since he had already secured Xiaobai, the task was complete, and there was no urgent rush for the nine-tailed fox, it would be good to check on the world passage first. Wulan saw he was no longer pestering her and hesitated for a moment before saying, I can give you a navigation map, but if you die inside, don't blame me, and don't show up in front of us again. No problem. Chen Fan readily agreed. Wulan immediately took out a black panel that resembled a phone and said, this is the navigator, input the destination, and you can find the location of the world passage. You can go by yourself. Chen Fan took the navigator, thanked her, and turned to head into the depths of the forest. Once Chen Fan's figure completely disappeared, Wulan let out a sigh of relief, mumbling to herself, finally got rid of this trouble, Xiaobai shouldn't have romantic thoughts anymore. Not long after, Xiaobai returned from her bath, a faint mist of water on her body and her hair still wet. She looked around and not seeing Chen Fan, couldn't help but ask, Xiaolan, where did Chen Fan go? He has already left. Wulan replied. We agreed yesterday that he would stay for one night and leave, and you also saw it, he's just a shallow man, and his attitude toward you yesterday was all an act, turning around to want to attack me. Someone like him isn't worth your thoughts. Xiaobai lowered her head, a hint of disappointment swelling in her heart as she sighed softly, I see. Alright, stop thinking about him. Wulan patted her shoulder, her tone firm. There isn't a good man among them. We still have to rely on our own efforts to become stronger, only strength is the most reliable. Xiaobai nodded, saying nothing, but happy images of being with Chen Fan last night kept flashing in his mind, and he was already deeply fascinated by that feeling. Chen Fan followed the navigator's guidance, rushing towards the direction of the world passage, silently muttering to himself. It's a pity that Wulan didn't release the nine-tailed fox, otherwise, we could have rushed directly to the gold level this time. But after thinking for a moment, he felt relieved. Even if I reach the gold level now, I might not be able to enter the goblin world, it's better to accumulate some resources first and see if I can encounter another high-quality humanoid beast. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. What if I capture females from various races to have babies? Would that also enhance my strength? But soon, he shook his head, denying this thought. Forget it, the qualifications of low-level world races are probably not great, and the enhancement effect would definitely be limited. After hesitating for a moment, he still asked the system in his mind. System, if I capture a bunch of C-level qualified female beings to have babies, will the strength enhancement be obvious? Females with A-level and above qualifications will significantly enhance the host's strength. Those below A-level, with the host's current silver level 9 strength, can at most raise one small realm, or even possibly have no effect. Just as I thought. Chen Fan understood. Looks like I can only seek high qualifications, like geniuses among various races, such as gods and demons or angels. After all, various races are irreconcilable with humans. What I do can also indirectly increase the combat power of humans, so I don't feel guilty. With a plan in mind, Chen Fan quickened his pace. On the way, he encountered many wild beasts, all of which he easily killed, and he did not face any real danger. According to the navigation display, he would reach the entrance of the world passage in half a day's time. But just as Chen Fan was speeding up, a figure suddenly leaped down from the nearby tree and landed steadily in front of him, blocking his path. Chen Fan looked at the unfamiliar middle-aged man in front of him, frowning slightly. "Excuse me, what do you want?" Wang Feng revealed a sinister smile, his eyes fixed on Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, I've finally found you. You were always with Wulan before, so I had no chance to make a move. Now that you are alone, let's see who can save you. This is your death day." Chen Fan looked at him in confusion, genuinely unable to remember when he had offended such a person. He thought carefully, and the only person who hated him deeply was Wang Yin. "Did Wang Yin send you here?" Chen Fan asked. "Stop talking nonsense, just die." Wang Feng snorted coldly, clearly not wanting to waste more words, and lunged at Chen Fan with a swift movement, his claws flashing with cold light, evidently having practiced some claw technique. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. Sensing that the opponent was only at silver level 5 or 6, he knew he posed no threat. He did not intend to hold back, directly channeling the divine firepower within him, and shouted, "Crimson Flame Vermilion Bird!" Boom! A giant illusion of a vermilion bird suddenly appeared behind Chen Fan, engulfed in blazing flames. Letting out a sharp cry, it charged towards Wang Feng. The intense flames instantly swept through the surrounding air, and Wang Feng felt a deadly threat, his face changing dramatically as he exclaimed. "Aren't you at bronze level? How can you have such a strong attack skill? Who told you I was at bronze level?" Chen Fan sneered. "If you want to blame someone, blame Wang Yin, he's the one who got you killed." Before his words even finished, the vermilion bird illusion had already reached Wang Feng, the flames instantly consuming him. "No!" Wang Feng let out a shrill scream, having no chance to resist as the flames turned him to ashes, dead beyond any recovery. After dealing with Wang Feng, Chen Fan suddenly felt a wave of intense weakness wash over him. It felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained, and his face turned a bit pale. The backlash from this big move is really intense. Chen Fan leaned against a nearby tree, panting heavily, silently thinking to himself. It seems I can't casually use big moves in the future, they consume too much energy. He glanced at the ashes on the ground and curled his lip. I guess this guy's strength isn't that impressive, or else he wouldn't have been so easily dealt with by me. At that moment, a large eagle, weak and gasping, suddenly fell from the sky, landing on the ground and convulsing a few times before lying still. This should be its beast, right? It died because its master is dead and suffered a backlash? Chen Fan asked with some curiosity. Not all beasts will die with their masters. Beasts with no self-awareness or of lower tier will die from a strong backlash after their master dies, while those with independent intelligence, if under an equal contract, will only suffer a minor backlash and won't die. Additionally, if the beast is pregnant with the host's offspring, even if the original master dies, the beast will not suffer any backlash. So it's like this. Chen Fan suddenly understood, no longer paying attention to the dead eagle on the ground, and continued making his way toward the world passage. After a few more hours of travel, Chen Fan finally arrived at the entrance of the Goblin World Passage. At the entrance, many beastmasters had gathered, mostly in groups of 3 or 5, preparing to enter the world passage to hunt goblins and gather resources. Chen Fan scanned the crowd and quickly locked onto his target, a humanoid beast. The beast had long, ice-blue hair, skin as white as snow, a curvy figure, and very little fabric covering its body. Chen Fan licked his lips. This one is quite hot. Though his voice was not loud, it was still heard by the ice-blue-haired beast in the quiet crowd. "Disgusting male, how dare you provoke me?" The beast's expression turned cold, a hint of murderous intent flashing in its eyes as it immediately conjured an ice spear and hurled it fiercely at Chen Fan. Chen Fan was unbothered. He raised his hand to throw a blazing fireball. The fireball collided with the ice spear in mid-air, instantly melting it into water, and continued to surge toward the beast to attack. "You've got quite the temper." Chen Fan's lips curled into a playful smile. "Perfect, let's test if the King of Beasts' ability works on you." The beast's brows furrowed slightly as it felt the scorching heat of the fireball. Cold energy erupted from within it, colliding with the incoming fireball, producing a large amount of steam. Completely provoked by Chen Fan's continuous taunts, the beast's expression hardened. It conjured a longer ice spear and rushed towards Chen Fan personally, moving as fast as lightning. The surrounding beastmasters began to murmur. This guy is simply seeking death. How dare he provoke Shen Li's beast, Xian Shuang? Xian Shuang is an SS-level ice-type beast, extremely powerful, and like Shen Li, is known for its notorious temper. Those who offend her never end well. This kid probably doesn't know how powerful Xian Shuang is, just wait to be frozen solid. At this moment, a woman in blue armor stepped forward and called out to Xian Shuang, who was rushing out. Xian Shuang, don't kill him, just teach this reckless guy a lesson. It was indeed Xian Shuang's master, Shen Li. Chen Fan smiled slightly, neither resisting nor counterattacking, but secretly activated the ability of the King of Beasts. Xian Shuang, who had initially looked at Chen Fan with disgust and a cold gaze, suddenly had her pupils shrink. A strange feeling surged in her heart, wiping away all disgust, replaced by an uncontrollable liking. The ice spear, about to stab in front of Chen Fan, abruptly halted. Xian Shuang grasped the spear's shaft, her body trembling slightly, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Chen Fan took the opportunity to grab the ice spear and gently pulled Xian Shuang into his arms. Suddenly, he raised his hand to hold her waist, lifting her hips, and brought his palm down with a slap. Try being fierce again. Not only did I watch, but I also hit you. Do you have any objections? Xian Shuang's body stiffened, her mind completely blank. She should have been angry and resisted, but after he hit her, she inexplicably felt it was a kind of reward, her body too weak to muster the strength to fight back. There was even a hint of unusual pleasure. Say it. I was wrong. Chen Fan slapped again, his strength neither heavy nor light. I was wrong. How Xian Shuang's cheeks were so red they almost dripped blood, her voice carrying a hint of complaint and submission. Where did you go wrong? I shouldn't have been fierce to my master. The beastmasters around them watched the scene, all dumbfounded, whispering back and forth. Is this really the Xian Shuang from Shen Li? I remember she used to look at men like she wanted to pierce their eyes. Why is she not resisting now after getting hit? It's so strange. Xian Shuang is known for her pure and clean nature, hating males. Why is she suddenly so submissive to this guy? No kidding, Xian Shuang's flushed face has a certain charm, especially her bouncing butt. I almost want to go touch it. Some people just talking weren't enough, they actually thought Xian Shuang had naturally become lewd and wanted to take advantage. But Xian Shuang's eyes turned cold, instantly creating a thick ice wall in front of them, her chilling aura making them hurriedly retreat. Get lost. Xian Shuang's voice was still icy, but her gaze towards Chen Fan was filled with tenderness. What on earth is happening? She only submits to this guy? What has this guy done? The crowd was even more puzzled. Shen Li finally reacted from her shock, shaking with anger, raising her hand to form an ice spear, pointing it at Chen Fan and shouting, "Bastard! Let Xian Shuang go!" Chen Fan held Xian Shuang's waist, leaning close to her ear and saying softly, "Xian Shuang, you tell me, do you want to stay by my side, or go back to her?" Xian Shuang knew in her heart that she should have killed this lecherous guy, but her body was very honest. She couldn't resist the temptation of Chen Fan, hesitating as she said, I. Xian Shuang. Hurry and come here. Shen Li shouted anxiously, men think with their lower bodies. He just wants to tarnish your purity, you must not fall for it. But Xian Shuang felt that if she could do that with Chen Fan, it might be an incredibly wonderful thing. She bit her lip and said to Shen Li, Xiao Li, I want to stay by his side for now. I don't know why, but his attraction to me is just too strong. I can't control myself. I feel very happy with him. You're simply unreasonable. Shen Li was so angry she directly aimed her spear at Chen Fan. Damn bastard, what have you done to Xian Shuang? Chen Fan simply hid behind Xian Shuang, poking his head out and said, I haven't done anything. It's her own willingness. Xian Shuang instinctively blocked in front of Chen Fan, bravely taking Shen Li's attack and advised her, Xiao Li, stop hitting. I really cannot refuse him. Wait for me, after I experience that feeling with him, I will come back to you. No. Absolutely not. Shen Li was almost crying with anxiety. This guy looks like a scumbag. If you go with him, you will definitely be deceived. If you have needs, I can buy you the best tools, definitely more comfortable than this bastard. It's not the same. Xian Shuang said with a flushed face while defending against Shen Li's attacks. Xiao Li, that feeling can't be given by tools. Wait for me for a few days, okay? What if he runs away with you? Shen Li's tears finally couldn't be held back, her voice carrying a sob. Xian Shuang, we've been together for so long. Don't you know how much I care about you? You are my beast, my partner. What will I do if you leave? She turned to Chen Fan, angrily shouting, You shameless bastard. Don't steal my beast. You are so shameless. Chen Fan looked at the tearful Shen Li and muttered to himself, She seems older than me, why is she still crying like a baby? He really didn't want to get entangled with a sobbing woman, so he pushed Chen Shuang. Alright, you go back with her. But... Chen Shuang looked at Chen Fan reluctantly, her eyes filled with longing. Chen Fan leaned closer to her ear and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Later I'll find a chance to satisfy you, you little temptress." Saying this, he gave Chen Shuang a slap on her backside. Chen Shuang's cheeks flushed, her body slightly trembled, but in the end, she turned around and went back to Shen Li's side. "Little Li, stop crying," Chen Shuang gently patted Shen Li's back. Shen Li immediately hugged her tightly, as if afraid she would run away, choking back her tears and said, "You are my beast, you absolutely cannot run away with others, understand? I really don't know what to do without you." Chen Shuang stroked her head and softly said, "I know you're good to me, but I do like him a bit, but don't worry, I will still stay by your side." He must be using some evil tricks. Shen Li gritted her teeth while glaring at Chen Fan. "This scumbag isn't worth your affection, he must have seduced many beasts, so don't get fooled by him." Chen Fan laughed silently in his heart, this woman actually guessed quite accurately. But he was too lazy to explain. Anyway, the goal had been achieved. Chen Shuang had already fallen deeply for him, and he would have plenty of opportunities later. Chen Shuang didn't care if Chen Fan was a scumbag, she even thought there was nothing wrong with it. She just didn't want Shen Li to get angry, so she followed her words. "I understand, I will keep my distance from him from now on." "That's more like it." Shen Li smiled through her tears, tightly holding Chen Shuang's hand. At this moment, Wu Lan and Xiaobai also arrived, having witnessed the previous events clearly. Xiaobai spotted Chen Fan and her eyes instantly lit up. She immediately rushed forward to hug him, only to be forcefully held back by Wu Lan. "You can't go over." Wu Lan's face darkened. "Did you forget he's a scumbag? Just now, he was all over another beast, and before that, he groped me all over. A person like him would never take responsibility." Xiaobai silently thought, as long as the master is here, even if I got pregnant, the master can just take care of it. But she didn't dare to say this out loud, fearing Wu Lan would clash with Chen Fan again and cause trouble for him. She secretly thought, "I'll find a chance later, when Xiaolan is sound asleep, to sneak in and see Chen Fan again." At that moment, a chubby young man approached, looking at Chen Fan with admiration. "Bro, you are incredible. How did you do that just now? Can you teach me? If I can win over my goddess's beast, she'll agree to be with me. Just tell me the method, and I'll provide all the resources you need to reach golden level." The surrounding beastmasters perked up at this, their eyes full of curiosity. Human-shaped beasts were all beautiful. If they could win over one like this, not only would it deepen affection, those without beasts could even directly poach from others. Chapter 13, The Poor Come to Play. "You're annoying me." Chen Fan looked at the chubby boy with a smirk. "It might be personal charm, even though I'm not a beastmaster, all beasts strangely like me. It's hard to explain. My dad is a powerhouse in the heavenly radiance realm." The chubby boy gritted his teeth, throwing out a heavy card. "As long as you tell me the trick, I can give you massive resources. If you have talent, reaching diamond level won't be a problem. This is a chance many crave." Chen Fan patted his shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "You might as well give up, things like these depend on modeling. If your looks aren't good, no matter how much you say, it's all in vain. For example, like this." In fact, he had already noticed the arrival of Xiaobai and Wu Lan, and before he finished speaking, he walked straight to Xiaobai's side. He hugged her from behind and gently blew in her ear. Chen Fan's Xiaobai's cheeks instantly turned bright red, her whole body went soft, and she collapsed in Chen Fan's arms, her voice tinged with a hint of a spoiled tone. "See, being handsome lets you do whatever you want." Chen Fan shrugged and looked at the chubby boy. "Even if I tell you the trick, you won't be able to learn it. Chen Fan, go die." Wu Lan said, shaking with anger, drawing out a knife from her waist and slicing it towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan hurriedly dodged to the side, but Wu Lan was relentless, her eyes fixed on him, determined to tear him apart. "Wu Lan, you can't blame me," Chen Fan said while dodging. "Your beast likes me, you should respect her choice. You scumbag. You must have used some despicable trick to deceive Xiaobai." Wu Lan shouted furiously, "Today, I will definitely chop off your third leg." With Chen Fan's current strength at the silver 9th rank, defeating Wu Lan would be easy, but he didn't want to do that. Instead, he shouted to Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, your husband is going to be killed by your master, hurry and protect me." Upon hearing husband, Xiaobai immediately stood in front of Chen Fan. "Xiaolan, don't blame Chen Fan, I willingly like him. If you hurt him, I will feel heartbroken." Chen Fan hid behind Xiaobai and gave Wu Lan a mysterious smile. At that moment, Shen Shuang also quickly walked over, standing on Chen Fan's other side, looking coldly at Wu Lan and saying, "If you dare to touch him, I will fight you." Wu Lan looked at the two beasts standing in front of Chen Fan, shaking with anger. But she was helpless. If she fell out with Chen Fan over her beast, the loss would be too great. She clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh, and could only grit her teeth and curse, "Damned bastard. Chen Fan, you scumbag. I like your way of looking at me with disdain but being unable to take me down. Chen Fan said with a sneer, his tone annoyingly provocative. The chubby boy watched the scene and instantly understood Chen Fan definitely had some special ability, a skill that couldn't be learned, and he could only watch with envy. The surrounding beast tamers also showed jealous expressions, as these humanoid beasts were all delicately beautiful. It was hard to distinguish them from real people, making it truly enviable that they could be so devoted to him. Chen Fan, this time I will let you go. Wulan took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. You are not allowed to appear in front of me in Xiaobai again, or I will definitely not spare you. I won't appear in front of you. Chen Fan's tone shifted, looking ambiguously at Xiaobai. But if Xiaobai takes the initiative to find me, then I can't help it. I can see that Xiaobai actually enjoys that feeling. Xiaobai's cheeks instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, shyly lowering her head. Wulan looked at Xiaobai's expression and could only say to her, Xiaobai, come back. Xiaobai reluctantly glanced at Chen Fan, and Chen Fan nodded at her. You should go back, we will have the opportunity to meet again. Xiaobai then obediently returned to Wulan's side, and Wulan secretly calculated in her heart, I must quickly brainwash Xiaobai. If this continues, she will be taken away by Chen Fan sooner or later. Xinli also glared angrily at Chen Fan, pulling Xian Shuang away, fearing that Xian Shuang would be tempted by Chen Fan again. The people around continued to discuss. This kid is just too enviable, all the beasts are crazy about him. Who says otherwise? If I had this kind of ability, I could laugh in my dreams. At that moment, a shifty-eyed and vulgar man approached, undeterred, and said to Chen Fan, Brother, I really can't learn this ability from you. How about this? Next time you handle them, take me along, and I will give you 2 bags of blood chi powder useful for silver ranked. Worth over 200,000, what do you think? You poor thing, get lost, eating dirt. With your 200,000, I could kill a silver-level beast easily. You. Listening to this, the other person's face turned ashen. You're just relying on your looks to seduce beasts, believe it or not, when we go in, I'll be the first to kill you. Hearing this, Chen Fan coldly snorted. Waste? Then let's see. As Chen Fan spoke, he reached out and grabbed the other person's neck. He forcefully lifted the other person up. The other person's expression changed, and immediately grabbed Chen Fan's wrist. Dare to take the first step? Then I'll kill you today, let's see what secrets you really have. Come out. With a wave of spatial energy, 2 hawk beasts appeared behind him, screeching as they charged at Chen Fan. Silver 3rd level, daring to provoke me? Chen Fan sneered, rain of arrows. In an instant, countless flaming red arrows formed before him, densely shooting towards the 2 hawk beasts. The 2 hawk beasts, in the midst of their charge, had no way to dodge, and were instantly pierced by the fire arrows, falling to the ground, twitching a few times before dying. At the moment the beasts died, the creepy man faced a strong backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? My beast is a 3rd tier, how could you kill it in one hit? Nothing is impossible. Chen Fan smiled coldly. Did you not say that I was a waste hiding behind my beasts? Today I'll show you who the real waste is. With that, Chen Fan twisted his wrist. Snap. The creepy man's neck was brutally twisted, his eyes wide open, dying without closing. The people around watched the scene, and those who originally had bad intentions all stepped back, no longer daring to provoke him. Chen Fan not only made the beasts loyal, but his own strength was also so formidable, he was a tough opponent. Wulan stared wide-eyed, shocked in her heart. I thought he was only at the silver initial stage, but his strength is no less than silver high stage. And the fire element on him is so dense, could it be that he has a talent for attribute martial arts, or is it the beasts providing for him? One should know that as long as 1st and 2nd level beasts' favorability towards their master reaches 100%, the beast's strength and talent will be given back to their master 1-to-1. Wulan speculated that Chen Fan might have contracted a top-tier beast, and even the ability to attract beasts was brought by the beast itself. Chen Fan glanced at the people around and said in a flat tone, If you want to catch a humanoid beast, feel free to try and catch me to threaten the beasts, I actually feel a bit bored and could use some fun. His eyes were icy, carrying an invisible oppressive force, and the people around all retreated, not daring to speak again. Chapter 14 Little Days. No one dared to provoke Chen Fan easily again, keeping their distance from him. In the dark, several golden-level strongmen were quietly escorting their talented disciples over. Seeing Chen Fan's performance, they began to whisper. Brotherly, this kid is a bit special, he might be hiding some secret, should we just capture him? A woman named Wang Yun's eyes flashed with greed. Li Sun shook his head, his tone serious. Little sister, don't act impulsively. There are not only us escorting talents around here, there's also that golden high tier from the Shin family. Xin Li's beast was attracted by this kid, once we take action, the Shin family might intervene. He paused, then continued. It's better to wait until this kid acts alone before we take him down. Maybe we can find a method for the beasts to sign a slave contract on him, then not only will the return rate be higher, but we will be able to control the beasts at will. Wang Yun's eyes lit up, revealing a sinister smile. Brotherly is right. I take good care of my beast. The results have become quite rebellious. When I completely enslave them, not only will I train them well, but I will also let you, brotherly, have some fun with them. I hope you will take care of them in the future. Don't worry, since you call me brother, I will definitely take good care of you. Li Sun laughed heartily, a hint of lewdness flashing in his eyes. He had long desired Wang Yun's monster taming abilities, but the previous monsters were too stubborn, using force would only bring backlash. Now that an opportunity had arisen, he naturally would not let it slip away. After waiting for about half an hour, more and more warriors gathered at the entrance of the world passage. Suddenly, the passage to the goblin world emitted a wave of red light, and a scarlet moon shadow appeared deep within the passage. This was a sign of the red moon's arrival, indicating that the one-way passage to the goblin world was officially opened. The passage is open. Charge in. Everyone rushed excitedly towards the passage, as not only were there massive resources inside, but also many low-tier races like humans and elves. As long as they looked good, they could do whatever they wanted, no one would pass up this rare opportunity. Chen Fan entered the passage at a leisurely pace, following behind the crowd. As soon as he stepped into the goblin world, he noticed that the moon in the sky had turned pure scarlet, casting an eerie light over the land. This world's main resources are spatial rings and skill books. Skill books allow direct learning of corresponding skills, and there are the 10,000 races fruits which once eaten enable one to understand all languages of the races. Chen Fan recalled the introduction to this world. However, once reaching the gold level, just hearing the other party speak a few words allows one to quickly grasp the other's language, so there's no need to rush for the 10,000 races fruits. Spatial rings, skill books, and 10,000 races fruits would sell for good prices back home, just what he needed to solve his money problem. Moreover, killing creatures here would also gain experience to improve his strength, but Chen Fan was not interested in killing civilians. Goblins, on the other hand, were fair game to try. For him, the fastest way to increase his power was still by combining with high-quality tamed beasts. Fighting and killing were just secondary. Watching nearby human warriors directly attack creatures, and energy surged into their bodies. Chen Fan paid them little mind and headed deeper, preparing to search for the resources he needed. However, which direction to go became a problem. If he rashly invaded a goblin city, he would not fare well given his current strength. After all, there were gold and even diamond level beings in this world, but due to the restrictions of cross-world invasion, only those below gold level could enter. However, breaking through to gold level here should be allowed. If I could break through to gold level, I'd have a fighting chance against those lurking enemies. Chen Fan thought to himself, a hint of regret washing over him. Unfortunately, I don't know where Xinli went, otherwise, I could find an opportunity to take down Xian Shuang. Helplessly, he could only go along with the journey. After walking for about an hour, Chen Fan suddenly came upon a small village, seeing from a distance a group of humans dressed similarly to Earth fashion. They were rampantly killing in the village, even taking pleasure in the slaughter. A pregnant woman was captured by them, suffering brutal treatment, her face filled with tears of despair. Chen Fan frowned. Although races were hostile to each other, these civilians would not provide much experience at all. Generally, sentient beings wouldn't attack them unless they were lesser than beasts. Indeed, every place has these disgraceful scum. Chen Fan muttered to himself, intending to not get involved, as both sides belonged to different races, and he had no need to offend his own kind for the sake of foreign civilians. He avoided their line of sight, preparing to pass by them. But just then, a man holding a samurai sword suddenly blocked his path. He roared. "Stop right there!" Chen Fan couldn't be bothered, turned around, and continued walking forward. "You bastard!" The man cursed angrily, raising his samurai sword and swinging it at Chen Fan's back. "So you're one of those little days living well." Chen Fan instantly understood, his heart enlightened. No wonder he's so twisted. I didn't expect there to be a path to this world from Little Days besides the Dragon Kingdom. Since it was a deliberate provocation from Little Days, killing him was no injustice. Chen Fan lightly snapped his fingers, and suddenly a pillar of blazing fire erupted beneath the man, engulfing him in an instant, burning him to ashes. The other Little Days, seeing their companion killed, all roared "You bastard" and rushed at Chen Fan with their weapons. Chen Fan's gaze turned cold. He instantly grasped a set of moves to deal with them. He picked up the samurai sword dropped by the corpse on the ground, fire elements surged into the blade, and the sword ignited with raging flames. Breath of Fire Shape 1 Luminous Plum. Chen Fan was as fast as lightning, swiftly beheading the 4 rushing Little Days in a clean and neat manner. He tidied his hairstyle and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Cool. Among this group of Little Days, only the one who just led was of silver rank, the rest were all bronze rank. Their strength was trivial. Moreover, after slaying them, Chen Fan felt several bursts of energy surging into his body, and his strength actually had a slight increase. I didn't expect killing Little Days could raise my strength. It's quite a pleasant surprise. Chen Fan mused quietly, then felt a bit puzzled, but this luminous plum seems like a move from water breathing? Whatever, it doesn't matter. He casually tossed aside the samurai sword and began to search the corpses of the little days, eventually finding something like a scanner on the lead man's body. When opened, the scanner emitted a gibberish sound. Chen Fan couldn't understand it at all, but the screen lit up with many white dots, black dots, red dots, and purple dots. Not far from him, there was exactly one white. This was the pregnant woman he had just seen, her face filled with terror, clutching her stomach. So this is an instrument for detecting nearby biological strengths. Chen Fan instantly understood, roughly judging based on color. White dots were black iron level, black dots were bronze level, red dots were silver level, and purple dots were likely golden level. To verify his guess, Chen Fan walked toward a red dot marked on the screen. Upon reaching the destination, he indeed saw a burly goblin pinning down a woman who looked like a local or an elf, violating her with impunity. Chen Fan's eyes turned cold, and he conjured a fiery sword with a wave of his hand, stabbing it unhesitatingly at the goblin. The goblin sensed the danger and hurriedly turned to block, but the speed of the fiery sword was too fast, piercing right through its chest, blood bursting out instantaneously. The goblin struggled for a minute but ultimately collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The rescued woman quickly knelt on the ground, chattering away at Chen Fan. Though he couldn't understand, he could roughly guess she was thanking him. He didn't pay her much mind, turning to leave. What was most important now was to use that scanner to find the goblin lair and gather resources. With this thing, I can figure out the strength distribution in the lair. I might even find the million races fruit or a space ring. Chen Fan contemplated, turning on the scanner to begin his search. Half a day passed, and he finally pinpointed a fairly large goblin lair. According to the device, there were 10 silver-ranked goblins, over 50 bronze-ranked, and countless black iron-ranked scraps. With this configuration, I can fight. Chen Fan hesitated no more. He raised his hand towards the lair and lowly shouted, "Fireball!" A blazing fireball gathered in the palm of his hand, constantly expanding, eventually turning into a giant fireball several dozen meters wide. This move is a group attack, which can only cause slight damage to goblins above silver level, but is more than enough to deal with those low-level foot soldiers. Boom! The giant fireball fell violently, instantly engulfing the entire outer nest. The scorching heat wave turned many black iron and bronze level goblins into charred remains, and the survivors either scattered in panic or charged toward Chen Fan with screams. The commotion in the nest also successfully lured out the goblin leader and the remaining silver level goblins. Chen Fan slowly stepped out from his hiding place, facing the charging goblin army with an expressionless gaze. He raised his hand and waved, causing countless flaming arrows to appear out of thin air. Rain of arrows. The arrows shot toward the goblins like rain, and in the blink of an eye, several silver-level goblins fell dead. Chen Fan specially left the largest goblin leader alive, not using a long-range attack to kill it, but rather slowly moving forward to condense the flames into a long spear. The goblin leader snarled and lunged. Chen Fan sidestepped and thrust the fire spear into its chest, killing it in one strike. After dealing with all the goblins, Chen Fan felt a surge of energy rushing into his body, noticeably enhancing his strength, but there was still a considerable gap before breaking into golden level. It seems these guys are still too weak. To break into golden level, I either need to kill a golden level monster or slaughter tens of silver level 9th tiers. It's too troublesome. Chen Fan thought to himself, I still need to find a way to capture Xian Shuang. He collected his thoughts and walked deeper into the nest. Inside the nest were several caverns, and as Chen Fan entered the first cavern, he instantly frowned. Dozens of naked women were imprisoned inside, their eyes dull and lifeless, and many were visibly pregnant, clearly captured by the goblins. Upon seeing Chen Fan, they showed no emotional reaction, as if they had already lost all hope. Only one woman, who was as beautiful as Xinli, had a hint of brightness in her eyes. Struggling to crawl over, it was as if she had grasped the last straw of hope, babbling something toward Chen Fan. Although Chen Fan could not understand, he had to admit that this woman's figure was incredibly alluring, but the bulge of her pregnant belly clearly indicated she was carrying a goblin's child. What are you saying? Chen Fan asked. The woman did not understand his words. She looked up at the red moon in the sky, her eyes trembled slightly, then she grabbed Chen Fan's hand, signaling him to follow her. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, but feeling that the other party posed no significant threat, he followed her to another cavern. This cavern was filled with various odds and ends collected by the goblins, clearly their storage room. The woman rummaged through the junk for a long time, finally pulling out a fist-sized nut and handing it to Chen Fan, babbling a few more words and making a neat gesture. What is this? Chen Fan asked internally to the system. Item identification, multicultural fruit. Effect, after consumption, can understand all the languages of various races. Note, non-toxic and harmless. I didn't expect this to be the multicultural fruit, it's actually in the form of a nut. Chen Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately consumed the multicultural fruit without hesitation. The woman watched him finish eating, visibly relieving a breath, and after the fruit had been digested a bit, she finally spoke. Sir, my name is Gulia, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have lived a lifetime in torment. Her voice was filled with sobs, and tears could not help but fall. The pain of being violated by goblins every day is truly worse than death, especially now that I am pregnant with their child. It's just a small effort, Chen Fan said nonchalantly. Sir, I recognize all these items. Gulia wiped her tears, pointing at the clutter in the cavern. If you are looking for any treasures, I can help you filter them and explain their uses. I was originally a nun from Gyazin, responsible for healing and identifying treasures. She paused and added, by the way, my lord, do you have a storage treasure? Here is a storage ring that can hold everything. Please help me find it, Chen Fan said. Gulia quickly nodded, rummaging through the pile of clutter for a moment, then took out a black ring covered in cracks, explaining the usage in detail. Following her guidance, Chen Fan moved his mind, instantly storing all the things in the cave into the ring. Thank you, Chen Fan said. My lord, you don't need to be polite, this is what I should do, Gulia replied. Gulia hesitated for a moment, her eyes holding a hint of pleading. I just wonder if you could help me with one thing? Chen Fan had already guessed she had ulterior motives, saying, just say it. My lord, I know you come from another world, and you are powerful. Gulia gathered her courage and said. I wonder if you can take us back to Gyazin and guard us there? As long as you are willing, my twin sister and I are willing to serve you, and we can make sure you enjoy a noble-like life. She feared Chen Fan would refuse and hurriedly added. If you are bothered by my pregnancy, my sister's figure and appearance are just like mine, and she is still pure. As long as we have a powerful protector like you, we won't become the prey of goblins or other invaders anymore. To take you back is possible, just as a reward for helping me find my things. Chen Fan shook his head, but I'm not interested in guarding Gyazin. Gulia's eyes instantly dimmed, and she sighed. I'm sorry, my lord, I asked for too much. I'm just afraid that what happened to me today will happen to my sister in the future. That has nothing to do with me, Chen Fan said in a flat tone. He put away the storage ring and said. Take those women and follow me, but I can't guarantee what dangers we will face on the way or how many will die. Yes. I will go get them some clothes right away. Gulia responded eagerly, turning to get the clothes. But at that moment, she suddenly held her stomach, her face showing a look of pain, and cried out, ah. Chapter 16, The Crisis of Shinli. Gulia trembled in pain, quickly sitting down, sweat covering her forehead. Chen Fan looked at her in agony and frowned, asking, what happened? It's time to give birth. Gulia gritted her teeth, her voice intermittent. Do you need me to find someone to help you? Chen Fan asked. No need. I can do it myself, Gulia shook her head, gripping the ground tightly with both hands. Chen Fan didn't say more, turning his gaze aside, but a question rose in his heart, speaking to the system. If goblins and any creatures reproduce, their offspring will all be goblins, then what will happen if I reproduce with a beast? Will the offspring also be human? That's right, host, breeding with any female of any race will yield human offspring, and their talents will be one level higher than the breeding side. Chen Fan stroked his chin, muttering to himself, so that's it, that means my ability to disregard race is quite similar to that of goblins. Hearing Gulia's pained moans beside him, shortly after, several immature chirping sounds emerged. Chen Fan turned to look and saw 5 goblin babies the size of a palm crawling out, their appearances utterly grotesque and covered in mucus. They seemed to have consciousness, wriggling towards Gulia's chest, wanting to suckle. Gulia took a breath, looking at the crawling goblin babies with extreme disgust in her eyes. She suddenly grabbed one and smashed it to the ground, then kicked it again to ensure it was completely dead. The other goblin babies, scared, scattered and fled, but the furious Gulia gave them no chance to live, chasing after them one by one and stomping heavily. Eat. Crack. The sound of bones shattering rang out repeatedly. Gulia's action showed no hesitation. Though they were all born from her, thinking of the torment she had suffered made her grit her teeth in hatred. Even a baby could not evoke half an ounce of pity from her. After stepping on the last goblin baby, Gulia squatted down and could not help but cry out loud, woo-woo. Even though these goblins deserved to die, personally killing her own children still brought her great psychological shock. Chen Fan silently watched all of this, saying nothing, simply waiting for her to calm down. When Gulia had cried enough, she wiped her tears, stood up, and said, Lord, forgive me for causing you to laugh, I will go get clothes right away. She found a few relatively intact pieces of clothing in the cave, put them on herself, and then distributed some to the other imprisoned women. Once everyone was dressed appropriately, Gulia gathered them together, closed her eyes, put her hands together, and began to chant an obscure incantation. Oh, God, please listen to the call of your believer Gulia, grant me strength. As her words fell, a flash of white light appeared, and a giant eagle emerged from the void. Feeling it, Chen Fan realized that the giant eagle was only of bronze-level strength. It was evidently just a means of transportation and had no combat power. On the way, I will trouble you, Lord, to deal with any dangers we encounter, Gulia said with a bow to Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded, his tone flat. I will take action if I can handle it, if not, I'll leave first. Thank you, Lord. Gulia had no objections. After all, Chen Fan was willing to send them back, which was already very kind of him. On the journey, the sight of the giant eagle indeed caught the attention of many humans and other races. They launched attacks against them, but these people's strength reached at most silver level 5, and they were no match for Chen Fan at all. The journey was mostly uneventful. After about a day, Chen Fan finally brought them to Gaiazan. At that moment, the outskirts of Gaiazan were enveloped in a pale blue magic array, blocking attacks from the outside world, ensuring the safety of those inside the town for now. Chen Fan looked at the magic array and couldn't help but ask. This magic array seems to be able to withstand even golden level attacks. Why do you still need me to stay in guard? Gulia gave a bitter smile, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. This magic array was set up by the town chief, asking goblin mages to lay it down, but at the cost of offering a batch of young women to the goblins every so often. If they do not comply, they will tear up the agreement and attack the town. Were you also taken because of this? Chen Fan asked. Gulia did not answer, merely acknowledging it. Chen Fan sighed, this is the original sin of being weak. He had considered bringing them back to Blue Star but thought, not of my kind, their hearts must be different. Most likely, Blue Star would not accept these different races, and he did not want to get into trouble for himself. I'll just drop you off here, this is goodbye. Chen Fan turned to leave. Lord, won't you reconsider? Gulia quickly asked, a hint of last-minute pleading in her eyes. Chen Fan shook his head. No need. If I stay, when the world channel closes, I might be subject to the goblin tribe's crazy revenge, which would not be worth the trouble. If you want protection, you'd better seek someone else. After saying this, Chen Fan did not linger and turned to vanish into the dense forest. Gulia watched his departing figure, her eyes filled with despair, murmuring, God, why must you make those disgusting races so powerful while we are born weak? She took a deep breath and silently made a determination in her heart. No matter the cost, she could not let her sister suffer the same fate as herself. After leaving Gaiazan, Chen Fan continued to search for goblin tribes to eliminate, following the guidance of his scanning device. Along the way, he acquired several space rings filled with various rare materials. If I take these things back to Blue Star, at least a few billion can be made. This time I really came to the right place. Chen Fan felt delightful inside. When I go back, I should bring some gifts for Hong Ling and Xiao Bai. After all, they are both pregnant with my children. I can't just refuse my responsibilities. He organized his mood and hurried toward the next target. But just a short distance away, he heard fierce fighting sounds ahead. Chen Fan climbed a big tree to take a look and saw a group of goblins crazy attacking a light purple protective shield. Inside the shield, Xian Shuang was holding Xinli, looking anxious, while Xinli had a flushed face and rapid breathing, clearly not in a good state. What the hell is happening here? Chen Fan muttered to himself, quickly taking out a scanner to check. The screen of the device showed that there were at least 20 silver-level goblins attacking. What's worse, a strong purple dot appeared in the center of the screen in gold level. Chen Fan's expression changed. There's actually a gold-level goblin. I'm only silver 9th rank, going up would be like delivering myself as food. He hesitated, should I save them? This protective shield doesn't look like it can last much longer. Once it breaks, Xinli and Xian Shuang will surely be in a terrible plight. Although he didn't want to take life-threatening risks, Xian Shuang was a target he was interested in. If she was ruined by the goblins, wouldn't it be like being horned by someone? How can I, Chen Fan, be horned? Chapter 17. No need to find Xian Shuang. Inside the protective shield, Xinli felt hot all over, her breath rapid, clearly affected by a love poison. She looked at Xian Shuang, whose face was also flushed, and said anxiously, Shuang. You should hurry back to the beastmaster space. The protective shield won't last long. Ha! If they catch you, your purity will be gone. Xian Shuang firmly shook her head, her eyes showing a hint of stubbornness. No, I won't go back. You are my master, protecting you is my responsibility. You fool. Xinli felt both anxious and angry, her voice rising to a cry. If you are violated by those filthy goblins, Chen Fan won't like you anymore. Even so, I won't leave you. Xian Shuang's tone was firm, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, and I believe Chen Fan will come to save me. He doesn't even know what's happening here, how could he possibly come? Xinli let out a bitter laugh, filled with despair. Even if Chen Fan did come, it would be futile against a gold-level goblin leader. But just as her words fell, a searing fireball suddenly came from deep within the forest, roaring like a wind as it smashed into the goblins surrounding the protective shield. Great fireball! Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the dense goblins were instantly engulfed in flames. The goblins below silver level turned to charcoal on the spot, and those below silver 5 were burned badly, wailing in agony. The sudden attack infuriated the goblin group, and they looked around quickly, soon locking onto Chen Fan, who was hiding in the woods. The goblin leader roared and immediately commanded two high-level silver goblins to charge at Chen Fan, wanting to tear this troublemaker apart. Roar! The two goblins charged at Chen Fan with their stout legs. Seeing this, Chen Fan turned and ran deeper into the forest, deliberately luring them away from the protective shield. Inside the protective shield, Xian Shuang saw Chen Fan's figure and instantly grabbed Shen Li's arm, her voice trembling with joy. Xiao Li! Look! Chen Fan really came. I said he would definitely come back. Shen Li looked at the agile figure in the distance and let out a bitter smile, so what if he came? The goblin leader was not easy to deal with. Besides, even if he wins, Chen Fan is a pervert, I might end up offering myself to him. But thinking about it again, she felt a little shaken. At least Chen Fan is much stronger than the goblins, and he is handsome too. I'm under love poison now, feeling uncomfortable. If it's with him, that doesn't sound too bad. With that thought, Shen Li's cheeks turned even redder, and her breathing became even more rapid. In the depths of the jungle, Chen Fan did not confront the two goblins directly, but instead used the terrain to kite them constantly. From time to time, he turned back to unleash a fire attack, and before long, the two silver high-tier goblins were worn down and killed by his skills. Strange, I have killed so many goblins, yet I still have two silver high-tier left. Why haven't I broken through to golden level? Chen Fan furrowed his brows, questioning the system in his heart. Host, breaking through to golden level is not simply about accumulating energy, it also requires understanding the embryonic form of a domain. Host's fire talent is strong, and your control over fire elements has shown early signs of domain. As long as you meditate for 2 or 3 days to fully comprehend it, you can break through. 2 or 3 days? It's too late. Chen Fan complained, that goblin chief is definitely golden level and must have understood a domain. What can I use to fight it? The goblin chief understands the earth domain, but due to its low intelligence, its understanding of the domain is very shallow. The host just needs to keep attacking from a distance, without being covered by its domain, to kite and consume it. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, even if I can't win, I can lead it away, giving Shen Li and Xian Shuang a chance to escape. Once he made up his mind, Chen Fan stopped fleeing and turned back towards the barrier. At this moment, Shen Li's barrier was already full of cracks and could shatter at any moment. The goblin chief looked at the two beauties inside the barrier, its eyes gleaming with greed, roaring excitedly. Roar! These two foreign females are both geniuses. As long as I let them give birth to my children, their talents must be incredibly strong, and the strength of our goblins will rise to a new level. Chen Fan understood its words, and felt enlightened in his heart. No wonder goblins can dominate this world, they rely on plundering geniuses from other worlds to reproduce, disregarding racial advantages. This is way too overpowered. Of course, Chen Fan was now a human version of a goblin, how could he let his kind steal his goals? Chen Fan immediately condensed a huge fire sword and cleaved towards the goblin chief. The goblin chief's face darkened, roaring, roar. You damned thing! Dare to ruin my good plans. You have some strength, but today you will definitely die. It commanded the goblins behind it, roar. 5 of you stay to watch them, the others follow me, kill this human. More than 10 silver-tier goblins charged towards Chen Fan together with their chief. Chen Fan's eyes turned cold as he unleashed several area fire attacks, instantly killing a few weaker silver-tier goblins. But the remaining goblins still charged fearlessly towards him, their speed significantly faster than before. Just as Chen Fan wanted to continue kiting, he saw the goblin chief suddenly fly up and dive towards him. Damn system! Why didn't you say golden tier goblins could fly? Chen Fan cursed angrily while dodging. Most golden tier experts master flying abilities, didn't the host think of this? Hearing this, Chen Fan felt like cursing more. Damn it! Fortunately, this was a dense jungle, the trees were thick, and the goblin chief's flying was quite limited, unable to target Chen Fan for the moment. But at that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the surrounding trees began to topple, attempting to form a cage to trap Chen Fan. This goblin is not stupid, it can actually use its domain to seal off the terrain. Chen Fan thought to himself, realizing the danger, he no longer hesitated and directly channeled all his energy to unleash his ultimate move. Crimson Flame Phoenix. A massive phoenix phantom emerged behind Chen Fan, surging towards the goblin chief with earth-shattering heat waves. The blazing flames instantly ignited the surrounding trees, and a towering inferno soared into the sky. The goblin chief felt a deadly threat and hurriedly dodged, but was still grazed by the phoenix's flames, burning its arm. Sizzle! Its arm was instantly charred black by the flames, fat dripping continuously. The goblin leader let out a painful roar. Roar! Wait until I catch you, I will take you from behind. Chen Fan felt goosebumps all over. I didn't expect this goblin to like that kind of thing, but since I'm so handsome and it's so disgusting, it's not surprising it would take an interest in me. He definitely did not want to experience the feeling of being taken from behind by a goblin. Immediately, he gathered a huge fireball and threw it into the depths of the forest, making the flames burn even fiercer. although this fire would not cause them any deadly harm. But it was enough to confuse their vision, affecting their ability to track him. As for that fire, if they cherish their home, they should extinguish it. If they don't cherish it, let the fire burn everything clean. And Chen Fan thought, those two should have escaped by now. Then he thought that in a few days, he could reach the gold level. It seems there's no need to look for Xian Shuang. Chapter 18 I'm not interested in her, I'm here specifically for you, Xiao Shuang. By system reward, breaking through to gold level, can choose a field, through self-cultivation to break through, can only use the field one comprehends. Chen Fan's eyes instantly lit up, is there such a good thing? Whoever wants to cultivate can go ahead. Since breaking through to gold level allows for direct choice of field, he naturally had no need to waste time in closed-door training. Thinking that Xian Shuang was still waiting for him, Chen Fan immediately changed direction and returned towards where the protective shield was. At the same time, Xian Shuang was running wildly through the dense forest, holding the hot and dazed Xinli. Behind her, a girl with light blue dragon horns was desperately bringing up the rear. She was Xinli's other companion beast, Xiantong. Although 5 silver-level goblins were chasing closely, Xiantong's strength far surpassed them. In just a few moves, she restrained them, buying escape time for Xian Shuang and Xinli. The three of them finally hid in a concealed cave. As soon as they stopped, Xian Shuang anxiously looked at Xiantong. Xiantong, what should we do now? Little Li's poison is getting worse. You can help her solve it. If that doesn't work, think of something yourself, I'll go back first. Before the words were finished, Xiantong's figure vanished from the spot, returning to Xinli's beast space. Xian Shuang watched her disappearing back, anxious and pacing. You make it sound so easy. I don't have a male thing, how can I help little Li with detoxification? She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with anger. It's all that bastard from the Li family's fault. How dare he openly target little Li, he is simply seeking death. Xian Shuang looked at Xinli curled up on the ground, suffering, her cheeks flushed, breathing rapidly, her heart felt even more anxious. Do I really have to find a man for little Li to detoxify? After a moment of hesitation, Xian Shuang tentatively said to Xinli, Little Li, how about I find a man for you? No need, I can solve it myself. Xinli gritted her teeth, her legs twisting uncontrollably. But you're already suffering like this, dragging it out will lead to trouble. Xian Shuang stomped her feet in urgency. Chen Fan returned to the previous battlefield, and Xinli and Xian Shuang had long disappeared. He frowned, took out the scanning device he had confiscated from that little guy, and began a wide-range search. On the device's screen, red dots were scattered, and Chen Fan checked them one by one. Finally, he locked onto a cave about a kilometer away. There were 2 red dots reacting strongly there. It should be there. Chen Fan quickened his pace towards the cave, and when he reached the entrance, he deliberately raised his voice and shouted, Is anyone there? Inside the cave, Xian Shuang heard the familiar voice and her eyes brightened instantly, excitedly saying, It's Chen Fan. It's Chen Fan's voice. He can definitely help little Li with detoxification, and he is a good man. She cautiously approached the entrance, looking through the crevices in the rocks to confirm it was Chen Fan. Then she pushed the huge stone at the cave's entrance with all her might, her face filled with indescribable joy and shyness. Chen Fan, I'm so glad you're okay. Chen Fan reached out and rubbed her head, his tone teasing, Do you miss me, Xiao Shuang? Indeed, you're cold on the outside but boiling with emotion inside, little vixen. Bad guy. Xian Shuang shot him a glare, but her cheeks were so red they could drip blood. Alright, let's not waste time. Chen Fan wrapped his arms around her waist, his eyes flirtatious, let's hurry and make a baby. Wait. Xian Shuang quickly pressed down on his hand and pointed toward the cave steps where Xinli curled up, her face flushed. Chen Fan, please help Xiaoli first, cure her poison, and then we can do that, okay? Xinli heard their conversation, her face already red becoming even hotter, and she was about to refuse when Chen Fan spoke first, I'm not interested in her. I'm here specifically for you, Xiao Shuang. Although Xinli was beautiful and talented, perfectly meeting the breeding standards of the system, Chen Fan was clear in his mind Xinli was human, deeply influenced by the concept of monogamy. If he were to have a relationship with her, later on, when he got close to other beastmasters, she would certainly cause a huge uproar and then there would be trouble. Beastmasters were different, they had no concept of jealousy. Being with them not only enhanced power but also provided freedom and comfort. Plus, when his strength increased, enslaving a few high-quality female beasts to have children would also be a decent choice. Xinli was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. I'm so beautiful, with such a nice figure, how can this man have no interest in me? This is an incredible humiliation. But Xiaoli really can't hold on much longer. Xian Shuang looked at Xinli's painful appearance, nearly crying, if we don't cure the poison quickly, she will be in trouble. Then let her watch us. Chen Fan spoke flatly, as if saying something trivial. Maybe if she watches, she'll get excited and cure herself. Isn't that bad? Xian Shuang's face instantly turned scarlet, finding it hard to accept this embarrassing situation. What's wrong with that? Chen Fan held her and walked deeper into the cave. Quickly close the door, let's begin. Xian Shuang hesitated but eventually obeyed, pushing the massive stone back to block the outside view. Chen Fan took out a soft big bed from his space ring, placing it in the center of the cave, then turned to Xinli, his expression half smiling. Xinli, you better see clearly how your beloved beast is with me. You can't do this. Xinli trembled with rage, nearly spitting out blood. Bastard, don't touch Xian Shuang. But now, she was powerless, lacking even the strength to stand. She could only watch helplessly as Chen Fan touched Xian Shuang, feeling both angry and anxious. If it weren't for her being unable to resist due to the emotional poison, she would definitely charge at Chen Fan to fight. She felt today she would either die because the emotional poison couldn't be resolved or die from the anger of their shameless actions. No, this cannot happen. Letting Chen Fan approach Xian Shuang was like watching her own daughter being bullied. She simply couldn't accept it. And to resolve the emotional poison, she could only ask Chen Fan for help. She gritted her teeth, finally saying, Chen Fan, stop now. If you keep this up, I really will go crazy. Please help me first. Can't you do it yourself? Chen Fan replied without looking back. Absolutely not. Xin Li's face instantly flushed red, her voice choked with emotion. I see Xian Shuang as a younger sister, as family. How can I just watch her treated like this and still be calm? You need to help me. Upon hearing this, Xian Shuang spoke to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, please save Xiaoli. Chen Fan said. Although I also want to save her, I really have no feelings for her, and if I do this to her, she will definitely get pregnant, it will be complicated. Xinli said. Just hold me. I can't accept a man's thing. If that's the case, can't you do it yourself? Xinli's face turned red. I don't want to explain, quickly. Xian Shuang said. Chen Fan, go. Chen Fan sighed, unwillingly saying. Alright, for Xian Shuang's sake, I will help you once. But I want to say first, I will just hold you, I won't do anything else, and in the future, you are not allowed to cling to me. Human women are the most troublesome. After saying this, he walked to Xinli, bent down, and picked her up. Xinli's body was soft and hot, exuding a faint fragrance. Pressed against Chen Fan's chest, she instantly felt the heat inside her body ease a lot, and her breathing became heavy. Sure enough, this feels much better. Although Xinli's figure was indeed good, and holding her felt nice, Chen Fan felt no waves in his heart. To be able to peacefully improve his strength in the future and not be entangled in a chaotic situation, he absolutely could not have any thoughts about Xinli. Ha! Ha! Chen Fan, hold me tighter. Xinli's body trembled slightly, her tone carrying a hint of intoxication. Chen Fan obediently tightened his arms, holding her a bit tighter. Time ticked by. After a full 2 hours, the poison in Xinli's body was finally completely resolved, her legs felt a bit weak, and her complexion returned somewhat. During this time, she could clearly feel something pressing against her, thinking secretly in her heart. Chen Fan really does have a reaction to me. After all, I am so good-looking. How could a normal man not feel anything? It's just that he has been holding back and hasn't touched me. It seems he's not too bad. If she knew that Chen Fan was only thinking about how to quickly get rid of her and go make a child with Xian Shuang, she would probably be so furious that she would spot blood on the spot. Now that you're better, can you get off me? Xinli's cheeks turned red, and she quickly got down from his arms, fixing her messy clothes. After hesitating for a moment, she still spoke, can you not touch Xian Shuang? If Xian Shuang doesn't want it, I naturally won't force her. Chen Fan turned to look at Xian Shuang, his eyes carrying a questioning look. Xian Shuang immediately took a step forward, tightly holding Chen Fan's hand, her face flushed as she said, I am willing. As long as Chen Fan is willing, I am willing. Xinli looked at this scene, was angered, glared at Chen Fan, and gritted her teeth, scolding, scumbag. Chapter 19, I just think Chen Fan will find this very hard. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly mocking, since you know I'm a scumbag, why do you still feel so much when I'm holding you? You? Xinli was at a loss for words, her cheeks instantly turning red. Don't like me, please. Who would like you? Just be a little gentler with Xian Shuang, it's her first time. After saying this, she dragged her still trembling legs and took out a tent from her spatial ring, quickly diving inside, the tent flap was forcefully pulled shut. Hiding in the tent, the more Xinli thought about it, the angrier she became. It must be that this damned guy has used some kind of witchcraft on Xian Shuang, otherwise how could Xian Shuang be so loyal? 1 hour later. Chen Fan was holding Xian Shuang, who was cozied up in his arms, wanting to enjoy the warmth a bit more, but the presence of Xinli inside the tent always made him feel somewhat uneasy. His mood was affected, and he lost a lot of interest. However, the good news was that with the combination with Xian Shuang, his strength had successfully broken through to the golden level, and the system notification sound suitably rang, allowing him to choose a domain. Chen Fan temporarily did not choose. At this moment, Xinli saw that it was over. Unable to contain herself any longer, she lifted the tent flap and shouted angrily. Chen Fan, you beast! Xian Shuang is my spirit beast, she is my family. Do you know what that feeling of helplessness is? Watching the person you treasure the most. To do that kind of thing with someone I hate the most, yet I can't do anything about it. I called out several times for you to stop bullying Xian Shuang, but you only became more excessive, you bastard. Chen Fan coughed lightly, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Maybe I just have this kind of hobby, like playing with someone else's wife. Watching their helpless, furious expression makes me extra excited. Chen Fan, you mother asterisk. Shenli cursed angrily. If her body hadn't fully recovered, she would have rushed up to fight Chen Fan. By the way, Shenli, you still have a beast called Xiantong, right? Let it out to let me see. Chen Fan suddenly changed the topic, completely ignoring Shenli's fury. This statement completely ignited Shenli's anger. She pointed at Chen Fan's nose and gritted her teeth, saying, Chen Fan, dream on. You can't touch a single finger of Xiantong. From now on, I will never let you, this scumbag, get close to Xian Shuang, get lost. Sigh, what a kind heart gone unrewarded. Chen Fan feigned regret as he spoke. If I hadn't arrived in time, you might have been captured by goblins, suffering 100 times worse than now. Forget it, since you are so unwelcome, I'll leave. Hearing this, Shenli's anger instantly diminished by half. She indeed owed Chen Fan a life. Moreover, Xian Shuang had consented. Although it was highly likely that Chen Fan used some means, it was also possible that his physique was special, naturally attracting beasts. Shenli took a deep breath, suppressing her complex emotions, and whispered. I'm sorry, I said some harsh things in a moment of anger. And, thank you for saving me and Xian Shuang. Taking good care of Xian Shuang is the best thanks you can give me, Chen Fan said. You don't need to say that, Xian Shuang is my family, I will naturally take good care of her, Shenli replied. Chen Fan seemed to suddenly think of something and asked, by the way, who poisoned you this time? Mentioning this, Shenli's expression darkened immediately. It's all because of that bastard Li Jing. He has always had designs on me. If it weren't for the space barrier my grandpa gave me, I would have either fallen into his trap today or been taken away by goblins. The consequences would be unimaginable. Alright, I understand. I'll take care of this Li Jing for you, Chen Fan said calmly. Shenli hurriedly replied. Don't be impulsive. That guy Li Jing is not simple. He has SSS level ice-type warrior talent and is also an A-level beastmaster. His beasts have reached high silver tier. I know you are helping me because of Xian Shuang, but I don't want you to risk your life. If you die, Xian Shuang will be sad. Chen Fan waved his hand, unconcerned. So what if he is high silver tier? Killing him is as easy as killing a chicken. But it's a pity, this guy actually doesn't have S-level or higher beastmaster talent. Don't be so arrogant. Shenli frowned. Li Jing has many tricks, even a golden-level powerhouse might not easily handle him. You must not blindly look for him. Chen Fan secretly muttered to himself, sounds so powerful, I'd better not do it. Staying low-key is the way to go, no need to risk for a woman. Shenli hesitated for a moment. She wanted Chen Fan to follow her for support, but thinking about them together, Chen Fan would definitely bully Xian Shuang even more, so she swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. Xian Shuang seemed to have this thought as well. Holding Chen Fan's hand, she blushed and said, Chen Fan, why don't we act together? It's also good for mutual support, and it makes it easier for you to relieve pressure. Chen Fan gently slapped her on the backside and teased. Little Shuang, when you first met me, you wanted to kill me, why are you so dependent on me now? Xian Shuang's cheeks instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She quickly lowered her head and quietly said, it was my fault before. You can punish me however you want, Chen Fan. Chen Fan did not respond to her, but turned to look at Shenli and asked, if Li Jing strikes you again, do you have the ability to protect yourself? Shenli looked at Xian Shuang's naive and obedient appearance, and her anger flared up again, wishing she could beat Chen Fan up, but she still held back her fury and said, I was careless before and fell into his trap. This time, as long as I prepare in advance, even if a golden-level strong man comes, I can handle it. That's good. Chen Fan nodded. He preferred to act alone, unfettered by others. So he said, Little Shuang, I have some things to do, so I won't join you. Although Xian Shuang felt a bit reluctant, she still obediently nodded, then you must be careful. You take care too, definitely don't go looking for Li Jing, you can't beat him. Shenli reminded again. Chen Fan perfunctorily nodded, turned, and walked toward the cave entrance, quickly disappearing into the dense forest. Watching Chen Fan's departing figure, Shenli held Xian Shuang's hand and helplessly asked, what kind of enchantment has this guy cast on you that makes you like him so much? I don't know. Xian Shuang shook her head, a sweet smile on her face, but when I'm with him, I feel very happy and at ease. You silly girl. Shinli said in exasperation, Chen Fan is definitely a scumbag. If he has other women around him in the future, you'll be the one to cry. Xian Shuang blinked, looking confused. If Chen Fan does that with others but then comes back to me, what does it matter? I don't mind. Shinli was stunned, unsure how to explain. Isn't it annoying for someone you like to have someone else in their heart? Don't you feel wronged? No, why would I feel annoyed? Xian Shuang said earnestly. I think if Xiaoli can also be with Chen Fan, perhaps she would be happier too. Shanli. She was completely speechless. After all, the mindset of beasts and humans is completely different, and she simply could not understand Xian Shuang's thoughts. What if that guy Chen Fan, even if he has us, still doesn't settle down and brings other women back? Shinli asked stubbornly. I actually think it doesn't matter, I just feel that Chen Fan will be very tired. Xian Shuang answered seriously. Shinli completely gave up on persuading her, silently sighing in her heart, forget it, let her be, as long as she's happy, it's enough. After leaving the cave, Chen Fan found a secluded valley, sat cross-legged, and opened the system panel. System, select a domain. Okay, the host can choose one from the following domains: fire domain, water domain, earth domain, wood domain, undead domain, desire domain, color domain, time domain, illusion domain. The system panel listed hundreds of domains, making Chen Fan's head spin. He carefully browsed through them and finally locked his gaze on the time domain. Time is the most mysterious and powerful force. If he could master the time domain, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the future? System, please detail the time domain. Chen Fan said. Time pause, fully effective against targets of the same rank and below, with gradually weakening effects on higher level targets. Time rewind, currently restricted to the domain range, with a maximum rewind of 1 minute, complete effect on same rank and below targets, effect diminishes on higher level targets. Time acceleration, only effective for a designated single target. Currently the maximum acceleration is 1 day, usable for training, recovery, and other scenarios. Looking at the system panel's description, Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he felt overjoyed. Time stop at the start, this is simply invincible? Time rewind is even more outrageous, maybe it can revive. If I could do that with a humanoid beast, wouldn't it be possible to enjoy endlessly, without needing to go into sage mode? Even though it's just 1 minute, that's the very sensation of pleasure I want in that 1 minute. Thinking of this, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. The host is invincible, don't you think this is the inner snake itself? Damn! Hearing this, Chen Fan thought it really might be. If time could reverse, the ones who left would come back again. By the way, system, if I dare to do this, will it mean I have to be 100% pregnant? Who knows? After hearing this, Chen Fan felt he couldn't do it this way anymore. However, to test this ability, Chen Fan still decided to find a few unfortunate souls to experiment. Chen Fan quickly found a target using the scanner. Chen Fan spread his golden level flying ability and instantly appeared in front of a goblin. Seeing this, the goblin immediately howled and swung its wolf-tooth club, smashing it toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan remained calm and snapped his fingers. Time pause. In the next moment, the goblin's movement instantly froze in place. Chen Fan pulled out a long knife from his spatial ring, aimed at the goblin's neck, and gently tossed it out. The long knife was not affected by the time pause and sliced straight through the goblin's neck, a trace of green blood staining the blade. But since the time stop effect was not lifted, the goblin remained frozen, without any movement. Chen Fan snapped his fingers again, lifting the time pause. Thud! The goblin's head fell to the ground, green blood gushing out, and its body crashed to the floor. The effect is good. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, then activated the time-reversing ability, Time Rewind. Within the realm, time began to flow backward. The fallen head returned to its neck, the gushing blood flowed back, and the goblin's body slowly stood up, restoring to its previous state. However, its originally green face now looked somewhat pale, with a hint of lingering fear in its eyes. So only targets that aren't completely dead can be revived through Time Rewind. Chen Fan suddenly understood, if it's turned to ashes, it probably won't work. To verify this guess, Chen Fan raised his hand and gathered a fire tornado, wrapping the goblin completely. Roar! The goblin let out a wretched scream, quickly being burned to a pile of black ashes under the high temperature. Chen Fan activated Time Rewind again, and the ashes gradually formed into human shape, the goblin's body reappearing, but it no longer opened its eyes, entirely losing its life. Just as I thought. Chen Fan pondered. It seems only in a near-death state can I rewind and revive. After complete death, it's useless, but this ability is enough. In the future, if I get seriously injured, I can rewind to 1 minute ago to quickly recover. He suddenly thought of another idea. If I continuously use Time Rewind, can I keep going backward? Stop dreaming, Time Rewind has a 1 minute cooldown and cannot be used continuously. The system's words poured cold water on Chen Fan, and he pouted, no longer entangled, turning to fly toward the lair of the previous golden level goblin leader. After breaking through to golden level, Chen Fan's perception greatly increased. Even without using the scanner, he could clearly sense the energy fluctuations around him. Before long, he found the goblin leader's lair near where he had trapped Shinli. Chen Fan hovered above the lair, looking down at the dense crowd of goblins. A cold smile crept on his lips, and he raised his hand, shouting, "Flame funeral!" A huge circular fire formation appeared in the air, and countless hot fire pillars rained down like falling meteors. Now, as a Golden Stage 3, Chen Fan's flames were far more powerful than before. Any target below golden level would be instantly incinerated upon contact with the flames. Screech! The goblins below let out overlapping screams, numerous lower-level goblins turning into charcoal in the flames. Deep in the lair, the goblin leader sensed the commotion outside and rushed out roaring. Seeing Chen Fan floating in the air, his eyes were filled with immense hatred. Roar! It's you again, human! Dare to kill my kind, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Roar! This time, I will attack you from behind, making you suffer before you die. Chen Fan listened to its vile words, his mouth twitching, and a chill ran through him. The goblin leader suddenly slammed the ground, and several massive rocks burst forth from the earth, rushing toward Chen Fan with a howling wind. Chen Fan's figure flashed, easily dodging the attack, and immediately snapped his fingers at the goblin leader. Time pause. The goblin leader's movements froze instantly, its eyes still filled with anger. Without any hesitation, Chen Fan condensed a massive fire tornado, completely wrapping the goblin leader while continuously releasing dense fire attacks. At the moment the time pause ended, the goblin leader's body was charred black, emitting a sizzling sound. It crashed to the ground, turning into a pile of ashes. After all, it was only a gold level 1, unable to withstand the full force attack of Chen Fan, who was at gold level 3. After dealing with the goblin leader, Chen Fan dove down and began to clean up the remaining goblins. Halfway through his killing spree, he suddenly froze. One female goblin was curled up in a corner, hugging its head and trembling. This female goblin, though entirely green, surprisingly had delicate features, and her figure was noticeably slimmer than other goblins. Feeling Chen Fan's gaze, she raised her head, her eyes filled with fear, and squeaked, "Squeak! Please don't kill me, wah! I have never done anything wrong. Why are you female? Aren't all goblins male?" Chen Fan asked curiously. Squeak! I don't know. I have been different from other goblins since I was young. I have never hurt anyone, please don't kill me. The female goblin quickly explained, her voice tinged with tears. You're not pretending to be female, are you? Chen Fan asked doubtfully. Hearing this, the female goblin promptly shed her crude animal skin, revealing her slender body, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she said eagerly. Squeak! I really am female. Look! Chen Fan looked at her form, confirmed she was indeed female, and felt a bit surprised. This was the first time he had seen a female goblin. You can go. Chen Fan waved his hand, not interested in this species of goblin, especially not a female, he just found it fresh. Squeak! Thank you. But I have nowhere to go. The female goblin hesitated for a moment, mustering her courage as she said, You are a good person, can I follow you? I can do anything for you, including satisfying your needs. Chen Fan's mouth twitched, he didn't expect the female goblin to be so direct. It seems you are quite experienced. Squeak! No. The goblin leader treated me like a saint, and has never touched me. The female goblin quickly explained, a hint of shyness in her gaze, also, you are very good looking, I like you. I'm not interested in you, hurry up and leave. Chen Fan said lazily, his tone growing cold. Squeak! Oh. Okay then. A hint of disappointment flashed in the female goblin's eyes, and she said softly, My name is Lin, goodbye, kind person. After saying that, she turned and ran deep into the forest. Chen Fan ignored her and continued to clear out the goblins in the den. He also collected all the treasures gathered in the den into his spatial ring. No matter what it was, he would take it first, and after going out, he would find someone to appraise it. Surely he could sell it for a good price. As for the other female beings kidnapped by the goblins in the den, Chen Fan did not pay much attention, turning to leave the den. In the following days, with the ability of the time domain, Chen Fan hunted high-ranking goblins and other creatures in the goblin world, collecting resources. Most of the creatures he encountered were low-level races, with various forms, none of them were humanoid. The advanced 10,000 races obviously looked down on the resources here. Chen Fan pushed forward all the way, constantly increasing his strength, getting closer and closer to the golden 4th stage, while the treasures in his space ring piled up more and more. Chapter 21 Chen Fan scared me to death. For these lower 10,000 races who actively provoked him, Chen Fan had no hesitation, directly taking action to kill them. With his current strength at the golden 3rd stage, these low-level races were no match for him, not even qualified to warm him up. Thus, another 5 days passed, and Chen Fan stopped hunting the goblins. He knew very well that there must be diamond-level powerhouses stationed among the goblins. Continuing to delve deeper would inevitably attract their attention, which would be troublesome. Anyway, the resources in his space ring were already piled high enough to squander for a long time. Moreover, he primarily relied on breeding high-talent beastmasters to raise his strength, so he inherently needed fewer cultivation resources. With 7 days left until the world passage reopened for the return journey, Chen Fan simply slowed his pace, wandering around the goblin world. When encountering those who saw death and lacked vision, he did not mind sending them straight to hell. For those who did not actively provoke him, he merely watched like a bystander, observing coldly. Before long, a fierce argument reached his ears, and Chen Fan looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a familiar figure, Wulan. In the open space. I've already given you the items. What more do you want? Wulan glared at the young man in the lead, gritting his teeth as she spoke. The young man was Li Jing, who wore a lewd smile, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Wulan and Xiaobai. Heh, what do you think? You're so good-looking, and your beast is such an alluring catgirl. Isn't it a pity not to have some fun with you? If you know what's good for you, just let your beast obey and lie still to cooperate with me, or I won't hesitate to make both of you lose some limbs. Li Jing's tone carried a naked threat. You bunch of bastards. At least we're all from Long Country. Stealing is one thing, but doing such inhuman things? Wulan trembled in anger. Today, you either kill me, or if you want me and Xiaobai to satisfy you, dream on. A slender man laughed disdainfully. A mere silver low tier dares to make threats here? I'll see if you have the capital to resist. Alright, monkey, don't act yet. Li Jing waved his hand, greedily staring at Xiaobai. First use her to threaten this woman, let her beast take the right posture, so I can enjoy myself. This catgirl is truly enticing. As long as this catgirl spreads her legs obediently, not only will I make you all enjoy yourselves later, but I'll fully support your cultivation resources for a year when we get out. Woohoo! Thank you, young master. We'll take care of this. The 3 strong men's eyes lit up, immediately displaying excited expressions. You bastards! Wulan roared, trying to struggle but was pressed down even tighter. The 3 strong men grinned and reached out their hands, about to inflict violence on Wulan, forcing Xiaobai to submit. At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing steadily next to Wulan, none other than Chen Fan. Seeing Chen Fan suddenly appear, the 3 strong men about to act were instantly startled, instinctively retreating a few steps, asking warily, who are you? Interfering and ruining Yun Li's good deed, do you think you don't value your life? You want to touch my people, do you think it's none of my business? Chen Fan's eyes coldly swept over them. Li Jing's face darkened as he ordered the 2 strong men beside him, monkey, ergo, you 2 go deal with him. Yes, young master. The 2 responded in charge towards Chen Fan, their silver pinnacle aura bursting forth. Wulan saw this and quickly said. Chen Fan, thank you for coming to save me. But they are all at the silver peak. You're not their match. Take Xiaobai and run quickly. I'll hold them off. Chen Fan turned his head to glance at her and calmly asked, do you want to kill them yourself? What do you mean? Wulan froze for a moment. Nothing. Just make sure you see clearly. As Chen Fan spoke, he snapped his fingers lightly. In the next second, the monkeys and ergo, who were charging at him, froze mid-action as if turned to stone, motionless. Wulan turned her head and saw this strange scene, her face filled with shock. What are you 2 standing there for? Kill him. Li Jing impatiently scolded when he saw they weren't moving. Young master, we can't move. The monkeys and ergo's faces turned pale, their voices full of terror. They could clearly feel their consciousness but had no control over their bodies at all. Chen Fan ignored them and said to Wulan, I'll free their mouths. Use the method you like most to take revenge on them. Saying this, he stepped toward Li Jing. Li Jing furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He shouted at Chen Fan, you're behind this. What exactly have you done? Try and see for yourself, Chen Fan said, snapping his fingers again. Li Jing's body instantly stiffened. He tried to move, but found himself completely powerless, unable even to speak. This sudden change was completely beyond his expectations. He had backup plans, yet he couldn't activate them. Chen Fan walked up to him. Without wasting words, he raised his hand, and a burst of intense flames instantly engulfed Li Jing's entire body. The flames roared, but Li Jing couldn't make a sound. He could only watch as the fire consumed him. Enduring excruciating pain, he was eventually reduced to ash in despair. After dealing with Li Jing, Chen Fan turned around and walked over to Xiaobai, releasing the restraints on her. Xiaobai immediately threw herself into Chen Fan's arms, her voice filled with tears and fear. Chen Fan, you scared me. I almost got caught by them. It's fine now. You're safe, Chen Fan gently stroked her head, his tone tender. At this moment, the screams of the monkeys and ergo came from behind. Ah! It hurts so much. Wulan, we're backed by the Li family. How dare you do this to us, the Li family will never let you go. Even though your helper is strong, young Master Li will surely find a way to escape. You can't stop him. Once he gets out, he will report everything here. If you kill us, the Li family will definitely avenge us. Wulan looked at their terrified faces, a cold smile appeared on her lips. Then let me show you what your young Master Li has become. She walked over to the charred remains of Li Jing, grabbed the monkey's hair, and forced him to look at the ashes on the ground. The monkey saw that Li Jing had been reduced to charcoal, his face frozen in terror. He mumbled in disbelief. How is this possible? Young Master Li clearly had life-saving tools given by a golden-level expert. Even if a golden-level being came, they might not be able to kill him. How could you? Where's that confident attitude you had earlier? Wulan sneered, her eyes filled with hatred. But I won't let you die so easily. Saying this, she exerted force and twisted the monkey's neck 180 degrees. With his silver peak physique, he didn't die instantly, but let out a piercing scream, his eyes filled with pain and fear. Next, Wulan picked up a dagger from the ground and began to slowly carve into the two men's flesh. Although their bodies were frozen in time and could not move, the pain they felt remained unchanged. Ah! It hurts. Please end it quickly. If you're going to kill us, just do it. Stop torturing us. Their screams rang out one after another, constantly pleading. If I let you die so easily, wouldn't that be too kind to you? Wulan's eyes were cold as she didn't pause her actions for a single moment. Wait for me to scrape your skin little by little, and then cut off your flesh piece by piece, so that I can relieve the hatred in my heart. You beast, the monkey roared in anger. No matter how beastly I am, I can't compare to your group of failures. Wulan shouted angrily, you rely on the power of the Li family to do evil. Everything today is what you deserve. This is your retribution. The wailing cries continued for a full half hour before gradually subsiding. Wulan was covered in blood, but her face bore an excitement and satisfaction after revenge. Chen Fan stood by, watching her cruel methods, secretly thinking, this woman is really a bit twisted. Chapter 22, This is my master's child and mine. Wulan quickly walked up to Chen Fan, her tone filled with undeniable gratitude and fear. Chen Fan, thank you so much. If it weren't for your timely action, me, Xiaobai, and Jiao Er would probably have faced misfortune today. Chen Fan replied casually, just a handy thing, I'm leaving first. Wait. Wulan quickly called out to him, hesitating for a moment before speaking. I previously obtained a teleportation scroll, but it has been targeted by Li Jing. Although it's one-time use, it seems that with it, I can evade attacks from a king-level expert. Hearing king-level, Chen Fan suddenly paused in his steps. Avoiding a king-level pursuit? The value of this scroll is not small at all. Although his strength was rising quickly, he was still far from the king realm, needing to overcome two significant hurdles, diamond and heavenly glory. At his current foundation, he couldn't recruit enough beastmasters to break through in a short time. And not many beastmasters would willingly let him borrow their beasts to enhance his strength. In this case, a reliable life-saving tool was particularly important. This teleportation scroll was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Chen Fan turned to the charred corpse of Li Jing, bent down, and removed the spatial ring from the other's finger. His consciousness delved inside to search, discovering quite a number of treasures, and indeed, the teleportation scroll was among them. He took out the scroll and turned to Wulan to ask. Is it this one? Yes. Wulan nodded in response. Alright, I'm leaving now. Chen Fan put away the scroll and prepared to set off again. But just then, Xiaobai suddenly reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Her cheeks flushed, she leaned closer to Chen Fan's ear and whispered a few words only the two could hear. Chen Fan looked down at her, seeing Xiaobai puffing up her cheeks, her eyes filled with a pitiful look. He understood in his heart Xiaobai was now pregnant with his child, and according to reason, she needed to wait until the child was born before she could conceive again. During this period, even if they had intimate contact, she would not become pregnant again, nor could she help him enhance his strength. But thinking about it, since Xiaobai had a need, he shouldn't refuse. Okay, he responded softly. Hearing this agreement, Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with radiant light, and she excitedly spoke, Chen Fan. Before she could finish, Chen Fan quickly covered her mouth with his hand. He had saved Wulan's life, but if Wulan found out about his entanglement with her beast, who knows what would happen, she might chase him relentlessly. Seeing this, Wulan immediately pulled Xiaobai to her side, her gaze filled with vigilance. Chen Fan, although I'm very grateful that you saved us, if you think this is an excuse to get hands-on with Xiaobai, I absolutely disagree. You're such an irresponsible guy, you'll definitely hurt Xiaobai in the future. Chen Fan simply replied flatly, alright then, I'm leaving. After saying that, he turned to leave. Chen Fan. Xiaobai hurriedly called out. Chen Fan looked back, giving her a meaningful glance, indicating he would find her later. At this moment, Wulan, seeing Xiaobai's reluctant appearance, spoke softly to persuade her. Xiao Bai, look at this Chen Fan. At first glance he is definitely the type with charm and affection. In the future, he might like someone else more than he likes you, and then you will be wronged. If you really have needs, nowadays there are so many high-tech products, I can buy you a toy that can solve your needs. As she finished speaking, Wu Lan couldn't help but blush herself, feeling a bit embarrassed. Xiao Bai listened to her words without refuting. She knew in her heart that no matter what she said, Wu Lan would not agree to her and Chen Fan's affair. In the future, she would still be by Wu Lan's side, and whenever she had the chance, she would go find Chen Fan, just to make herself happy. Moreover, she could clearly feel that a small life was already growing inside her. She gently stroked her abdomen, her eyes soft enough to drip water, silently thinking. This is my and Chen Fan's child. Xiao Bai, are you listening to what I'm saying? Wu Lan noticed she was distracted and couldn't help but ask. Meishem, I understand, what you said is right, Xiaolan. Xiao Bai quickly nodded in response. Seeing this, Wu Lan smiled with relief. That's more like it. After we go out, I will teach you how to use that toy. Meishem, I don't need the toy, I saw Xiaolan play with it, and it felt not fun. Xiao Bai said honestly. Wu Lan's face instantly turned even redder, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said. Alright, but you mustn't go look for that scumbag Chen Fan. Xiao Bai obediently nodded. As night deepened, one person and one beast found a hidden cave to camp in. While passing water to Wu Lan, Xiao Bai quietly cast a sleep spell. Wu Lan suddenly yawned repeatedly, her eyelids heavy enough that she could hardly open them. I feel so sleepy, Xiao Bai, please keep watch, I'm going to sleep first. Okay. Xiao Bai responded, but her eyes secretly lit up with anticipation. Once Wu Lan lay down in the prepared sleeping bag and fell into a deep sleep, Xiao Bai waited patiently for a moment, but she didn't see Chen Fan's figure, feeling a bit anxious inside. Why hasn't Chen Fan come yet? Did he forget, or is he not coming? Just as she was secretly speculating, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. A head popped in as Chen Fan softly called out. Xiao Bai, I'm here. Seeing Chen Fan, Xiao Bai could no longer contain her excitement, suddenly leaping into his arms. Then she tiptoed and eagerly kissed his lips. Chen Fan gently stroked her head, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile. Xiao Bai is really impatient. Even so, he still held her steadily, not letting go. Chen Fan, I miss you so much. Xiao Bai nestled in his embrace, her voice carrying a hint of grievance and longing. Chen Fan waved his hand, and several large stones rose from thin air, blocking the cave entrance tightly, while he took out a bed from his space ring. He sat down with Xiao Bai, who was still kissing him non-stop. Wu Lan should be completely asleep by now, right? I hope she doesn't suddenly wake up. If she finds out about us like this, she will definitely chase me with a knife. Master, don't worry. Xiao Bai raised her head, her cheeks flushed, but her eyes were incredibly determined. These past few days I've been secretly practicing hypnosis. Now that I cast it, even if the sky falls, Xiaolan won't wake up, and we can stay until dawn. Oh? Why are you calling me master? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, looking at her with interest. Xiao Bai's face turned even redder, her voice thin as a mosquito's buzz. If I say that, then I am Chen Fan's private property. Master can do anything he wants with me. So what is Wu Lan? Chen Fan teased her intentionally. Xiaolan is my most important friend, so I only call you that in front of you. I won't let her know. Xiao Bai hurriedly explained, then urged, let's not talk about that, hurry up and start. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. Inside the cave, the ambiguous sounds of breathing rose and fell, echoing constantly. Master! Master! Xiao Bai's cheeks were flushed, her eyes dazed, and her heart was filled with the shadow of Chen Fan. 3 hours later, the sky began to lighten with a fish belly white. Dawn was about to break. Chen Fan slowly stopped his movements, brushed his fingers through the damp hair of Xiao Bai, and gently asked, are you happy? Although it's very tiring, I feel really satisfied. Xiao Bai nestled in his arms, her voice carrying a hint of laziness. She gently stroked her small belly again, her eyes soft and yearning. Inside here is our child. I really look forward to giving birth to him, and then I can be a mom, and the master can be a dad too. Chen Fan leaned down and placed a light kiss on her forehead, replying, he will definitely be as good looking as Xiao Bai. Then he helped her sit up and said, you should wipe yourself off first, I have to go. Hearing this, Xiao Bai's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Aren't we going together? No, I still prefer to act alone for now. Plus, I've been here too long, it won't be easy to explain to Wu Lan later. Chen Fan said honestly. Alright then. Although Xiao Bai was reluctant, she knew he was speaking the truth and obediently nodded. Chapter 23. Don't miss me too much. In the blink of an eye, 5 days hurriedly passed. During these 5 days, Chen Fan personally witnessed several human cities being captured by the armies of various races one after another. Fortunately, his goal for this trip had already been achieved, all the resources he needed had been collected, and there was no more reason to stay. Chen Fan packed his belongings and rushed toward the passage. Along the way, many warriors were also heading in the same direction, clearly intending to evacuate as soon as possible. While flying, Chen Fan moved through the sky like an arrow. This scene caused quite a stir among the crowd of people below. Who is that? He can actually fly in the air. I remember only at the golden level can a master break free from the ground and fly, right? Whoa! I recognize this guy. Isn't he the one who was especially favored by beastmasters? I heard before that he killed a silver level master and his beast with just one move. How amazing is he, and now he can fly. Has he already broken through to the golden level? In that case, he might have been a peak silver level from the start. After training in the battlefield these days, he likely broke through to the golden level, right? I thought this guy relied on beasts to make a living. I didn't expect his own strength to be so formidable. Reaching the golden level at such a young age is a bit too abnormal? As the discussions rose and fell around him, Chen Fan remained indifferent, continuing to fly at full speed toward the passage. Just as he was about to reach the entrance of the passage, a familiar call suddenly came from behind. Chen Fan. Hearing this voice, Chen Fan paused and slowly turned around. He saw Xian Shuang and Xinli standing side by side not far away. Xian Shuang looked at him with gentle, loving eyes. Xinli, however, wore a complex expression, a faint blush on her cheeks, yet there was also a slight trace of hidden annoyance in her eyes. After all, back in the cave, she had not only been seen naked by Chen Fan but had also proactively nestled in his arms to alleviate her loneliness. This shameful and subtle experience made her feel somewhat uneasy in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan moved his body, instantly flying in front of the two, reached out, and gently rubbed Xian Shuang's head, asking in a gentle tone. Are you also leaving? Xian Shuang obediently nodded, her voice soft. We came to the battlefield mainly for training, and we don't need much in terms of resources. Now that we've trained enough, we plan to go back. I see. Xian Shuang lifted her gaze to him, a slight reluctance in her eyes. Chen Fan, where do you live? Wujian City. So far. Xian Shuang frowned slightly, her tone filled with disappointment. I live in the capital. This means we probably won't see each other for a long time. Chen Fan looked at her tearful appearance and couldn't help but smile. He comforted her. It's okay, I will go to Kyoto in the future, and when I do, I'll find you. Don't think too much about me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Shuang couldn't help but rush into his arms, tightly hugging his waist, and softly replied, all right. On the side, Xinli watched the two of them being affectionate, unable to hold back any longer, and said irritably, what do you look like in broad daylight? Hurry up and go home. Chen Fan looked down and patted Xian Shuang's back, saying, let's go out together. Xinli shot him a fierce glare, snorted coldly, and gritted her teeth as she spat out two words, scumbag. Chen Fan. He raised an eyebrow at Xinli, looking completely puzzled. Are you okay? You are the one who's not okay. Xinli said angrily, and turned to walk towards the entrance of the passage. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with her, and said to Xian Shuang in his arms, you should go out with Xinli, be careful on the way. Okay, then we will see each other again later. Xian Shuang released him, her eyes filled with yearning. Chen Fan nodded, watching the two leave before turning to step into the passage himself. As soon as he walked out from the other side of the passage, Chen Fan sensed that something was off ahead. He saw many middle-aged men in formal attire standing at the exit of the passage, all with serious expressions, exuding a powerful and domineering aura, clearly formidable warriors. Xinli walked straight towards one of the stern-faced men. Third uncle. The man was Xin Yang, a high-level golden warrior from the Xin family. Seeing Xinli return safely, he nodded and asked. Did you encounter any danger inside? Did anyone dare to bully you? At the mention of this, Xinli's eyes turned cold, her tone laced with a bit of anger. Yes, Li Jing from the Li family actually tried to drug me, wanting to take advantage of me. Fortunately, I reacted in time, or I might have fallen into his clutches by now. Upon hearing this, Xin Yang's expression became dark instantly, and he snorted coldly. That kid Li Jing has some nerve. How dare he touch someone from the Xin family? Today, your third uncle will seek justice for you. As he spoke, Xin Yang's gaze was like a knife, sweeping towards a middle-aged man dressed in brocade not far away, and he said sternly, Li Sun, come here. Li Sun was the golden warrior responsible for the Li family's support this time. He had heard Xin Li's words clearly and secretly cursed himself. He forced himself to appear calm as he walked forward, clasped his hands, and said, Brother Xin Yang, how can you just take Xin Miss's word and conclude that my nephew Li Jing attacked her? Everything should be based on evidence, right? Evidence? Xin Yang let out a cold laugh, his tone carrying an undeniable dominance. My niece's words are the best evidence. Today, I will first take care of you, and when Li Jing comes out, I will kill him myself. Let your Li family remember this well, know what kind of people you cannot afford to provoke. Li Sun's heart sank, fully aware of the Xin family's strength. There was a king-level expert from the Xin family stationed at the passage to the Myriad race's battlefield. Although this expert couldn't return for the time being, there was another Tianyao level expert in the family, who was also stationed at the passage but could arrive at any moment. The Li family, while also having a Tianyao level expert whose strength was somewhat superior to the Shen family's, knew that if the situation truly escalated, the consequences would be unbearable once the king level expert from the Shen family returned. He felt secretly furious at Li Jing's incompetence. The Li family had spent a great deal of resources and sacrificed a golden level warrior to get a slave bug to control Shen Li. This slave bug could manipulate any being below golden level, but the manipulated person would be unable to break through golden level for life. They had initially thought that with the slave bug, Li Jing would be able to control Shen Li smoothly, leading to the gradual dismantling of the Shen family and replacing them. However, it was unexpected that Li Jing had failed. Now, there was no point in further arguing. The only option was to first yield and offer compensation to calm the anger of the Shen family. Li Sun pondered for a moment. Brother Shenyang, although I don't know if that kid Li Jing really did this, since Miss Shen says so, our Li family is willing to take the initiative to admit our mistake and provide appropriate compensation. I have a bottle of rare dragon essence blood, ranked in the top 10 of all races and reaching golden level. I believe with Miss Shen's current strength, she can completely absorb and refine it, which will greatly benefit her cultivation. How about this as compensation? Humph, who wants your worthless blood? Shenyang remained unmoved, his tone still icy. Today, I must cripple you to bring justice for Xiaoli. Brother Shenyang, are you truly going to do this? Li Sun's face darkened, his tone becoming more forceful. Miss Shen has not suffered any substantial loss. If you truly cripple me today, my Li family head will definitely come forward to seek justice. In that case, are the Shen family going to call back their king-level strongman stationed at the Myriad Race's battlefield? By then, the Myriad Race's army will seize the opportunity to attack the passage. Can your Shen family bear that responsibility? I want to see how capable your Li family is. At most. Shenyang's words were cut off as Shen Li raised a hand to stop him. Third uncle, let it go. Shen Li shook her head, speaking calmly. I haven't suffered much loss. Let's accept their compensation. As for what Li Jing did to me, I will take revenge myself, no need to trouble you, third uncle. Xiaoli, is this really okay? Just let it be, third uncle. Seeing Shen Li insist this way, Shenyang couldn't press further, though his face remained troubled. Alright, but it's really hard for me to swallow this without taking action. He turned to Li Sun. I can agree to your condition and accept the compensation to settle this, but I must have my revenge. If you can take my 3 punches, this matter will be considered over. If you can't take them, then it's just bad luck for you. Upon hearing this, Li Sun's face shifted between blue and white. He knew Shenyang's strength well, and he might not be able to withstand those 3 punches. But if he refused, it would be difficult to resolve this matter today. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, fine. I'll take them. Chapter 24, alright, I'm not joking with you anymore. Wang Yun looked at Li Sun's serious expression with a worried face. Li Go, won't this be too forced? Shenyang's strength is 3 levels higher than yours, can you really withstand his 3 punches? Li Sun took a deep breath, a flash of determination in his eyes. Just 3 punches, it's not a big problem. He had his own calculations. He was currently at golden level 4, while Shenyang was at golden level 7. Although there seemed to be a huge gap, 3 punches meant at worst he would just get seriously injured, and his life wouldn't be in danger. Then Li Gu, you must be careful. Wang Yun still felt some unease. Li Sun nodded, solemnly saying, Then he turned around, his gaze locking onto Shenyang. Come on. Alright, be ready. Shenyang's eyes flashed with cold light as his source energy suddenly surged. The surrounding crowd instinctively took several steps back, quickly forming a circle as they eagerly awaited the show. Such level of confrontation was rarely seen. First punch, mountain break. Shenyang shouted lowly, the mighty source energy within him gathering wildly. A gigantic fist, capable of blocking out the sky, condensed in the air, carrying the might to destroy the world as it smashed towards Li Sun. Li Sun dared not be complacent, gripping his long knife tightly as he suddenly drew it. Open sky. A blade aura condensed as if it were real howled out, violently colliding with the giant fist in the air. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the surroundings, shockwaves sweeping in all directions. Although Li Sun's blade aura barely countered part of the giant fist's energy, the remaining half of the impact was still unstoppable, hitting him hard in the chest. Put! Li Sun spat out a large mouthful of blood, his body flying back like a kite with a broken string. He staggered back several dozen steps before barely regaining his balance. His face instantly turned pale as paper. Not far away, Chen Fan watched the scene, pondering silently in his heart. If it were me taking this punch, although I might not be able to fully resist with my current strength, I wouldn't be as miserable as he is. At most, I'd just suffer a minor injury. Shenyang looked at Li Sun's pathetic state and snorted coldly. You're not bad, since you can take my punch. Let's see how you handle this gravity field, double strike. Before the words were out, an invisible gravity field suddenly emerged around Li Sun, and the pressure multiplied instantly. At the same time, an even stronger gravity field stacked on top of it, squeezing toward Li Sun. Li Sun's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Shen Yang to get serious. This wasn't just venting anger, he clearly wanted to cripple him. He hurriedly mobilized his source energy, trying to avoid the squeeze of this double gravity. But under the constraint of the gravity field, his speed was severely suppressed, and he couldn't move quickly at all. Damn it! Li Sun gritted his teeth and cursed, quickly unleashing his own domain, water tornado. A vast expanse of mist instantly gathered, forming a huge water tornado that enveloped Li Sun, trying to use the flow of water to counteract the gravitational pressure. However, the power of this double gravity far exceeded his imagination. The water tornado collapsed in an instant, and the gravity still bore down on him like Mount Tai. Put! Li Sun once again spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying unsteadily, and his breath became weak. He raised his head, his eyes filled with anger, and questioned Shen Yang, "Do you really want to kill me?" Shen Yang glanced at him and spoke disdainfully, "Waste, can't even withstand 2 moves." After saying this, he didn't continue attacking and turned his gaze to Shunli. "Should we wait for that kid Li Jing to come out? Today, I'll just cripple him directly." Shinli shook her head, advising him. "If we keep waiting, it might still take a lot of time. Moreover, if we really cripple him, the conflict between us and the Li family will only grow larger. It's not worth it and serves no purpose." After hearing this, Shen Yang pondered for a moment and nodded. "Alright, but Xiao Li, you can rest assured, even if you can't keep up with Li Jing in the future and can't take revenge personally, once your grandfather breaks through to a new realm, he will be able to return from the battlefield of 10,000 races. By then, even if he kills the kid Li Jing, the Li family won't dare to say a word." Shenli gently nodded, saying nothing more. Then, Shenli took Xian Shuang and turned to follow Shen Yang, preparing to leave. Before leaving, Xian Shuang couldn't help but look back at Chen Fan, her eyes full of reluctance and longing. Shenli noticed the scene and couldn't help but tease. "Xian Shuang, if you really can't bear to leave him, just go to his side. I won't stop you." Upon hearing this, Xian Shuang's cheeks instantly turned bright red. After hesitating for a moment, she still gently shook her head, speaking earnestly. "Chen Fan's strength is rising too fast, I can't keep up with his pace. Even if I stay by his side, I can't fight alongside him, at most, I'd just be supported by him. And I like the heat of battle, I don't want to be treated as a useless wife, trapped beside him doing nothing." Upon hearing this, Shinli couldn't help but laugh and patted her shoulder. "Xian Shuang, it's great that you can think this way. Honestly, I don't want you to leave either, let's go home." "Okay." Xian Shuang replied, stealing one last glance at Chen Fan before turning to follow Shenli out. Shen Yang listened to their conversation and understood in his heart. Before entering the world of 10,000 races, he saw Xian Shuang attracted by a young man. He turned to Shinli, curious, and asked. "Shinli, that kid's strength shouldn't be low, right?" Looking at how he flies in the air, he should have already broken through to the gold level." Shinli answered truthfully. "Gold level?" Shen Yang's eyes flashed with surprise. To reach gold level at such a young age, he is indeed a rare genius. "Xiaoli, why haven't you considered having him join the Shen family?" Upon hearing this, Shenli's cheeks instantly flushed red, and she awkwardly replied. That guy is a lecher. If he joins the Shen family, he will surely harm many women in our clan." Though she said this, her heart was complex regarding Chen Fan. She actually both liked and disliked him. More importantly, she didn't want to be entangled with him any further. Shen Yang, being sharp and clever, saw through her thoughts at a glance and said with a knowing smile. "Xiaoli, you wouldn't have fallen for him, would you? If it were another lecher, you wouldn't have this kind of expression. How could that be?" Shinli quickly retorted, her cheeks turning even redder. Shen Yang looked at her flustered appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. You can decide for yourself. Your grandfather and father won't interfere with who you like, unless the other person truly crosses the line and does something outrageous." Shenli gently nodded, saying nothing more, her footsteps unintentionally quickening. Chen Fan watched this farce with great interest. Now that the show was over, he lost the urge to linger and it was time to go back. After returning, he needed to thoroughly assess the resources he had collected from the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Those treasures useful for cultivation could all be given to Xiaobai. After all, her strength had increased, and he would also receive a one-to-one return. It was a win-win situation. As for Hong Ling, Chen Fan couldn't help but frown, feeling a bit tangled inside. If he gave the resources to Hong Ling, her strength would increase, and that guy Wang Yan would benefit from it too. Just thinking about this made him feel unhappy. However, thinking further, if Wang Yan broke through to silver level, he would be able to summon a second beast. At that time, as long as he got both of his beasts into his arms, it would definitely infuriate Wang Yan to no end. But after careful consideration, Chen Fan still abandoned this thought. Now that Hong Ling was already pregnant with his child, just this point alone would be enough to drive Wang Yan crazy. Wait for a suitable opportunity in the future to directly deal with Wang Yan, and it would all be settled. After making up his mind, Chen Fan no longer hesitated and turned to head towards Wuzhong City. Meanwhile, Li Sun clutched his injured chest, watching Chen Fan's departing figure. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. He instructed Wang Yun by his side. "Sister, go follow that guy. If you can persuade him to join our Li family, that would be best. If he refuses, just capture him and bring him back to the Li family." He was calculating in his heart, as long as he could capture Chen Fan, using his unique ability to attract beasts, he could continuously dig into others' walls. As long as those powerful beasts all belonged to the Li family, not to mention exterminating the Shen family, the entire dragon nation would become the Li family's possession. Wang Yun hesitated and said, "Li Gu, is it really okay for you to be here like this?" Li Sun waved his hand. "Don't worry, although my injuries are a bit severe, within the borders of the dragon nation, no one dares to easily lay hands on someone from my Li family. I'll wait here for Li Jing to come out. You hurry and go, don't let that guy escape." "Okay." Wang Yun, seeing his certainty, no longer hesitated, and immediately channeled her energy, chasing after Chen Fan's departing direction. Chapter 25, Finally, I forcefully command her to sacrifice to me. Chen Fan was leisurely flying through the air. With her gold level 3 cultivation, Wang Yun chased with all her might, quickly catching up to his figure. When she saw that Chen Fan could actually fly in mid-air, she was suddenly shocked. This guy has really reached gold level. In an instant, a hint of retreat appeared in her heart. But thinking again, even if Chen Fan had broken through to gold level, it's most likely just the beginning for him, while I am already at the golden 3rd stage, with my skills being even more advanced. Moreover, this is a task personally assigned by Brother Li, and it absolutely cannot fail. Thinking of this, Wang Yun's eyes narrowed, and she immediately accelerated to block Chen Fan's path. Chen Fan looked at Wang Yun, who suddenly appeared in front of him, with a hint of confusion on his face, but he still calmly asked, "What do you want from me?" Wang Yun snorted coldly. "I don't know what tricks you've used to make those beast tamers obey you and even cling to you, but I can't be bothered with that right now. I'm giving you a chance, submit to our Li family, and in the future, not only will you have endless training resources, but every woman you desire will also be at your service. But if you don't know your place and refuse to obey..." Her tone shifted, and her gaze became ruthless. Then don't blame me for being rough. At that time, whether you end up with broken hands and feet, or even a lifelong disability, I can't guarantee. After hearing this, Chen Fan instantly understood her intention, yet his face remained impassive as he calmly uttered 3 words, "Not interested." Saying this, he turned around, ready to continue on his way. "You're not understanding the situation. Do you really think a rookie at the golden level can escape from my grasp?" Seeing this, Wang Yun was instantly filled with rage and shouted fiercely. Before her voice fell, she concentrated her mind and took out several gleaming flying swords from her spatial ring, which hovered in front of her. "Today, I'll let you taste some suffering and experience the consequences of disobedience." With her command, the flying swords instantly transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards Chen Fan's hands and feet with a fierce whoosh, clearly aiming to cripple his ability to move first. Seeing this, Chen Fan simply snapped his fingers carelessly. Useless effort. The next moment, a strange scene occurred. Wang Yun's body instantly froze in place. Even the speeding flying swords seemed to be afflicted by a spell, hanging in midair, unmoving. Wang Yun's face changed drastically, her eyes filled with terror. She tried to yell, but found her throat felt as if it were blocked, unable to utter a single word. She desperately attempted to move, but her limbs felt as if they were tightly bound by invisible shackles, and she couldn't even move a finger. She couldn't comprehend what this bizarre power was. Meanwhile, Chen Fan concentrated his mind, and the flying swords that were originally aimed at him suddenly changed direction. Their blades now pointed at Wang Yun, and then they transformed into remnants of shadows, shooting towards her at great speed. Wang Yun's pupils constricted, and her heart raced. Am I going to die here today? But just as the flying swords were about to pierce her body, Chen Fan seemed to suddenly remember something. With a thought, the flying swords abruptly stopped in front of her nose. Wang Yun was frozen in fear, her eyes wide and her chest heaving rapidly. Her heart pounded wildly, and cold sweat drenched her back in an instant. Chen Fan lifted his control over her head, allowing her to speak. Wang Yun could no longer hold back, tears streaming from her eyes as she begged, her voice trembling with fear. Please, spare my life. I don't want to die. I'll do anything you want, even if you want my body. I'll strip right now, please don't kill me. Chen Fan ignored her pleading, calmly saying. You should also be a beast tamer, right? Come on, let out your beast. If your beast can defeat me, then you will be saved. If it can't, then you will be dead. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun's face turned even uglier. She knew clearly that Chen Fan's greatest skill was attracting beasts, and once her beast was released, it would likely immediately lean towards him. At that time, not only would she fail to save her life, but she would also lose her beast, truly losing both her life and her troops. But she really didn't want to die, she still wanted to live. After hesitating for a moment, she said with a glimmer of hope, crying, "If my beast can't defeat you, could you let me live? Even if you want to do something to my beast, I won't mind, really." Chen Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. "If you dare to negotiate with me, then just go die." As he spoke, with a flick of his mind, the flying swords that were hovering in front of Wang Yun moved a fraction forward, the sharp blades already cutting through her skin, oozing a trickle of blood. Wait. I'll release right now." Wang Yun shouted in fear, her soul nearly escaping her body. She took a deep breath, suppressing the fear and unwillingness in her heart, and focused her mind. 2 beams of light shone from her body, then transformed into 2 humanoid beasts appearing beside her. One of the beasts had a pair of pure white wings on its back, its figure graceful. The other had pointed ears and dull eyes. Both beasts were female, but their faces showed no spark, their eyes hollow, exuding a heavy aura of lifelessness, completely devoid of vitality. Chen Fan glanced at the 2 beasts, then looked at Wang Yun, frowning and asking, "You are a golden level beast master, by rights, you should have 3 beasts, right? Where's the other one?" "There's another one." Wang Yun's expression became slightly unnatural. "Speak. Or you'll die right now." I sacrificed her." Wang Yun stammered, frightened by his aura, and blurted it out. "What do you mean?" Chen Fan pressed for more. "This." Wang Yun hesitated, unwilling to elaborate. A cold light flashed in Chen Fan's eyes, he didn't waste any more words. With a flick of his mind, a flying sword cut through, and one of Wang Yun's legs was severed at the knee. "Ah!" The intense pain made Wang Yun let out a piercing scream, blood gushing out and staining the ground red. I'll talk. Wang Yun, writhing in pain, dared not hide anymore and cried out. "I want to raise their return rate to 60%. But by normal means, it takes at least 5 or 6 years, and during those 5 or 6 years, if I do anything wrong, the return rate will drop rapidly. I can't wait that long. I also can't stand others' ridicule. Clearly, I have S-level beast talent, yet I can't even match the training speed of someone with A-level talent. So I couldn't take it anymore. I treated my first beast like a servant, trying all kinds of ways to please her, making her completely love me, then tricked her into signing a slavery contract. In the end, I forcibly ordered her to sacrifice herself for me. This way, I inherited all her strength and could train so quickly, even using this strength to join the Li family." At this point, a twisted madness appeared on her face. "Otherwise, with that low-talent beast that has no desire to improve, how long would it take for me to break through to silver level? Let alone golden level. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be better for her to sacrifice herself for me? It saves wasting that talent." Then, she turned to the 2 humanoid beasts beside her, her eyes turning resentful. "But these 2 bitches. Clearly, I treated them so well, yet in the end, they stubbornly refused to sign a master-servant contract. Even now, their return rate is still the lowest, completely just 2 burdens. What use are such beasts? One is only at silver level 9, and the other just broke through to golden level not long ago. Since that's the case, why not sacrifice these 2 bitches to me as well, just to enhance my talent and strength?" Hearing this, the coldness in Chen Fan's eyes deepened. Indeed, Wang Yun was not a good person at all. And these 2 beasts must have been long abused and beaten by her, which made them so lifeless and utterly disappointed in her. Wang Yun seemed to think she had confessed everything and spoke sharply to Chen Fan. "Since you already know the truth, hurry up and let me go. These 2 sluts, do whatever you want with them, it has nothing to do with me." Chapter 26, The Chanyuan World. Chen Fan's thoughts stirred, and he asked the system in his mind. "I can't have any relations with them for now. Can you unlink these 2 beast-like humans from Wang Yun? Host only needs to use the power of the King of Beasts to break the contract binding." Upon hearing the system's reply, Chen Fan couldn't help but hesitate. He could see that these 2 beasts had undoubtedly endured countless nightmarish tortures, which is why they had become so lifeless. And his King of Beasts' power was essentially a force that would make the other party feel favor towards him, even making them willingly want to have relations with him. For these 2, who were mentally and physically exhausted, this might be another form of harm. But then he thought, if he didn't break the bond with Wang Yun, once Wang Yun died, they might suffer a backlash from the contract. After weighing it, Chen Fan decided to use his ability. He raised his gaze to look at the 2 beasts and secretly activated the power of the King of Beasts. The 2 beasts slightly stiffened, lifting their heads blankly, their eyes showing a faint trace of affection toward Chen Fan. But their faces still showed no obvious change. They soon lowered their heads again, their expressions dim. Chen Fan furrowed his brows and muttered softly, "Didn't work? Host, the shadow in their hearts is too deep. They can't recover for now. Their hearts are closed and need time to slowly heal." Then if I kill Wang Yun now, it won't affect them? No, the contract has been forcibly broken by the power of the King of Beasts. Wang Yun's life or death has nothing to do with them. Good. Chen Fan's eyes flashed with cold light, and he no longer hesitated. At this moment, Wang Yun was still struggling and shouting from the side, "Let me go. If you dare kill me, the Li family will never let you go." But before her words were finished, Chen Fan manipulated the flying sword he had used earlier, which pierced her heart directly. "You, how dare you?" Wang Yun's eyes were filled with disbelief as a large amount of blood poured from her mouth. Chen Fan lifted the time stop on her, and Wang Yun's corpse lay still on the ground, soon losing all signs of life. The two beasts stared at Wang Yun's corpse, their faces showing no ripples at all. They instinctively exchanged a glance. They had expected to pay a huge price, even suffer serious backlash, but at this moment, there was nothing unusual. The girl with pointy ears whispered, "Sister, she's dead. Why didn't we suffer backlash?" The winged woman gently shook her head, a hint of relief in her tone. "I don't know, but no matter the reason, we don't have to endure this guy's insults anymore, and we won't have to deal with her weird obsession with whipping us at the drop of a hat." Chen Fan looked at them and spoke in a calm tone. "You're free now. Whether you follow me or leave on your own, it's up to you to decide." Although he knew that if these two beasts were willing to bear children with him, it would undoubtedly bring him a significant increase in strength, there were many ways to improve his power, and he didn't need to force them into something they didn't want. Upon hearing this, the two of them exchanged another glance. The fear from the past still lingered in their eyes, and they didn't know where to go or what to do. They had no home to return to, and they had no idea where they should go. The winged woman hesitated for a moment and mustered the courage to ask, "If we follow you, what will you do to us?" Chen Fan answered honestly, "If you're willing, I will let you have children. If you're unwilling, I won't force you." As expected, you men are all like this, always thinking about those things. "I do have this idea, but I will never force anyone." Chen Fan waved his hand, speaking frankly, "I suppose you won't believe what I say. If that's the case, then it's time for us to part ways." With that, he turned and prepared to leave. "Wait!" The girl with pointed ears quickly shouted, turning to the winged woman. "Sister, maybe it's because of him that we can escape Wang Yun's control without any harm. And he didn't use sweet words to deceive us, which shows he might not really force us. Most importantly, we have nowhere else to go now." The winged woman fell silent for a moment, her expression troubled as she spoke. "Before, we had Wang Yun's contract space, where we could hide and not come out. Even if they forced us, it wouldn't matter, but now the space is gone. If we follow him, what if he uses force? We would only be at his mercy. But even if we don't follow him, with our current strength, if we encounter other stronger ones, wouldn't we still be caught and suffer even worse treatment?" Hearing this, the winged woman felt it made sense. After thinking for a while, she finally made up her mind and shouted toward Chen Fan's back, "Wait! We are willing to follow you." Chen Fan paused, turned around, and looked at them calmly, "Then come along." The winged woman took a step forward, her eyes determined as she said, "But I have one request. If you really want us to bring you joy, I hope you only touch me and don't hurt Fengling. Also, I hope you don't bring other men along." Chen Fan couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. "I didn't expect you cared about her so much, but don't worry, as long as you don't take off my pants, I will definitely not touch you. We would never do such a thing." She paused and introduced herself, "My name is Fengyu, and she is Fengling." Chen Fan. Chen Fan simply stated his name. As they walked, Chen Fan silently pondered. If he were to bring Fengyu and Fengling back to the city openly, it would surely attract unnecessary attention. Although he was not afraid of trouble, his current strength was not strong enough, better to avoid extra problems. So he asked the system again. "Old system, is there any way to put them into an independent space? The host will automatically awaken the inner world after reaching the diamond level. Generally speaking, the inner world is a source of power that can greatly enhance the host's combat strength. In addition, there is a survival-type inner world that has a suitable living environment, but the increase in combat strength is relatively low." Chen Fan's eyes lit up, immediately asking, "I haven't reached diamond level yet. Is there any way to open a survival-type inner world in advance?" For him, a survival-type inner world was what he needed most right now. In the future, if he encountered beasts that had broken away from their masters, he could put them into the inner world, which would be safe and not attract outside attention. The system can open a survival-type inner world for the host in advance, with a trial period of 1 month. After 1 month, if the host has not broken through to diamond level, the inner world will be reclaimed. Even if the host breaks through by then, they will not be able to choose the inner world's type and will have to accept this inner world. After hearing the system's explanation, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. A month's time, relying solely on the feedback from Fengyu and Fengling would likely be hard for him to break through from golden level to diamond level. Although they had S-level talent, their current strength was not strong, and their feedback would be limited. But thinking about it, this could still be seen as a free benefit for him. Having a month of access was better than having none at all. Even if it expired after a month, he wouldn't suffer any loss. Chapter 27, This ring of mine requires not 1,000,000 from you, but I will give it to you for free. Chen Fan made a quick decision. Confirmed the need for this month's usage right. Okay, the survival type inner world eternal world has been granted, and the host can enter it through mental communication. After hearing the system's prompt, Chen Fan immediately focused his thoughts and indeed sensed an additional independent space fluctuation deep within his consciousness. He focused and explored, and saw that the small world was vibrant with life. The ground was covered with lush flowers and grass, and the air was fresh and pleasant, but the area looked to be only about 200 square meters. Chen Fan said with some dissatisfaction, "Why is it so small?" "Host, this is already the largest size possible. For other masters, reaching 100 square meters in their inner world after breaking through to the diamond realm is already top level, and the inner world will automatically expand as the host's strength increases." Hearing this, Chen Fan nodded and said, "Although 200 square meters isn't really big, it's still enough space for you two to move around." Retracting his consciousness from the Changyuan world, Chen Fan turned to Fengyu and Fengling and said, "You two staying beside me isn't very convenient. Why not enter my inner world to rest for a while?" "Inner world?" The two beasts looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. "Yes." Chen Fan nodded. Fengyu frowned and said incredulously, "But isn't the inner world only awakened when one breaks through to the diamond realm? Chen Fan, have you already reached diamond level? You'll know if you come in and take a look, just don't resist my consciousness pull." Chen Fan didn't explain directly. Fengyu and Fengling exchanged glances, and Fengling whispered, "Sister." Fengyu pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Let's listen to him. Since we've decided to follow him, there's no going back. Moreover, his strength is far above ours. If he really wanted to harm us, we would be powerless to resist." Fengling nodded, agreeing. Seeing this, Chen Fan asked, "Are you ready?" The two nodded simultaneously. Then, with a thought, Chen Fan's gentle consciousness power wrapped around Fengyu and Fengling, pulling their figures into the Changyuan world. As soon as they stepped into the inner world, the two beasts were stunned by the scene before them. Lush grass, colorful wildflowers, and clear air were far better than they had imagined. Fengyu turned to look at Chen Fan. "I didn't expect you to really reach the diamond realm, and it's even a rare survival type inner world. Just stay here and relax. Don't attack recklessly, or you might affect me," Chen Fan reminded. He knew in his heart that the newly opened inner world was relatively weak, a small vulnerability. However, even if Fengyu and Fengling really fought inside, the impact on him would be limited. As long as he plunged his consciousness into the space and time, he could easily control them with his domain. "I understand." "Thank you, Chen Fan," Fengyu replied seriously. Chen Fan nodded, and his consciousness projection dissipated, exiting the Changyuan world. Next, Chen Fan wasted no time and rushed at full speed towards Wujiang City. With his golden level cultivation, his flying speed was incredibly fast, and just 1 hour later, the outline of Wujiang City appeared in his vision. Chen Fan thought to himself, "It's best not to be too high profile. If outsiders knew he had already broken through to golden level, it would inevitably bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. Although he would likely attract attention during the material trade later, being more low-key was always better." With this decision made in his heart, Chen Fan suppressed the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, entering Wujiang City discreetly like an ordinary master. His goal was very clear: head straight for a shop in the city named Treasure Workshop. He pushed open the door of the Treasure Workshop, and a crisp sound of bells rang out. A young female shop assistant in a uniform immediately welcomed him, wearing a professional smile on her face. "Hello, sir. May I ask what you need?" "Our shop not only has beast ingredients suitable for martial artists training but also potential enhancing spirit fruits, source energy stones, and various cultivation resources needed for beastmasters." Chen Fan interrupted her introduction, stating straightforwardly, "I want to identify some items. Also, I would like to sell some of my items." The female shop assistant's eyes flashed with surprise, but she quickly said, "If you wish to sell items, we are naturally welcome. However, if your price expectations are too high or the items are of low value, we may not be able to buy them." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan immediately took off an extra space ring from his finger, then pulled out a fruit the size of a fist, red all over and emitting a strong spiritual aura, placing it on the counter. The moment the space ring appeared, the female shop assistant's face changed instantly, and she exclaimed, "This? Could it be a space ring? Sir, did you come back from the goblin's secret realm?" Chen Fan noncommittally nodded and asked, "So, do you accept this?" "Accept? Of course we do," the female shop assistant hurriedly responded. "Please wait a moment, I will go get the manager." Chen Fan nodded, finding a seat to sit down and wait. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored black suit, with a calm demeanor, walked over quickly, wearing a warm smile. "Good day, sir. I am Lu Kuan, the manager of the Treasure Pavilion. I heard you want to sell a space ring and materials from the secret realm? Don't worry, we at the Treasure Pavilion are always fair and will offer you the best price." His gaze fell on the space ring on the counter, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes before he spoke. "I wonder if you would allow me to inspect this space ring first?" Chen Fan handed over the space ring. Lu Kuan took the ring, and a surge of source power flowed from his fingertips, entering it. The scene inside the ring instantly appeared in his mind. The ring's internal space was at least 10 square meters. It was filled with various items, including more than 20 types of spiritual fruits, many beast carcasses, broken weapons, and more. Clearly, these were treasures gathered from the goblin's secret realm. Lu Kuan calmly withdrew his source power, and his smile grew even warmer. "Sir, you really did come back from the goblin's secret realm. You must know that the goblin's secret realm is abundant in spatial stones. So, space rings are not that rare in the secret realm. Here's what I'll offer. I'll pay you 1 million Dragon Kingdom coins for this space ring." He paused, then added, "As for the resources inside the ring, I can help you identify them for free. If you plan to sell them together, I guarantee you a fair price. You will definitely not suffer any loss." But in his mind, he was secretly calculating. This kid clearly has no understanding of the market. There are indeed many space rings in the goblin's secret realm, but the actual haul is poor. But with the large number of masters in the Dragon Kingdom, a complete space ring can easily sell for at least 20 million Dragon Kingdom coins. As long as I get this space ring, I can figure out a way to get him to sell a few more rings and other materials. This time, I will make a huge profit. Upon hearing Lu Kuan's offer, Chen Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. He had a number of space rings on him, all collected after clearing out countless goblin nests. It's important to note that even a goblin nest guarded by several silver-level goblins may not necessarily have a space ring. Space rings in goblin nests are rare treasures accumulated over time by killing countless adventurers. Even a genius like Wu Lan only obtained one on this secret realm trip. It's easy to imagine that obtaining a space ring requires not only facing countless dangers but also having enough luck. Chen Fan stood up, his gaze sharp as he stared at Lu Kuan, speaking coldly. "Since you say that space rings from the goblin's secret realm are not so rare, then go ahead and bring me 10 of them from your shop. If you can bring them out, not only will I not ask for 1 million, but I'll give you this ring for free." Chapter 28, Trying to Deceive Yutong to Follow You? Manager Lu Kuan was first taken aback, then forced a calm expression as he spoke. "Although I don't have 10 right now, when those who come out of the goblin's secret realm return one after another, they will definitely bring back a large number of space rings. At that time, the price will not be that 1 million anymore, it might drop to 500,000, or even lower." Chen Fan snorted coldly, his tone filled with sarcasm. "Do you think my space ring was picked up randomly by the roadside? Since you think you can buy it at a low price later, just wait for those people to sell it to you. Do you really think I'm a fool?" After saying that, Chen Fan didn't wait for Lu Kuan to speak again. He directly reached out and snatched the space ring back from his hand, turning around and walking towards the door. Lu Kuan watched Chen Fan's resolute figure and silently grumbled in his heart. This young guy looks young but is really not easy to deceive. He was unwilling to miss such a good opportunity, so he hurriedly chased after him, shouting loudly. "Sir, wait. How about 3 million? This is already a sincere price." Chen Fan didn't stop his steps at all and didn't pay any attention. 5 million. I'll add 2 million. Lu Kuan gritted his teeth and continued to raise the price. Chen Fan still didn't look back. Lu Kuan was anxious and sweating, finally throwing out his bottom line. "I'm really at my final offer, 10 million. It can't go any higher." Chen Fan listened to the quoted price behind him and sneered in his heart. Sure enough, it's enough to be black-hearted. 10 million is probably not even the real bottom line. It seems I need to ask a few more shops to find out the real market situation. Lu Kuan watched as Chen Fan completely disappeared at the end of the street, filled with regret. He didn't expect Chen Fan to be so straightforward, leaving without even negotiating a price. But then again, he thought, when more people come out of the goblin's secret realm later, the supply of space rings will increase, so it wouldn't be too late to buy at a low price then, and he felt relieved. Chen Fan walked out of the treasure pavilion and was about to find another shop to ask about prices when his gaze unintentionally swept across the street and suddenly saw two familiar figures. "Gu Yu," he instinctively shouted. Gu Yu and Yueling, who was next to her, turned their heads involuntarily upon hearing the call. Yueling recognized Chen Fan at a glance, her eyes brightening instantly, and she broke free from Gu Yu's hand to run towards him, hugging Chen Fan's arm tightly. "Daddy, where have you been for the past 3 months? I couldn't find you anywhere." Chen Fan was taken aback and asked in confusion. 3 months? We've only been apart for at most a month and a half, how can it be 3 months? Guyu saw Yueling clinging to Chen Fan and felt helpless, quickly stepping forward to pull Yueling back, saying irritably, "Yueling, he is just a pervert, what are you doing hugging him like this?" Chen Fan looked at Guyu, puzzled, and asked, "What's this about 3 months? We clearly haven't seen each other for just over a month." Upon hearing this, Guyu looked at him as if he were a fool. "Are you out of your mind? From the day I dropped you at the hotel, it has been exactly 3 months. If it weren't for Yueling constantly wanting to see you, I wouldn't remember you so clearly, I would have thought you were long gone." Chen Fan's heart stirred as he quickly realized. Could it be that the flow of time in the goblin's secret realm is different from the real world? 1 day in the secret realm equals more than 3 days in Blue Star? If that's the case, then it does make sense that 3 months have passed in the real world. He secretly calculated in his heart, if that's true, then Hongling's belly is probably already showing, I'll just go see her later. Guyu firmly pulled on Yueling's hand and said, "Yueling, let's go, didn't you say you wanted to eat roasted chicken? I'll take you to buy some. I want to bring daddy along." Yueling tightly grasped Chen Fan's arm, unwilling to let go. "No." Guyu's tone was resolute. "He is a pervert with ulterior motives towards you, you cannot stay with him any longer. If his animal instincts burst forth. What to do if someone does something bad to you? Xiaoyu, what does it mean to be beastly?" Yutong blinked her innocent big eyes, asking curiously. Hearing this, Guyu's cheeks instantly flushed red, awkwardly explaining. It means that you will feel very painful, but the other person will feel very comfortable. If dad can be comfortable, then it doesn't matter. Yutong said seriously. Watching Yutong call him dad, Chen Fan's original desire was softened by her innocent appearance. After all, Yutong really didn't seem very old, and her heart was pure. Although he knew Yutong had good talent, and if he could make her pregnant, it would likely bring him significant strength. But he already had many choices around him and didn't have to touch the young girl. However, Chen Fan suddenly remembered that Guyu had indeed helped him a lot before, and he had promised to repay her. So he thought for a moment and transferred all the supplies from a spatial ring into his inner world. This ring had an internal space of 50 square meters, which was considered a good quality spatial ring. After doing all this, Chen Fan spoke up, "Wait." Guyu stopped and turned back, her eyes full of vigilance. "Chen Fan, what do you want to do? Want to trick Yutong into going with you? No way. I'm not talking about that." Chen Fan shook his head and took out the emptied spatial ring from his pocket, handing it to Guyu. "You helped me last time, so consider this a thank you gift." Guyu looked at the crude and even somewhat rough ring in Chen Fan's hand, secretly thinking. This ring looks like it's worth only $9 with free shipping, and the craftsmanship is worse than those cheap accessories. But she thought again, Chen Fan was an orphan, and he had no beast control talent. He probably didn't have much money. Giving her a gift was already thoughtful. Even though Yutong was always sticking to Chen Fan, which annoyed her a bit, there was no need to hurt his pride because of that. Guyu hesitated for a moment but still reached out to take it, saying, "Alright, then thank you. But looking at you all dirty, you probably haven't had it easy these 3 months. Did that Wang Yan guy target you again?" She paused, as if recalling something, then added. "My family runs a pharmaceutical company. If you have nothing to do now, you can come to the company as an assistant. I will call the HR department and offer you a starting salary of 30,000. As long as you work well, getting a monthly salary of 100,000 after you become permanent isn't a problem." Hearing Guyu's words, Chen Fan immediately understood. She clearly took the spatial ring as an ordinary street vendor item. But speaking of it, Guyu was actually quite nice. She clearly had no good feelings towards him, yet she was willing to provide him with job opportunities. Chen Fan smiled and said, "Try infusing a little source energy into the ring and use your mental power to sense it. Isn't this just an ordinary ring? What could be different?" Guyu was a bit confused but still did as Chen Fan said, injecting a trace of weak source energy into the ring while releasing her mental power to explore. The next second, Guyu's eyes widened in shock, her face full of disbelief. Her mental power had actually penetrated into an incredibly vast space, which was at least dozens of square meters in size. She instantly reacted and exclaimed, Is this a spatial ring?" She suddenly raised her head to look at Chen Fan, her eyes filled with disbelief. "You are just an ordinary person, how could you have something like a spatial ring? Where did this come from?" Chen Fan replied calmly, "You don't need to worry about that. It's just not something with a shady origin. Could it be that you went to the wilderness and found it on a dead beastmaster's corpse?" Guyu speculated. She felt very conflicted inside. She had only helped Chen Fan with a small favor, and there was no need for such a precious gift as a space ring in return. It's important to know that even with her family's wealth, they only own 2 space rings. Could it be that Chen Fan actually liked her and gave such an expensive gift to pursue her? The more Guyu thought about it, the more possible it seemed, making her expression somewhat complicated. After hesitating for a moment, she still handed the space ring back to Chen Fan, saying, "This gift is too valuable, I can't accept it, you should take it back." Chen Fan looked at the ring being returned and thought to himself. Other gifts probably wouldn't move her either, giving them would be pointless. Anyway, I still have plenty of space rings, so giving her one is no big deal. Chapter 29, Who exactly are you? Whose wild seed are you carrying? Chen Fan said casually. It's fine, I don't just have this one. As he spoke, Chen Fan opened his palm, revealing 7 or 8 other space rings quietly lying there. He casually picked one up, and a faint light flashed. A fruit emitting a strong fragrance appeared in his hand, enough to prove that these space rings were definitely not fake. Guyu widened her eyes at this scene. This. Chen Fan was clearly an ordinary person with no unusual signs on the awakening platform. At first, he hadn't even awakened as a beastmaster. Guyu couldn't understand how he had gotten so many precious space rings. Chen Fan, how did you do it? Chen Fan waved his hand, his expression still calm. You don't need to know that, just understand that I don't lack space rings. Consider this a repayment for helping me back then. Guyu quickly shook her head, her tone firm. Even though I'm unclear about the reasons, I can't accept such a precious thing. This way, I would feel like I owe you, and it would make me uneasy. It's fine. As he spoke, he turned to leave. However, Guyu thought for a moment and quickly called out to him. What do you plan to do with the remaining space rings? Sell them or give them away? If you want to sell them, I can help you purchase them. Hearing this, Chen Fan paused his footsteps and turned to ask, can you tell me the general market price for a space ring? The price of a space ring is usually calculated based on the internal storage area, with 1 square meter valued at 2 million. The one you just gave me has an internal space of about 50 square meters, worth about over 100 million. Guyu answered honestly. Although 100 million was an astronomical figure, for the current Chen Fan, obtaining 100 million wasn't too difficult. Chen Fan had a thought and began to sort all the resources he had collected into 6 space rings. He only took out the teleportation scroll, which was inscribed with complex runes, separately. He walked in front of Guyu and handed over the rings filled with resources along with the teleportation scroll, saying, keep the biggest ring, please store all the resources useful for beastmaster cultivation inside it. The remaining items in the other rings, convert 2/3 into materials needed for cultivation and 1/3 into cash, and transfer it to my account. If you think it's troublesome, you can take a 10% commission as your reward. Hearing this, Guyu nodded, but she already had a plan in mind after handling these resources. She would also include the money for the ring Chen Fan had given her as part of the total. Guyu wasn't short on money and didn't want to take advantage of others. She took the ring and said seriously, okay, I'll just calculate some necessary labor costs and take 1% as a fee at the minimum standard. After a pause, Guyu added, let's add each other on WeChat, that way, we can communicate in a timely manner regarding any updates. Chen Fan didn't insist, nodded, and took out his phone to scan Guyu's WeChat QR code. Added a friend. After adding the friend, he suddenly remembered that he was broke at the moment, and the converted cash wouldn't arrive immediately, so he spoke up. Please transfer me 10,000 for emergencies first, and you can deduct it from my account later. No problem. Saying this, he immediately opened the mobile transfer interface and sent Chen Fan 100,000. Chen Fan waved his hand, said thanks, and then turned to leave quickly. At this moment, Guyu looked at the few space rings in his hand, slightly probing them with source power, and couldn't help but gasp, waves of shock surging in his heart. The various resources inside are stacked like mountains, fruits, weapons, ores, everything you can think of is here. Roughly estimated, the value is probably around 2 billion. Did this guy actually break into the depths of the goblin world? To gather so many rare resources, his strength must be at least silver 9, and not just any silver 9. I always thought I was a genius, breaking from black iron to bronze 6 in a short time. I never expected that this guy, who didn't awaken anything on the awakening platform, has already reached such a terrifying realm. And looking at Yutan's attitude towards him, clearly having feelings, this guy must have a lot of secrets. Guyu stopped thinking about it, turned around, bought a fragrant roasted chicken from a nearby shop, and headed towards the direction where Yutan was. On the other side, relying on the contract sense with Hongling, Chen Fan sensed her location right at the First People's Hospital of Wujiang. Outside the hospital ward, Wang Yan tightly gripped the fetal testing report in his hand. Bang! With a loud noise, he kicked the ward door open, splintering wood everywhere. His eyes bloodshot, he rushed into the room, staring fiercely at Hongling, who was gently touching her slightly bulging stomach, his chest heaving violently, roaring. Who is it? Whose child are you carrying? In that moment, Wang Yan felt a surge of nameless rage rising to his head, directed towards his contracted beast. She wouldn't even let him touch her on normal days, and now her belly has grown, leaving him with a feeling of nausea and helplessness. Hongling slowly raised her eyes, glanced at Wang Yan, her gaze full of undisguised disdain, and said coldly. What does this have to do with you? UTM. Wang Yan was completely infuriated by this attitude. You are my contracted beast. I provide you with abundant resources for cultivation, catering to your every need, and you dare betray me. I will kill you, you shameless woman. Saying this, Wang Yan rushed towards Hong Ling angrily, his eyes full of killing intent. Hong Ling's lips curled up in a mocking smile, raising her hand to gather a fireball blazing with fierce flames, throwing it towards Wang Yan without hesitation. Bang! The fireball accurately hit Wang Yan's chest, the immense impact sending him flying. He crashed heavily into the wall of the ward, producing a dull sound, causing him to grit his teeth in pain, struggling to regain his breath. Damn it! Wang Yan covered his chest, struggling to get up, glaring at Hong Ling with resentment, grinding his teeth as he asked. Is it Chen Fan? Is it that bastard's child? You're right. Hong Ling's mockery deepened, her tone carrying a hint of pride. This is my child with my master, and you, Wang Yan, better adjust your attitude. Otherwise, with you being such a waste, without my assistance, and unable to endure the struggles of cultivation, you'll never reach silver level in this life, and don't even think about summoning a second contracted beast. Hearing Hong Ling call Chen Fan master, Wang Yan instantly broke down, as if he had hit a sore spot, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Shameless woman. I will kill you. In Wang Yan's mind, since Hong Ling was the beast he had painstakingly summoned, she should completely belong to him, and even become his woman. Not only is she pregnant with someone else's child, but the child's father is also that scoundrel Chen Fan whom Chen has always looked down upon, which completely drives him crazy. Wang Yan was about to act again when the ward door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A tall, composed middle-aged man walked in. Wang Yan, seeing his savior, widened his bloodshot eyes and turned to the man, crying out. Father! Please kill this wretch and the wild child in her belly. The man who entered was Wang Qing, the head of the Wang family. He first glanced at the redling who was cradling her belly, then looked at the frenzied Wang Yan, his mouth suddenly curling into a meaningful smile. I didn't expect a beastmaster could get pregnant, how interesting. If she can make a beastmaster pregnant, this child's talent must also be considerable, right? Wang Yan, take good care of her and let her give birth to the child. Wang Qing said casually. Father, what are you talking about? Wang Yan widened his eyes in disbelief. This is Chen Fan's scoundrel's child. You not only want her to give birth, but you also want me to take good care of her. Anyway, that so-called Chen Fan hasn't been seen for 3 months, probably dead in some corner. When the child is born, just treat it as your own. Wang Qing calmly analyzed. Moreover, the child she gives birth to must at least possess an SS-level talent, right? For our Wang family, within hundreds of descendants, there might not even be one with S-level talent. Besides, although she has an SS-level beast mastery talent, I taught you before, to treat beastmasters well. Be sincere to her, but you didn't listen, instead, you focused on devious thoughts. With your mindset like this, who knows when you can break through to silver level, and when you can summon a second beastmaster? Wang Qing's tone carried a hint of reprimand, then he made a decision. Alright, from now on, you don't need to put her into the beastmaster space, anyway, you can't improve the feedback rate, and you don't need to have too much contact with her. From today, Hong Ling will be treated as the young lady of the Wang family, and I will send people to take care of her. As for you, just wait and enjoy her feedback upgrade. Chapter 30, So, can you kiss me? I really miss you. After hearing his father's words, Wang Yan's fists crackled with rage. Father! What on earth are you saying? Don't you care about my feelings at all? What's in her belly is the child of Chen Fan, whom I wish to tear apart myself. You not only want me to endure all of this, but also want to send someone to take care of her, letting her give birth to that bastardo? Wang Qing glanced at him. I said that even if you summon a beastmaster, they might not belong to you. They all have their own consciousness, whoever they like, you should support. Being this generous can earn their affection, and then the feedback rate will be higher. As for the so-called Green, she has never liked you, where does Green come from? He paused, his tone tinged with reprimand. It can only be said that this SS-level beast mastery talent is wasted on you. If you could have even half of my vision, how could you not become a true strong person? This matter is settled, if you dare to have any objections, I will directly freeze your bank card and cut off all your resources. Wang Yan clenched his fists tighter, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. In his mind, from the moment Hong Ling was summoned, she was his possession. His belongings could only be touched with his permission. If any man dared to lay a hand on her without his consent, he should be killed directly, and any woman should be taught a harsh lesson until she completely surrendered. But now, his father not only refused to help him but also wanted to protect Hong Ling and that wild child. This filled his heart with a surge of overwhelming resentment, yet he felt powerless against Hong Ling. What infuriated him further was that Hong Ling was currently looking at him with an extremely contemptuous and disdainful gaze, as if she were looking at a clown. Wang Yan felt a rush of anger surge to his head, nearly making him feel like he was going to die from rage. He glared fiercely at Hong Ling. This matter is not over. After saying this threatening line, Wang Yan turned around and slammed the door behind him, took out his phone, his fingers trembling slightly from anger, and quickly dialed a number. Beep beep. The call connected quickly, and a charmingly sultry female voice came from the other end. Young master, when you finally called me, I've been almost dying to hear from you. Bitch. Wang Yan shouted angrily into the phone, his tone filled with fury. Bring your beast, and get your ass over to that hotel we went to before, right now. Young Master Wang, the woman's voice carried a hint of difficulty. Well, I spent all the money I had for my beast's resources, can I? Don't negotiate with me. Wang Yan impatiently interrupted her. Do you believe I'll get more people to come? Today I'm going to have fun with you. After finishing, without waiting for a response, Wang Yan hung up the phone with a firm thud. On the other end, Lu Ruyan looked at her hung-up phone and sighed helplessly. She suddenly felt that she had really chosen the wrong target to rely on. Although Wang Yan occasionally gave her some money, it was never more than 100,000 at a time. This amount was even less than what she could earn by hunting beasts with the mercenary group outside the wilderness. But now, she was completely in Wang Yan's grasp, with no room for resistance, and could only obediently obey. Chen Fan had already listened to the conversation in the ward clearly. He frowned slightly and thought to himself. That Wang Qing has a calm and restrained aura, containing extremely strong energy fluctuations. He should possess the strength of a high-level golden rank. With my current level, I am indeed not his opponent. However, it won't take long for me to reach that step. Moreover, if Hong Ling is willing to come with him right now, he could also directly take Hong Ling into his small world, avoiding the entanglement with the Wang family. Once Wang Qing leaves, Chen Fan focused his mind and froze time inside the ward. After doing all this, he pushed the door and entered, walking straight to Hong Ling's side. The moment Hong Ling saw Chen Fan, her eyes lit up instantly. The calm expression on her face was instantly filled with surprise. Master. As she spoke, she struggled to get up from the bed. Don't move. Chen Fan quickly stepped forward to hold her down, his tone gentle yet slightly reproachful. You're still carrying a child, be careful. He extended his hand to gently pat Hong Ling's head, feeling the soft touch at his fingertips, his voice soft. You've worked hard, Linger. Hong Ling gently shook her head, her face radiating with a happy smile, her eyes filled with longing. It's not hard at all, being able to carry the master's baby. I'm really very happy. When she is born, she will definitely be very cute. Master, do you want to listen? The baby can already move. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned, thinking, it's only 3 months old, it can move already? But then he thought, beasts have different physiques from humans, so having such anomalies is not surprising. He bent down and gently pressed his ear against Hong Ling's slightly bulging belly. In the next second, he clearly felt a tiny life inside gently squirming a few times, faint yet real. It really moved. A hint of surprise flashed through Chen Fan's eyes, followed by a wave of warmth. Yes. Hong Ling nodded vigorously, her face full of maternal brilliance. He is usually very quiet, he must have felt that Dad is here, so he wants to say hello to Dad. Is that so? Then he really is a sensible good child. Chen Fan straightened up, looked at Hong Ling's gentle face, and smiled as he said. I guess when he's born, he will look just as good as his mother. Hearing Chen Fan praise her like this, Hong Ling's cheeks instantly turned a shade of crimson. Her gaze became more bashful as she softly said. Master, can you hug me? I miss you so much. Chen Fan nodded, carefully holding Hong Ling in his arms, his movements gentle, afraid of hurting her and the child in her belly. Hong Ling rested her head on his chest, listening to the steady and strong rhythm of his heartbeat, her face full of reassurance. From now on, there's no need to call me Master. Chen Fan looked down at her head, his voice deep and gentle. That was just for fun in bed, call me by my name normally. But Hong Ling gently shook her head, lifted her gaze, her eyes firm and serious, and softly said. No, I want to keep listening to your words, so I will still call you Master. Chen Fan looked at her persistent gaze, helplessly shook his head, and playfully flicked her nose. You silly girl, by the way, I think staying at the Wang family doesn't make much sense. How about coming with me, staying by my side? No need. Hong Ling gently shook her head. I'll wait until I make that Wang Yan guy so angry he can't take it anymore, then I'll stay with you for a while to take good care of our child. After that, I want to rely on my own strength to grow stronger. Why? Chen Fan asked, a bit puzzled. If you want to become stronger, I can provide you with endless resources, you don't have to work so hard. Master's resources are better saved for nurturing our child. Hong Ling touched her belly, her gaze tender. I want to become strong through my own efforts, so I can better protect our child in the future and be a help to you, rather than constantly relying on you. But I really worry when you're out there alone. Chen Fan frowned slightly, his tone betraying some concern. Don't worry, Master. Hongling revealed a confident smile. I have the talent of Nirvana fire, even if I face danger and die, I can be reborn from the ashes. Hearing this, Chen Fan's worries lessened a little. He looked into Hongling's eyes and said earnestly, Linger, if you change your mind in the future and want to follow me, you can always find me. I will always be by your side. Hongling nodded heavily, her eyes full of emotion, then she shyly whispered. Master, should I come help you? It's been so long since we last met. Chen Fan patted her head, his tone a bit helpless. I'm not that perverted. You're currently carrying our child, how could you do that? Then, it's fine to do other things. Hongling's voice got softer, her cheeks reddening as if they would bleed. Good girl. Chen Fan gently patted her back, softly comforting her. Just focus on giving birth to our child. Once your health is back, we will have plenty of time to be close. As he spoke, he silently asked the system in his mind. Hey, system, if we are close after Hongling gives birth, is it guaranteed we will have a second child? Host, can't you just wear a protection? Wearing protection is no fun. Then I can't help you. But the chance of a second pregnancy is only 50%, so it's up to luck. Moreover, if the second pregnancy succeeds, you won't get new talent rewards, only strength enhancement rewards. I see. Chen Fan pondered, then asked. So, after the child is born, can I still get another round of rewards? Exactly. Seeing Chen Fan lost in thought, Hongling gently tugged at his clothes, her tone a bit spoiled. Master, then how about this, can you kiss me? I really miss you. Chen Fan came back to his senses, looking into her eyes filled with reliance, his heart softened. He nodded and said gently. Okay. Chapter 31, If my belly gets bigger, a little Chen Fan will soon be born. Chen Fan raised his hand and touched Hongling's smooth red hair. Although you ought to stay in the Wang family to make Wang Yan angry, until my strength is enough to rival the head of the Wang family, Wang Cheng, I will personally come to pick you up. He secretly calculated in his heart. Letting Wang Yan summon a second beast could certainly secure the second beast. But with Wang Yan's current feedback rate, it will probably take at least a year to break through to silver level. And he, Chen Fan, lacked the patience to wait slowly. Hongling snuggled obediently in Chen Fan's arms, her cheek pressed against his chest. I will do what the master arranges, whatever the master says is what it is. Chen Fan lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, then stood up. I'm leaving first, you take good care of the baby here, and contact me anytime if there's anything. After speaking, he lifted the time-stopping spell he had cast and quietly exited the hospital room. After leaving the hospital, Chen Fan directly found the most top-rated 5-star hotel in the city. His money arrived quickly, he wasn't short on cash and naturally wouldn't treat himself poorly. Sir, what type of room would you like? The front desk clerk politely asked. Book a presidential suite and order your most luxurious package for room service. Chen Fan spoke in a flat tone, casually swiping 80,000 yuan, 70,000 for the suite and 10,000 for the food. Soon, the clerk brought Chen Fan to the presidential suite. Pushing open the door, a spacious area of about 100 square meters came into view, decorated luxuriously, with all the facilities in place. However, as Chen Fan surveyed the room, he thought to himself. It is nice, but it feels a bit overpriced. With a thought, he released two beasts, Fengling and Fengyu, from his space ring. As soon as the two little creatures came out, they curiously scanned everything in the room, their eyes sparkling. You can play around here, if you get tired, rest on the bed, don't feel constrained. Chen Fan said to them. Fengling and Fengyu quickly nodded, saying together, thank you. Chen Fan ignored them, took out his phone, and opened the search software to check detailed information about the Wang family. As soon as he opened it, several eye-catching trending topics took over the top of the screen. Breaking news! A red-haired pregnant girl is picked up by the Wang family's special car, the father of the child is a mystery? Cognitive overhaul. Wang Yan's beast is actually pregnant, can beasts and humans really breed together? Chen Fan opened the trending topic with great interest and browsed through the comments below. Yao Yao led, what? Beasts can actually get pregnant? Is this for real? Didn't they say there is reproductive isolation? This is too shocking. I'm not a beast fan. That damn Wang Yan actually put his hands on a beast, I'm so envious. Why can't I summon such a beautiful humanoid beast? I hate people with talent. On the road, Shui. I can solve this problem. I'm in the same class as Wang Yan, quietly saying, Wang Yan's beast doesn't care for him at all, but is fond of a talentless guy named Chen Fan. Maybe this Chen Fan has some special constitution that can make beasts pregnant? Immediately, a netizen replied below. Bro, is this news credible? Not spreading rumors, right? Of course it's credible. I have pictures here, look, Wang Yan's beast is close to Chen Fan, and their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Image. Wow. It's actually true. So, is Wang Yan being cheated on? Ha ha, this is killing me. Well done. I've been uncomfortable with Wang Yan's arrogant look for a long time, relying on his SS-level beast talent to bully classmates everywhere. Now he's getting his comeuppance, right? I really want to see Wang Yan explode in anger when he finds out the truth. Exactly. I have been bullied by Wang Yan before, now seeing him like this, it's so satisfying. But to be fair, I really envy that Chen Fan. If I could have his constitution, I would rather have an SSS-level talent and protect the beasts well, giving all the lovely humanoid beasts a warm home. In just a few minutes, the trending topic title changed again. The evidence is solid. Wang Yan's beast is pregnant, and the real father is someone else. Is there a green hat over Wang Yan's head? A beast getting pregnant is already an unprecedented fresh event, especially with the green hat. Elements like wealthy families' grudges are eye-catching, and this hot search quickly exploded online. Rising rapidly to the top of the trending search, countless onlookers gathered to discuss and watch. Chen Fan looked at his phone screen, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems that before long, the title Green Hat King will be completely bound to Wang Yan. Although Hong Ling has never liked Wang Yan and there was no emotional entanglement between them. But in the eyes of the public, once the beast is bound to the summoner, it is considered the property of the summoner by default. Furthermore, certain media deliberately hyping it up for attention, Wang Yan's green hat is likely to stick. At this rate, Wang Yan is probably going to be so angry he's going to die, right? Meanwhile, in another hotel room, Wang Yan gasped as he collapsed onto the bed, his face filled with irritation. Beside him, Lu Ruyan was tidying up her clothes, her expression clearly dissatisfied, secretly complaining. What a useless person. Just 2 shudders and it's over. I just started to feel something, and then it was gone. Instead, I feel so uncomfortable. At that moment, Wang Yan's phone suddenly rang, breaking the awkward silence in the room. Wang Yan frowned, impatiently picking up the phone, and shouted in a nasty tone. Who is it? A careful voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Wang, you better check the trending search on your phone. Trending search? I don't have time to look at all that nonsense. Wang Yan shouted angrily. Brother Wang, this trending search is related to you, and it's quite a big deal. You better take a look. The voice on the other end carried a hint of hesitation and worry. Hearing this, Wang Yan's heart sank, a sense of foreboding creeping in. He clenched his teeth and said, If it's nothing major and just some useless stuff, I swear I'll make you regret it. After hanging up, Wang Yan opened his phone half convinced and clicked on the trending search list. The headline read, The evidence is solid. Wang Yan's beast is pregnant, and the real father is someone else. Is there a green hat over Wang Yan's head? At that moment, Wang Yan's face instantly turned as dark as water. His trembling fingers clicked on the trending topic and he frantically scrolled through the comments below. Each comment felt like a sharp knife stabbing deep into his heart. Ha, Chen Fan must be having a blast. Sleeping with someone else's beast and making her pregnant, Wang Yan is clearly the scapegoat. Wang Yan must be so furious reading this that he might just die on the spot. Just thinking about it feels satisfying. What does it matter if you have SS-level beast raising talent? You're still wearing a green hat, and the beast is carrying someone else's child. To get the beast to return the favor, you still have to serve the beast well and let her give birth. This is such a loss. Wang Yan, just be a good scapegoat. Even if you can't touch that beast, at least there's a minimum 30% return rate, so it's not all bad, ha. Damn it all. Wang Yan, looking at these mocking comments, was trembling with anger as he violently threw his phone away. The phone slammed against the wall with a loud bang, shattering the screen and scattering parts everywhere. I will kill all of you. You all have to die. Lu Ruyan was startled by his sudden outburst and quickly asked. Brother Wang, what happened? What's going on? Wang Yan ignored her, suddenly leaping off the bed and hurriedly putting on his clothes. He had already been simmering with anger from earlier, and now being ridiculed online made his rage reach a boiling point. These internet users all deserved to die. He had to find and punish everyone who commented and mocked him, making them pay a painful price. On the other side, Guyu was holding Yutong while sitting on the sofa. While scrolling through my phone, I suddenly saw this hot trending topic, and my eyes went wide. He looked down at the innocent and adorable Yutong in his arms, and quickly said, Yutong, look quickly. This Chen Fan is too outrageous, he can even make beasts pregnant, and he has already made one beast pregnant. You must not like him, otherwise, he might also make your belly bigger. Yutong blinked her clear big eyes and curiously asked, If the belly gets bigger, what will happen? If the belly gets bigger, it will give birth to a little Chen Fan. Guyu explained seriously. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Yutong not only wasn't afraid but her eyes lit up, and she excitedly clapped her hands and said, Then I want Chen Fan to make my belly big. I want a little Chen Fan. Chapter 32, Chen Fan, really feels so safe in your arms. Gu Yu. The corners of his mouth twitched as he looked at Yutong, who had a face full of innocence. He is a scumbag. What is a scumbag? Yutong tilted her little head. A scumbag is the kind of person who is irresponsible and plays with others' feelings. But why should Chen Fan be responsible? Yutong blinked her eyes and said matter-of-factly, as long as I follow little Yu, there's no need for him to be responsible. Hearing this, Gu Yu helplessly tapped his forehead, feeling speechless. Although he knew deep down that even if Yutong really got pregnant, he would definitely take good care of her and the child, never looking down on them. But just thinking about Yutong being pregnant with that guy Chen Fan's child made Gu Yu feel uncomfortable and unwilling to let that happen deep down. He let out a heavy sigh, knowing that further persuasion would be pointless. Gu Yu quietly resolved to keep a close eye on Yutong in the future, not letting her be taken away by that scumbag Chen Fan. On the other side, Chen Fan didn't pay much attention to the uproar on trending topics. He quickly shifted his focus back to serious matters and started searching for detailed information about the Wang family on his phone. The information on the screen clearly displayed. The current head of the Wang family, Wang Qing, had reached the high golden level, with an S-level talent. He had contracted 3 beasts, each of which had broken through to the high golden level. Chen Fan looked at this information, secretly pondering. Indeed, it's high golden level, and there are also 3 golden level beasts. If I can pry these 3 beasts away, gaining their talents and energy, I should be able to go directly to diamond level, right? However, this thought passed quickly. He understood very well that he absolutely could not take action against the Wang family right now, they were not his match. Chen Fan tucked away his thoughts and stopped thinking further. Not long after, a gentle knocking sound came from outside the room. Come in. The door was pushed open, and a hotel staff member pushed in a food cart. Sir, this is the set meal you ordered, including chicken soup, braised bear paw, power steak, king crab, and other top-quality ingredients. As per your request, 3 portions of each dish have been prepared, please enjoy your meal. The staff member respectfully arranged the dishes on the dining table, then bowed and retreated. Chen Fan nodded, turning to Feng Ling and Feng Yu, who were playing in the room. Come and eat. The 2 beasts immediately stopped and quickly walked to the dining table. Looking at the table full of exquisite delicacies, their eyes lit up. But they did not immediately dig in, instead, they stood awkwardly in place. Feng Yu hesitated for a moment and said softly, you go ahead and eat, we can wait for you to finish. It's okay. Chen Fan waved his hand, his tone calm. I'm not your previous master, if you want to eat, go ahead. But... Feng Yu still hesitated. The strict treatment from their previous master had made them develop a cautious habit. There's no but. Chen Fan's tone carried a touch of gentle insistence, come sit down and eat, it won't taste good if it gets cold. After hearing this, Feng Ling and Feng Yu looked at each other. After hesitating for a moment, they carefully pulled out a chair and sat down. Looking at the table full of delicious food she had never seen before, Feng Ling swallowed and couldn't help but ask softly. You don't expect us to repay you with our bodies after this meal, do you? Chen Fan heard her words. I still say, unless you willingly agree, I will never force you to do anything. Although he was eager to become stronger, he could also see that these 2 beasts had obviously suffered a lot before, and were extremely resistant to such things. He certainly wouldn't do something to take advantage of their vulnerability. After getting a clear answer, Feng Yu finally relaxed her tense heart, and Feng Ling turned to Feng Yu, asking softly. Sister, can I eat? Feng Yu pressed her lips together and nodded, go ahead and eat. With her sister's permission, the 2 beasts couldn't hold back any longer and immediately picked up their utensils to eat heartily. Perhaps because it had been so long since they had tasted such delicious food, they ate ravenously, their faces filled with satisfaction. Chen Fan watched them and couldn't help but curiously ask. Your last master, Wang Yun, should also have enough money, right? Had you never eaten these things before? Feng Yu shook her head while eating, her tone carrying a hint of bitterness. She only thought about making us sign a slavery contract and would never give us such good things. And at our level, while we don't feel hunger like ordinary people, we still have cravings like humans, wanting to taste these delicacies. Chen Fan nodded, realizing why they were so excited. He thought for a moment and asked, so, have you ever been forced to do those kinds of things by others? No. Feng Yu immediately shook her head, a glimmer of fear flashing in her eyes. Most of the time, we stay in the beast space and don't go out, so those who wanted to get to us never succeeded. Hearing this, Chen Fan felt a little relieved. Just as he was about to say something, Feng Yu proactively spoke. Always using your money and eating your food, we also feel guilty. If possible, let us be your help from now on, we can assist you in obtaining cultivation resources. Actually, you don't need to be so polite, I'm not in a lack of your meal. Chen Fan said lightly. However, if you feel guilty and want to do something, then you can do as you said. After hearing this, a grateful smile appeared on Feng Yu's face, thank you. Fengling also paused her eating, her cheeks reddening as she said softly, thank you. Chen Fan responded and slowly picked up his chopsticks to eat. The meal soon came to an end. Chen Fan put down his utensils and wiped his mouth, saying, I've almost eaten, you two take your time, I'm going to take a shower first. If you're tired, you can sleep on the sofa, it's pretty big. If you're not used to being in the same room with someone, I can get you another room. No need. Chen Fan nodded and didn't say anything more, turning to walk into the bathroom. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom, and Fengling gazed at Chen Fan's back. Her cheeks still blushing, she leaned close to Fengyu and whispered, Sister, I really think he's such a good person, and he's also very attractive, following him will be very happy. He truly is a good person, completely different from Wang Yun. Let's work hard on our strength and help him more. Sister, do you think if we do those things that human males like, will it make us more tightly bonded to him, and he will value us more? Thunk. Fengyu raised her hand and gently tapped Fengling's head. You little girl, we've only known him for less than a day, and you can't wait to offer yourself? But I feel that following the master won't be a loss. Fengling rubbed her head where she had been hit, and whispered in defense. You girl? Fengyu shook her head helplessly. Humans are creatures that cannot be fully trusted. At first, Wang Yun was like this, flattering us in every way, and then suddenly tried to trick us into signing a contract. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you probably would have been sacrificed to someone else. She paused and continued. So, we must remain a little cautious and understand him for a while longer. Don't easily give yourself away, understand? Although Fengling still felt a bit restless, she knew her sister was acting for her own good, so she had to obediently nod. Alright, I will listen to my sister. After eating, the two spirit beasts took turns to wash up in the bathroom. When they came out, they were only wrapped in hotel-provided towels, exposing their fair and delicate skin. They walked to the sofa in the living room, although the sofa was quite large, for Fengyu, who had wings, lying together was still a bit cramped. Fengyu thought for a moment, slightly reduced the size of her wings, and let Fengling lie in her arms, making it possible to fit both of them. As night deepened, the room fell into silence. Fengling lay in Fengyu's arms but couldn't fall asleep at all. Her mind kept drifting to Chen Fan's gentle smile, pondering. If I could hold him to sleep, it would surely be very reassuring, right? Once this thought popped up, it grew uncontrollably like wild grass. After hesitating for a moment, Fengling finally made up her mind. She quietly used a weak hypnosis spell on Fengyu, watching her sister's breathing gradually become steady as she fell into slumber. Only then did Fengling cautiously fly up from her arms. As a wind spirit, flying was extremely easy for her. She silently flew towards the big bed where Chen Fan was sleeping. Reaching the bedside, she gazed at Chen Fan's sleeping profile with his eyes closed. Fengling's cheeks involuntarily flushed red, and her heart began to race. She took a deep breath, gently lifted a corner of the quilt, and carefully burrowed into Chen Fan's bed. As soon as she lay down, Chen Fan sensed the movement beside him. He slowly opened his eyes, and to his sight was Fengling's small face, blushing pink. Chen Fan looked at the Fengling, who was only 1.55 meters tall and seemed particularly petite. With a hint of sleepy laziness in his tone, he softly asked, What's wrong? Can't sleep? Fengling's cheeks turned even redder, and she bit her lip. I'm a bit scared, can I sleep with you? But Fengyu is outside keeping you company, right? Chen Fan asked with some confusion. I want to hold you while I sleep. It would feel safer, is that okay? Fengling looked up, her eyes carrying a hint of nervousness. Chen Fan looked into her big watery eyes, his heart softened slightly, and then he opened his arms gently, saying, Come in. Hearing this permission, Fengling instantly filled with joy and hurriedly plunged into Chen Fan's embrace. She held tightly onto his waist, burying her small head in his chest. Chen Fan, it really feels so reassuring in your arms. Fengling expressed her deep reliance. It feels like all the unhappy things from before have disappeared, being with you is truly wonderful. Chen Fan reached out, gently stroking her head. Feeling Chen Fan's comfort, Fengling's heart finally settled down completely. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but lift her head and softly ask. Chen Fan, will you abandon us in the future? Or, do you have some other conspiracy against us? Chapter 33, Chen Fan is also a bad guy. I hate you. Woo woo. Chen Fan, I don't know. Fengling suddenly lifted her head, why do you say you don't know? Maybe in the future, I will have some conspiracy against you, or do something bad to you. Fengling instantly pouted her small mouth, her eyes reddening. Tears swirled in her eyes. Chen Fan is also a bad guy. I hate you. Whoa whoa. She said she hated him, but her little head couldn't help but nuzzle against Chen Fan's embrace. Chen Fan didn't expect that his joking words would actually make this little girl cry. Alright, I was just joking. He raised his hand gently to stroke the back of Fengling. There is no such thing as a conspiracy. As long as you don't want to, I will never force you to do anything, nor will I ever hurt you. Chen Fan extended his fingertip to gently wipe away the tears sliding down her cheek, speaking softly. Alright, be good and don't cry. It's getting late, hurry and sleep. Fengling sniffled and looked at Chen Fan with tear-filled eyes. Really? You're not lying to me? What would I lie to you about? Hurry and close your eyes to sleep, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Fengling nodded heavily, burying her little head back into Chen Fan's chest, her arms tightly wrapping around his waist. After a moment of silence, Fengling suddenly spoke softly. If in the future Chen Fan really has any conspiracy against us, whether it's to make a sacrifice or to do something bad to us, Chen Fan, please don't touch my sister, okay? All the bad things can come to me instead, as long as you don't hurt my sister. Even if I get hurt badly, I would be willing. I told you I'm just teasing you, silly. Chen Fan shook his head helplessly, patting her back. Stop overthinking, go to sleep. Fengling finally felt relieved, and in Chen Fan's warm embrace, accompanied by the sound of his steady heartbeat, she slowly entered a sweet dreamland. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Fengyu woke up from her dream, instinctively reaching out to hug Fengling next to her, but found empty space. Her heart tightened, and she quickly opened her eyes, discovering that she was alone on the sofa. A sense of ominous dread surged in her heart, and Fengyu immediately got up, quickly heading toward Chen Fan's big bed. At a glance, she saw Fengling curled up on Chen Fan's bed, sleeping soundly. But on the bed, only Fengling's figure was visible. Fengyu's expression changed instantly, her heart sank. Sure enough, Chen Fan still had thoughts about them. He took the chance while she was asleep. She quickly walked to the bedside and shook Fengling forcefully. Fengling, wake up. Hurry and wake up. Chen Fan, can we sleep a little longer, just a little while longer, okay? Fengling mumbled drowsily, turning over, wanting to continue sleeping. Seeing this, Fengyu shook her even harder. Fengling, wake up now. Stop sleeping. Fengling could no longer sleep with all the shaking, slowly opening her sleepy eyes to see Fengyu in front of her. It's sister. She looked around at the empty bedside, a hint of disappointment appearing on her face as she quietly asked. Where's Chen Fan, where did he go? I'm asking you. How come you're on Chen Fan's bed? Did he do something inappropriate to you last night? Fengling yawned, rubbed her eyes, and said innocently. No, yesterday I was the one who asked Chen Fan to sleep together. A satisfied smile appeared on her face, her tone full of affection. Sleeping with Chen Fan is so reassuring, I didn't have any nightmares the whole night. Sister, it was really wise of you to let us stay with Chen Fan. We can cuddle with him and sleep every day, it's simply heavenly. Duong. Fengyu raised her hand and delivered a firm chop to Fengling's head. What are you thinking? You've only known him for a day, and you went straight to someone else's bed. How did Wang Yun fool us in the beginning? Have you forgotten? Fengling covered her sore head, pouting her little face. Even if Chen Fan wants me to sacrifice myself in the future, I would gladly do it. You? Fengyu was so exasperated she was speechless, heavily sighing, looking totally worn out. Why is your head getting silly again, sigh? There's no denying that Chen Fan truly had an irresistible charm. She herself had a moment of hesitation, but in the end, reason triumphed over impulse. To avoid falling into the same trap of being deceived by Wang Yun, she had to remain clear-minded. Fengyu took a deep breath and spoke seriously to Fengling. Wait a moment, I will ask Chen Fan to take us out of the city. I wonder if he will agree. Why do we have to leave? Fengling immediately became anxious. Chen Fan is clearly so good, I won't leave. I want to stay with Chen Fan. Don't be emotional. Fengyu's tone was somewhat firm. You must come with me, I cannot just watch you walk to your death. Saying this, she reached out to pull Fengling's arm. Chen Fan is not that kind of person. Fengling forcefully shook off her hand. Although we don't know him well enough yet, he must not be a bad person like Wang Yun. When you made me trust Wang Yun back then, you said the same. But in the end? Can you remember? We must leave him. I don't want to. I just don't want to leave. While the two were at a standstill, the bathroom door swung open. Chen Fan had finished washing up. Fengling saw Chen Fan as if she had seen a savior, immediately climbing out of bed. Running over barefoot, she hugged Chen Fan's waist and buried her face in his embrace. Chen Fan, my sister wants to take me away from you. I don't want to go, I want to stay with you. Chen Fan turned his gaze to Fengyu, who was standing by the bed with a complicated expression. Why suddenly want to leave? Is there another reason? Fengyu pressed her lips together, her eyes showing a hint of apology and a hint of determination. I'm sorry. Chen Fan, I am just afraid Fengling will be deceived again, repeating the same mistake, so I decided to take Fengling away from here. Although I have not fully gained your trust, isn't there also danger outside the city with crises all around? Fengling immediately agreed, yes. It's safer to stay by Chen Fan's side. Sister, can we not leave? But often the safest place can also be the deadliest. Yet, she ultimately sighed heavily, secretly contemplating. Taking Fengling away, the danger outside might not be any smaller than here. Chen Fan looked at her tangled expression and spoke again. I said, as long as you don't want to, I will never force you to do anything. Fengling hurriedly lifted her head and said to Fengyu. I slept with Chen Fan yesterday, and he did nothing, he must be a good person. Fengyu looked at Fengling's innocent face and shook her head helplessly. What a fool who can be sold and still helps others count the money. She paused for a moment, ultimately conceding, but forget it, I really have no better reason for us to leave immediately. Long life, sister. Chen Fan smiled, ruffling her hair, you two go wash up first, the hotel staff will bring breakfast soon. Okay. Fengling happily replied and pulled Fengyu toward the bathroom. After the two beasts left, Chen Fan's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Guyu, along with a detailed calculation chart. The message was very brief. Total value 2.739 billion, exchanged 1.84 billion of cultivation resources for you, the remaining 900 million has been transferred to your bank card. I am in the Eugene Garden Villa area, send me your location, and I will send a car to pick you up. After reading the message, Chen Fan replied with thanks and then sent the hotel location. After a simple breakfast, he focused his thoughts and put the two beasts into his beast space. Then he picked up the room card, turned around, and walked out of the hotel room. Chapter 34, Ice Phoenix. Chen Fan took the room card down the elevator and waited briefly at the hotel entrance. Before long, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove up and came to a steady stop beside him. The driver's door opened, and a driver in a black suit stepped down, respectfully asking. Is this Mr. Chen Fan? After receiving confirmation, the driver quickly walked around to the rear door and respectfully opened it. Miss instructed me to pick you up, please get in. Chen Fan nodded and bent down to sit in the back seat. This was his second time riding in such a luxurious car, the last time was with Guyu. In fact, with his current abilities, it would be easier and quicker to fly directly to Eugene Villa area. But that would be too ostentatious and could easily attract attention. Chen Fan always avoided trouble, unless necessary, he did not want to invite extra complications for himself. The car smoothly drove on the city road, at a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow. It didn't take long to reach the destination, the Eugene Villa area. What came into view was an extraordinarily magnificent standalone villa. It occupied an area of about an acre. Chen Fan pushed the door open and walked into the villa, immediately seeing Guyu sitting on the sofa in the living room, patiently fixing Yuetong's hair. Yuetong caught a glimpse of Chen Fan out of the corner of her eyes instantly lit up, and she immediately broke free from Guyu's hold. Like a happy little bird, she ran towards Chen Fan, jumping into his arms, calling sweetly. Daddy! Chen Fan reached out and gently stroked her little head. You really are a clingy little thing. Guyu watched this scene, playfully scolding. Yuetong, you heartless little girl. I treat you so well, giving you all the good food and fun. You, however, immediately jumped into someone else's arms, making me so sad. Chen Fan sat down on the sofa opposite Guyu. What is your mutual affection rate with Yuetong now? Hearing this, Guyu proudly raised her chin, her nose slightly upturned. It's almost 70. Many gold-level beastmasters can't reach this mutual affection rate. I'm still only at bronze level, yet I already have a 70 mutual affection rate. When I break through to gold level, the mutual affection rate will surely reach 100%. By then, not only can I have a one-to-one mutual affection with Yuetong, but she won't have any place for you in her heart, only being closest to me. Oh? Is that so? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, smiling playfully to tease her. If so, why don't I leave a gift in Yuetong's belly right now? At these words, Guyu suddenly jumped up from the sofa, pointing at Chen Fan and scolding him. You dare! If you touch my Yuetong, I'll chop you up. Ha, just kidding. Humph. You're so improper. Guyu blared at him in annoyance and shouted at Yuetong. Yuetong, come here quickly, don't stay with this scumbag. I don't want to separate from Daddy. Yuetong tightly hugged Chen Fan's arm, shaking her head like a rattledrum. Sigh, I really wasted my love on you. Guyu sighed helplessly. Alright, Yuetong, you go over there first, I have things to discuss with her. Chen Fan gently patted Yuetong's head and said softly. Hearing Chen Fan's words, although Yuetong was unwilling, she still obediently released her hold. She walked over to Guyu's side but kept her gaze glued to Chen Fan. Guyu understood in her heart that Chen Fan must have some special ability to attract beasts. So it was understandable for Yue Tong to be so clingy to him. She didn't dwell on this matter too much. Chen Fan spoke again. You could have just had the driver deliver the things to me, why make me come here? Isn't it because of Yue Tong? Guyu replied with annoyance. She insisted on seeing you, what can I do? The things are on the table, just take them and hurry up. Chen Fan followed her gaze and saw several space rings on the coffee table. He picked one up, examined it with his spiritual sense, and then frowned, saying with disbelief. Didn't you say there are 18 billion worth of cultivation resources? Why is there only this little? You wouldn't have scammed me, right? My Gu family is wealthy enough, I wouldn't need to scam you for this little resource. Guyu rolled her eyes and explained. These are the highest quality training resources, enough to help 5 beast companions above A grade to reach silver level 9. 1800 million, and it can only help 5 beast companions reach silver level 9? Are you kidding? Chen Fan's eyes widened. I previously wiped out more than 10 goblin tribes, and I killed more than 18 high-level goblins. But it's different. Guyu retorted. Hunting monsters and training are totally different concepts. Hearing this, Chen Fan let out a sigh of helplessness. At the moment, there seemed to be no better ways to acquire resources, so he could only proceed like this for now. Guyu continued, the types of resources here are complete. There are nourishing potions that need to be digested slowly, and spirit fruits that can be taken at critical breakthroughs to improve success rates. There are also recovery potions for healing injuries. Everything in each ring is clearly labeled with detailed instructions, you should read them carefully before use. Chen Fan nodded and stored the spatial ring, quietly calculating in his heart. In the future, if Hongling has children, raising them will require even more resources. It seems that in the future, I have to find a strong partner with a big family background, otherwise, relying on myself to earn resources will tire me to death. He glanced at Guyu beside him and added in his heart, the Gu family isn't bad, I don't need to touch Yue Tong for now, but if Guyu contracts with other beast companions in the future, I could consider it. Once he made up his mind, Chen Fan stood up and prepared to leave. Just then, the villa's door was pushed open, and a woman dressed in a blue long dress with striking blue hair walked in. She was tall, her demeanor cold, like a beauty carved from ice and snow. Chen Fan's gaze was instantly drawn to her, and he was secretly amazed. This woman's aura is steady and strong, her strength is definitely not low. The woman spoke first, her voice as cold as jade striking against stone, addressing Guyu. Xiaoyu, I'm free today, how about I take you out for some training? Seeing the woman, Guyu's expression changed in an instant, as if she thought of something terrifying. She quickly grabbed the woman's hand and said urgently. Aunt Bing. Let's go. You will fall in love with him. Chen Fan chuckled softly, thinking to himself, want to run? Too late. With a thought, Chen Fan immediately used the ability of the King of Beasts on Bing Huang. Bing Huang's strength was definitely not low, if he could take her down, he might break through to diamond level in one go, which was far more efficient than accumulating resources slowly. Bing Huang suddenly paused her steps. Guyu sensed her unusualness and quickly turned to Chen Fan, angrily scolding him. Chen Fan! You scumbag! Damn it! You don't care about anything, just want others to like you, and even want others to have children for you. Can't you have some dignity? Chen Fan didn't care at all, he had the ability of the King of Beasts, so he would use it without hesitation. Moreover, as long as a child was born, both his and the other party's talents would strengthen, which was beneficial for him. Guyu turned to Bing Huang, asking urgently, Aunt Bing, are you alright? Did you feel any effects? Bing Huang's gaze fell on Chen Fan, observing him carefully, and said blandly. I'm fine, I just suddenly found this junior more pleasing to the eye. Let's go, Xiaoyu, we'll go train. Aunt Bing. You can't like this scumbag. Guyu jumped anxiously, he has already made one beast pregnant, and he is definitely eyeing you now. You must not fall for it. Bing Huang smiled lightly. Don't worry, I just find him pleasing to the eye, having children is still far from that step. That's good, that's good. Guyu breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to glare daggers at Chen Fan. Humph. Want to lay hands on my Aunt Bing? Dream on. Chen Fan, hurry and leave, I'm going to train with Aunt Bing now. Don't cause trouble here. Goodbye. Chen Fan said nothing more and turned to walk towards the villa's main gate. After leaving the villa, he asked the system in his heart. Old system, why didn't the ability just now work completely? It seems like she didn't have much reaction. It has already taken effect, her favorability towards you has reached the maximum value. However, some strong individuals have strong rationality, and with their profound strength, they can suppress their emotional fluctuations well. Moreover, once this ability is used, the other party will absolutely not harm the host. If the host takes the initiative to push them down, the success rate is very high. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan dismissed the thought of trying again. Although he wanted to become stronger, he still felt it was inappropriate to take the initiative to push the other party down. Forget it, I'll just let things happen naturally. Chen Fan thought to himself. Maybe one day, she'll suddenly feel lonely and come find me on her own? Chapter 35 The Teacher's Call. Chen Fan held the newly acquired cultivation resources and initially wanted to share some with Xiaobai immediately. But he focused and sensed that there was no trace of Xiaobai around, clearly indicating that the little guy was not nearby. Seeing this, Chen Fan temporarily dismissed the idea. He turned around and returned to the hotel he had previously checked into. As soon as he entered, he spoke directly, booking the presidential suite for 3 months. The hotel manager, hearing the news, personally came downstairs to greet him, wearing a face full of enthusiastic smiles. Mr. Chen, you are indeed a big customer of our hotel. How about this? For the 3-month presidential suite, I'll give you a special price of 5 million. Chen Fan nodded slightly, calculating in his mind. Although buying a house seemed more stable, the presidential suite had dedicated service around the clock, which was indeed much more comfortable and worry-free to live in. He looked up at the manager and spoke flatly. I'll give you 7 million. If I have specific meal requirements in the future, prepare them according to my requests. If there are no requirements, just deliver different categories of high-quality ingredients to my room every day. Upon hearing this, the manager's eyes immediately lit up, and he patted his chest to guarantee. Mr. Chen, rest assured. I will prepare the meals for you at the highest standards, ensuring your satisfaction. Chen Fan nodded and said no more, walking directly into the presidential suite. After closing the door, he leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought. There's no hurry to improve my strength to the high gold level. After all, the Wang family is treating Hongling very well, and as for settling accounts with Wang Yan, I can do that later. Just then, a sudden phone ring broke the silence of the room. Chen Fan picked up the phone and answered nonchalantly, "Hello." On the other end of the line came a familiar and urgent voice. Chen Fan, where have you run off to? There is only 1 month left until the college entrance examination, hurry back to school. I know you haven't awakened your martial arts talent and must feel bad, but your academic performance has always been top-notch, and you will still have a bright future. If you can get into a university in the capital city, whether studying pharmacy or pursuing a research field, you will be able to stand on your own. Chen Fan, now a high-level gold warrior, found the college entrance examination to be meaningless, attending school was even optional. He interrupted the other party's words and replied firmly, Teacher Li, you don't need to say anymore, I already have a better path. What other path can you have? Teacher Li on the other end became anxious. Apart from studying, in this era where martial strength is respected, what can you do as someone without awakened talent? Chen Fan couldn't help but smile and replied with a question. I assume the teacher has seen the hot searches online? Being able to make Wang Yan's beast pregnant shows that my strength is not ordinary. Upon hearing this, Teacher Li's voice suddenly rose, full of disbelief. Chen Fan, you have become a warrior? Yes. Chen Fan gently responded. What realm are you in now? Teacher Li asked eagerly. This, teacher, really doesn't need to be known. Chen Fan replied lightly. Chen Fan, now that you are a martial artist, you should join the warrior class. If you can get into a good martial arts university, that would be a chance to soar. Teacher Li's tone carried a hint of urgency. Chen Fan shook his head and calmly said, There's no need. With my current strength, even if I get a reward in the college entrance exam, it won't benefit me. Chen Fan, what exactly is your strength now? Teacher Li continued to ask stubbornly. Actually, Li Ming was calculating in his heart. Wang Yan clearly had SS-level talent, but his beast-taming rebirth rate was extremely low, and that beast didn't listen to his commands, which was like losing an important battle force. With only a month left until the college entrance exam, it was very difficult for their school to break into the top 10 in Wujing City. It is important to know that among the students in the warrior class, those who awakened their martial arts talents from a young age already had some who broke through to silver rank, and there were no less than 20 at the peak of bronze. However, Wang Yan's current strength was barely bronze level 5, and with his beast pregnant, he couldn't participate in battles at all. As a result, the 2 million yuan prize for the top 10 was completely out of his reach, and his hopes for a promotion and raise had evaporated. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and said, Bronze level 9. When Li Ming heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. Bronze level 9, this was the key strength to break into the top 10. Chen Fan. You have the strength of bronze level 9. If you train hard this month, you have a chance to break through to silver level. Hurry back to school, I will arrange for you to join the warrior class immediately. Teacher, thank you for your kindness, but I really don't need it. Chen Fan still refused. Chen Fan, why are you so stubborn? Li Ming's tone carried a trace of pleading. As long as you can break into the top 10, you can at least get 10 million in training resource purchase quotas. And after entering university, there are various subsidies, so you can probably reach high silver level in just a year, and even break through to gold level right after graduation. Teacher, I really don't need it. Chen Fan's attitude showed no sign of wavering. Chen Fan, can I beg you, please? Li Ming lowered his posture in a panic. If you really don't want to return to school for training, at least come for the college entrance exam on July 8th, okay? My promotion and raise depend entirely on you. Chen Fan remembered how Li Ming had taken care of him in school before, and now that the other side had said that, he found it hard to refuse firmly. After all, the college entrance exam would only take up one day of his time. Alright, if I have no other matters then, I will go. Chen Fan, thank you so much. Li Ming's voice was suddenly filled with joy. Chen Fan responded and hung up the phone. After putting down the phone, he waved his hand and released his two beasts, Phoenix Bell and Wind Feather, from the contract space. As soon as Phoenix Bell appeared, she immediately jumped into Chen Fan's arms, her voice playful and affectionate. Chen Fan, I'm so happy to be held by you. Wind Feather stood aside and, seeing this scene, said nothing but suggested, Chen Fan, since you have nothing to do right now, why not look for the world passage of the Red Moon Descent? We might find some rare resources inside. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and casually said, isn't it unnecessary to make a special trip for that? I already have enough money, it doesn't matter whether I have those resources or not. Do you really not need resources for your training? Wind Feather frowned. I have my own unique method for training, and I progress much faster than ordinary martial artists. I really don't need to enter the world passage to seize resources. Chen Fan explained lightly. Upon hearing this, Wind Feather secretly calculated in his heart. Originally, I was thinking of following Chen Fan to hunt wild beasts, exploring the myriad race's world to rob resources so I could enhance myself faster. At this moment, Chen Fan took out 1/3 of the resources from his storage device and placed them in front of the two. These resources, you should cultivate well, and you can probably break through to the first level in a month or two. After all, he knew in his heart that these two beastmasters would eventually fully submit to him, so investing more resources now was just a pre-investment. Chapter 36, Holding Chen Fan, happy as can be. As long as he could make Feng Yu and Feng Ling successfully conceive, Chen Fan would be able to replicate their talent and strength onto himself one-to-one. So this investment of resources was far from wasteful. Looking at the pile of resources Chen Fan handed over, Feng Yu furrowed her brow and spoke. These are all your cultivation resources, you not only took us in but are also willing to give so many resources to help us improve. Although I urgently want to get stronger, I don't want to owe you more favors. Anyway, right now I'm not focused on cultivation, and I've said before that I have my unique way of getting stronger. Chen Fan spoke casually, if you really don't want to use them, I can just give them to someone else later. Feng Yu's eyes were firm, then give them to someone else, I don't want to owe you more. Chen Fan didn't persuade her further, he simply drew over a package of jelly-like medicine from the pile of resources. The package clearly bore the name, Purified Green Fruit Medicine. It stated below, whether human or beast master, taking it can directly enhance source energy. He twisted open the medicine cap and held it to Feng Ling's mouth, softly saying, Linger, open your mouth and try it. Feng Ling quickly shook her head, her small face full of resistance, no. This is Chen Fan's thing. I can't eat it. Linger saying that really hurts my feelings. Chen Fan pretended to be disappointed. I found it hard to get these resources, yet you refused to take them. It seems you still see me as an outsider. He paused and deliberately said, forget it, Linger can get off me now, tonight you can sleep with Sister Feng Yu. Hearing this, Feng Ling immediately became anxious, her eyes turning slightly red as she hurriedly hugged Chen Fan's arm. Chen Fan, don't be angry. I'll drink it. Seeing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but pat her head, a smile spreading across his face. Linger is still the most obedient. Feng Yu, watching this scene, silently murmured in her heart, could there be something wrong with this medicine? But after sensing for a moment, she only felt the pure source energy waves contained in the medicine. It was indeed a normal energy medicine. Feng Yu thought again, with Chen Fan's strength, if he really had any scheme, he wouldn't need to use such means. His strange ability, which could render people motionless, was enough to do whatever he wanted to them. Feng Ling pinched her nose and finished the medicine, then stuck out her little tongue and looked at Chen Fan with pitiful eyes, bitter. Chen Fan laughed and drew a piece of fruit candy from the table, unwrapped it, and gently placed it in her mouth. Is it sweet now? Feng Ling held the candy, nodding vigorously, then, in a spoiled manner, hugged Chen Fan's waist and rubbed her head against his chest. I've listened to Chen Fan well, you can't dislike me. Little Ling is so obedient, how could I dislike you? Chen Fan ruffled her hair, so, how do you feel? Has your body changed in any way? I feel warm all over, as if I have a bit more strength, other than that, there's nothing special. Feng Ling replied honestly. Is that so? Chen Fan pondered, then Linger needs to eat more in the future to strive for an early breakthrough to the golden level. I'll listen to Chen Fan. Feng Ling replied firmly. Then Chen Fan picked her up and said with a smile, let's go play a fun game. Foamling's cheeks instantly flushed, and she asked softly, what game? Chen Fan carried her to the big screen in the living room, which was connected to a high-performance game console. He skillfully found a two-player casual game and started playing with Foamling. Foamu watched from the side, feeling quite idle. She took the initiative to organize the resources Chen Fan had taken out. From time to time, she raised her eyes to look at the center of the living room, watching Chen Fan and Foamling having such a great time, and her heart couldn't help but ripple. Chen Fan seems like a really good person. Maybe I should leave Xiaoling by his side and leave alone? That way I can focus on getting stronger, and when they encounter danger in the future, I can come back to help. A thought flashed through her mind, and she gently shook her head. Let's wait a little longer before making a decision. During the game break, Foamling looked up at Fengyu and smiled, waving her hand. Sister, come play with us. We can switch to a game for 3 people, Chen Fan is so amazing. Fengyu shook her head and replied in a flat tone, you guys play, I'll just organize the resources here. Chen Fan glanced at Fengyu and pondered in his heart. Fengyu is too mature and reserved, even able to resist the influence of the Beast King. Perhaps it was Wang Yun's actions before that made her particularly sensitive and vigilant. But I won't force her, there's no urgent crisis right now. The only thing I need to worry about is that if the small world does not reach diamond level by the deadline, it will be automatically recalled. He estimated that there was still a month until the deadline, and with his ability, breaking through to diamond level should not be a problem. According to previous investigations, in the city, the Wang family held 3 S-rank beast tamers who had reached golden level. Besides them, there was a lonely woman who acted alone. She was accompanied by a pair of beast-taming sisters who were also not to be underestimated. Currently, there was no opportunity to go after the 3 from the Wang family. Maybe as the deadline approaches, I can try to reach out to those sisters. Chen Fan had a plan in mind. As long as I can get them pregnant, my strength would surely break through to diamond level smoothly. As night fell deeper, after dinner, Chen Fan lay in bed resting, not expecting that Foamling would actually drag Fengyu in with her. Chen Fan looked at Fengyu, who stood by the bed, somewhat surprised. Why are you here too? Fengyu's cheeks flushed, and she explained, feeling a bit awkward. Foamling said this bed is really big, and Chen Fan, you wouldn't force others. I originally wanted to refuse, but Foamling said she didn't want to see me all alone, so I. She paused and quickly added, if you mind, I can go out now. I don't mind. Chen Fan smiled lightly, as long as you don't mind, I have no objections. Foamling immediately pulled Fengyu to sit by the bed and laughed, encouraging, sister, you've been so bloomy. Hugging Chen Fan looks so happy, you should try it too. Although Chen Fan had an irresistible charm that Fengyu found hard to resist, Wang Yun's actions in the past still kept her on edge, filled with caution. She avoided Foamling's gaze and softly said, no need, Xiaoling, you sleep in the middle. Chen Fan is really, really good. Just try it, sister. Foamling was persistent and pushed Fengyu directly into Chen Fan's embrace. The closer she got to Chen Fan, the more Fengyu could feel that nearly deadly attraction, and her face instantly turned crimson. Yet she still suppressed her fluttering heart and struggled, no. Xiaoling, you should hug him instead. Sister. Foamling wanted to persuade her further. Chen Fan intervened at the right moment. Xiaoling, don't force your sister, respect her choice. Okay. Foamling pouted but obediently snuggled into Chen Fan's arms, mumbling softly. Clearly, it feels so nice in Chen Fan's arms, and he treats us so well, sister won't even give it a try. If she tried, she would definitely like it. Chen Fan gently stroked her head and said softly, your sister may not have fully let down her guard yet, finding it hard to accept others. Alright, go to sleep early. Foamling looked up at Chen Fan, her eyes filled with a hint of shyness and anticipation. Then, how about you be a bit more proactive, Chen Fan? I won't take the initiative. Chen Fan smirked, if someone is to take the initiative, it should be you all. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem like I have ulterior motives towards you? Chen Fan is not that kind of person. Windbell's cheeks flushed red, but her heart couldn't help but ripple. Actually, she had long wanted to do those things between adults with Chen Fan. She felt that it would definitely be happier than just hugging. But if she had to take the initiative, she had no experience and simply didn't know what to do. Chen Fan said no more, closing his eyes and slowly falling asleep. In the middle of the night, Windbell tossed and turned, looking at Chen Fan sleeping beside her. The heat in her heart grew stronger, truly difficult to suppress. She quietly nudged the sleeping Wind Feather beside her. Wind Feather opened her eyes, whispered, Xiaoling, what's wrong? Windbell's face was crimson. She hesitated for a long time before saying in a tone as soft as a mosquito, sister. I want to be closer to Chen Fan. That thing you mentioned about being violated by a man, is that a way to be closer? Upon hearing this, Wind Feather's brows instantly furrowed. How long has it been, and you want to give your body away? But I like Chen Fan. Windbell bit her lip, carrying a hint of pleading, but I'm afraid that if I do something wrong, Chen Fan will be angry. Sister, can you teach me? Wind Feather firmly rejected, no. You don't understand him at all, how can you easily give your body to someone else? But Chen Fan is a good person, and he treats me so well. Wind Bell quickly defended, and what if one day, Chen Fan needs me to grow stronger, I am also willing to contribute myself for him. But what if he wants you to be close to other men for profit? Wind Feather pressed on. Wind Bell was stunned for a moment, hesitated, and finally bit her lip, saying firmly. As long as it's Chen Fan's request, I can accept it, so I have already made up my mind, sister, please teach me. Wind Feather looked at her stubborn appearance, sighed helplessly, you really are hopeless, a complete fool. When you regret it later, I won't teach you. Though Wind Feather had never personally experienced these things, she still had relevant knowledge. But to let her personally teach her sister how to engage with men, she simply couldn't accept it. If you won't teach me, I'll find a way myself. Wind Bell huffed defiantly and shifted her gaze back to Chen Fan, her cheeks getting even hotter. After struggling for a long time, she decided to wake Chen Fan. Chen Fan. She called out, her face flushed red, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, looking at her flushed face, confused, do you need to go to the bathroom? Let your sister accompany you. No. Wind Bell shook her head, stealing her courage to say, I just feel a bit uncomfortable. I want Chen Fan to be intimate with me, but I don't know how, can you teach me? Hearing this, Chen Fan's lips curved slightly, his tone plain as he said, no. Chen Fan, don't you like me? Wind Bell's eyes dimmed instantly, filled with some grievance. I said, I won't take the initiative, so naturally I won't teach you. Chen Fan looked at her, if you really want it, let your sister teach you. Beside them, Wind Feather blushed slightly upon hearing this, hurriedly saying, how could I teach my sister such things? Xiaoling, if you don't understand, don't force it. Learn slowly in the future, and also get to know Chen Fan better first. Wind Bell didn't listen to Wind Feather's words at all. She looked up at Chen Fan, her face red as if it would smoke. Since neither of you is willing to teach me, then Chen Fan, can I follow my instincts? Chen Fan looked at her eager yet shy manner, smiled and said, it's up to you. Having received permission, Wind Bell began to act cautiously. But she had no experience, her movements were awkward and clumsy, which instead made Chen Fan wince in pain. Wind Bell quickly released her mouth, her eyes turning red, looking at Chen Fan with a pitiful expression. I'm sorry, Chen Fan. I didn't mean to bite you, but I really don't know what to do. Chen Fan rubbed the place that was bitten, helplessly saying, if you don't understand, just learn slowly later. Let's sleep first. Fengling turned her head to look at Fengyu, crying, sister. Fengyu looked at her sister's aggrieved expression and then at Chen Fan's enduring demeanor, finally letting out a sigh. Her cheeks blushed red, thinking, sooner or later, there will be a day like this, so why not teach her now? Thus, Fengyu steeled herself and went forward, teaching Fengling hand in hand. However, this personal touch made her face so red it seemed like blood might drip from it, her whole body radiating a sense of heat. 2 hours later. System notification, target Fengling has successfully conceived. Congratulations, host, strength has been upgraded to golden level 6. Obtained S-level talent, Wind Sprite. Obtained skill, Great Storm, active, 10 minor skills, passive/support, . Chen Fan ordered in his heart to the system, let the S-level talent Wind Sprite devour and merge with Divine Flame Body. System notification, merging in progress, merging successful. Divine Flame Body upgraded to SSS level talent. Fengling contentedly nestled in Chen Fan's arms, her cheeks still rosy, her voice soft and glutinous. Chen Fan, I'm so happy, but in the future, could you be a little more proactive, okay? Chen Fan gently stroked her head, smiling tenderly, you being proactive this time is enough, leave the rest to me. Fengling turned to look at Fengyu, who was still calming her breath, and encouraged with a smile, sister, you should try it too, it's really special fun. Fengyu's face was already deeply red, and upon hearing this, she became even more flustered, stammering, aye. Fengling could see that Fengyu was no longer rejecting Chen Fan at this moment. She was calculating in her heart. Sister had always had feelings for Chen Fan, but she was afraid to show it due to past shadows. If she could get her sister together with Chen Fan, then in the future, her sister wouldn't feel neglected and leave her. They could always stay by Chen Fan's side. Thinking of this, Fengling made a quick decision, gently floating up, circling behind Fengyu, and pushing her directly into Chen Fan's arms when she was unprepared. Chen Fan instinctively reached out to catch her, feeling that the figure in his arms was Kevya, more alluring than Fengling's. He still restrained his instinctual impulse and asked, if you feel resistance in your heart, don't force yourself. Fengyu buried in Chen Fan's arms, her cheeks burning, her heartbeat racing almost to burst from her chest. After much hesitation, she finally lifted her head, her eyes carrying a little nervousness and hope. Chen Fan, can you promise me that you will never hurt Fengling? Things like promises can be optional. Chen Fan looked at her, is this one sentence that important to you? Yes. Fengyu nodded heavily, her gaze firm. Because Xiao Ling cannot live without you now, she has no way back. And I, in fact, have always been suppressing the attraction I have had towards you, I just didn't dare to admit it before. I promise you. Chen Fan's tone was calm but carried an undeniable certainty. Thank you. Feng Yu's cheeks turned even redder, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, then I will. Sure enough, sister also likes Chen Fan. Feng Ling clapped her hands excitedly from the side. 4 hours later again. System notification, target Feng Yu has successfully conceived. Congratulations, host, strength has been upgraded to golden level 8. Obtained S-level talent, thought bird body. Obtained skills, telekinesis, mind control, and other skills. Chapter 38, Meeting Xiaobai. Chen Fan scanned through the newly acquired skill list, unexpectedly discovering it included telekinesis control and mental attack. He originally thought Feng Yu's talent was also pure wind attribute like Feng Ling's. He looked at the system panel and asked, can SSS level talent still advance? System notification, yes, after SSS level comes the spirit level, and upon reaching the spirit level talent, the host will have the opportunity to break through to the king realm and step into the lord realm. Hearing this, Chen Fan nodded slightly, decisively ordering, alright, continue to devour and merge the thought bird body. System prompt, consuming S-level talent Yunio's body. Consumption complete. Current divine flame body remains SSS level, 2 S-level talents absorbed, progress 50%. Chen Fan held Feng Ling on his left and Feng Yu on his right, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Feng Yu leaned in and gently kissed Chen Fan on the lips, her eyes filled with shyness. Master, being with you really makes me so happy. Chen Fan raised his hand and lightly scratched her nose, teasing, I didn't expect you to be more proactive than Xiao Ling, actually calling me master first. Master, don't you like me calling you that? How could I not like it? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and smiled, doesn't this mean that the most rebellious and cautious you have now been completely conquered by me? Feng Yu let out a soft hum and nestled into his arms, her voice sweet and soft, so annoying. She then lay on Chen Fan's shoulder, her breath warm. Now I really have no way to resist, completely falling for you. If Master wants to do something bad to us in the future, I really won't even have the strength to resist. Chen Fan pinched her nose playfully, his tone mixed with jest, you little girl, do you think so badly of me? Do you believe I won't let you get out of bed right now? I don't believe it. Feng Yu, feeling braver, provoked, if you wake Xiao Ling, you'll have to face both of us alone. Can you handle that, master? This remark ignited Chen Fan's competitive spirit, his eyes darkening. A man cannot say he can't. Just wait, I'll put Xiao Ling into a deep sleep first, and then I will grab your wings for some fun. It should be quite different. Master, do you really have to do that? I said I wouldn't let you get out of bed, and I mean it. As Chen Fan spoke, he concentrated a gentle energy at his fingertips and lightly tapped Feng Ling's brow, sinking her into a deeper sleep. 5 hours later. Master, you can stop now. I can't hold on much longer. Feng Yu's voice was trembling, her cheeks flushed. 3 hours later. Feng Yu never imagined that with her golden grade physique, she would experience such weakness in her legs and body. Seeing her slumped on the bed, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and said, are you convinced now? Just then, Feng Ling slowly woke up. She rubbed her eyes and, seeing Chen Fan and Feng Yu in disheveled clothes and messy breaths, pouted angrily. You two actually played without me. I want to join too. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Chen Fan smiled helplessly. 3 more hours passed. Chen Fan was completely exhausted, lying flat on the bed, the three of them sprawled out in a messy way. Damn, even a golden grade endurance can't handle this kind of torture. This is just with 2, what if another bunch comes? I might just die in bed. Chen Fan silently complained in his heart. He took a moment to catch his breath, looking at the 2 girls still savoring the moment, he said seriously. From now on, let's do this less, and focus on training more. No way, Chen Fan. Feng Ling immediately whined. Feng Yu, more sensible, quickly hugged Feng Ling and persuaded her. Alright, Xiao Ling, let Master rest well. If we keep doing this every day, Master will have nothing to do anymore, and we should focus on training to become stronger and share some pressure with him. Humph, sister, you're being unreasonable, calling Chen Fan master. I want to call him too. Feng Ling protested loudly. Master, she leaned beside Chen Fan, her voice soft. Chen Fan patted her head and smiled, Xiao Ling is the best. 3 days later. Chen Fan let Feng Ling and Feng Yu enter his little world to focus on training, and then sensed Xiaobai's exact location. He specifically went to a jewelry store to buy a necklace worth 5 million. It is said that the gems on the necklace were taken from the forehead of a golden grade beast and contain pure source energy. Based on his sense direction, Chen Fan found the residential area where Wu Lan lived, followed the door number to the corresponding floor, and knocked on the door. Who is it? A little girl's voice came from inside the room. Chen Fan said nothing and continued to knock. Coming, coming. Soon, a little girl with pigtails opened the door, looked up at Chen Fan with curiosity, and asked, "Big brother, who are you? Are you looking for someone in our house?" "I'm looking for Wulan." Chen Fan replied in a calm tone. "Sister, someone is looking for you." The little girl turned to shout into the house. "Who is looking for me?" Wu Lan's voice came from inside. "I don't know, it's a big brother I don't recognize." "Coming." Wu Lan quickly walked to the door and was surprised to see Chen Fan outside. "Chen Fan? Why is it you? Wait, how do you know I live here?" "My current strength is not weak, finding your home is not a difficult task." Chen Fan smiled lightly. The real reason was that he had been with Xiaobai before, and had a special sense of her presence, so he could easily find this place. "Is that true?" Wu Lan was half convinced. "What good would it do me to lie to you?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "Will you not let me in for a sit?" Wu Lan thought of Chen Fan as her lifesaver and did not want to refuse, stepping aside to let him in. "Come in." But when Chen Fan entered the house and saw the kids running around, he was stunned. Xiaobai was playing with a beast with a fluffy tail, entertaining these kids. He couldn't help but ask, "Wait, why are there so many kids in your house?" A hint of sadness flashed across Wu Lan's face as she spoke softly. "Two of them are my biological parents' children, and there are my uncles, my elder uncles, my aunts, my third uncles." "What about their parents?" Chen Fan instinctively asked. "They are all dead." Hearing this, the corners of Chen Fan's mouth twitched, and he secretly muttered, "It seems that if Xiaobai has children in the future, I'll have to raise them myself." Wu Lan's family already has so many kids to take care of, the expenses must have been considerable, and there won't be the energy to manage Xiaobai's children. When Xiaobai saw Chen Fan, her eyes immediately lit up, her cheeks blushing as she quickly walked forward and gently took Chen Fan's hand. "Chen Fan, what brings you here?" Chen Fan patted her head and asked gently, "Have you missed me during this time?" Xiaobai nodded heavily, her eyes full of longing. Wu Lan watched the two holding hands but did not step forward to stop them. Just holding hands, she could still tolerate. But just then, a little boy with a runny nose suddenly ran over, looking up with a dirty face, curiously staring at Chen Fan and asking cheerfully, "Big brother, did you make Xiaobai's sister's belly big?" Chapter 39, The Sleeping Master. Xiaobai's cheeks immediately flushed red, instinctively reaching to touch her little belly. There was only a slight bulge there, and if one did not look closely, it was impossible to tell that she was pregnant. Chen Fan glanced at her motion and then turned to the little boy, pretending to be serious and scolded. "You little rascal, don't talk nonsense here. How is Xiaobai's belly any bigger? But just now, I almost bumped into Sister Xiaobai, and she hurriedly dodged and said no, saying there's a baby in her belly." The little boy blinked his clear big eyes, earnestly rebutting, with snot still hanging under his nose. Wu Lan turned pale upon hearing this, suddenly looked at Chen Fan with a fierce glare, her tone laced with fury. "Chen Fan! You scoundrel! This is a huge misunderstanding, it's all this little brat's nonsense." Chen Fan quickly waved his hands to explain, "I'm human, how could I make a beast pregnant? That doesn't make sense." He secretly shot Xiaobai a warning glance. How could this girl casually talk about such things? Although it wouldn't be a big deal if it was exposed, with Wu Lan's fiery temper, she might really go to blows with him. However, that snotty little boy wouldn't give up, still cheerfully saying, "But I saw on trending news that there's a person with the same name as Big Brother. I made a big belly for a beast. So, Big Brother, did you also make Sister Bai's belly big? And Sister Bai clearly likes Big Brother, right? You little rascal, if you dare to say something like that again, do you believe I will beat you up?" Wu Lan was so angry that she clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, her fierce gaze locking onto Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Even if you are my lifesaver, you can't trick Xiaobai into getting pregnant. Wu Lan, you can't just listen to this little brat's one-sided story." Chen Fan hurriedly defended, "I really didn't do that to Xiaobai, it's all a misunderstanding." "You scum, still trying to escape responsibility? Prepare to die." Wu Lan had clearly made up her mind about the truth, and with brute force, she threw a punch at Chen Fan's face. Seeing this, Xiaobai didn't hesitate to leap in front of Chen Fan, arms outstretched to protect him tightly. "Xiaolan, you can't hit him." Sure enough. Before Wu Lan could finish her words, her vision suddenly went dark and her body uncontrollably fell forward. Xiaobai quickly reached out to catch her, anxiously shaking her and calling out, "Xiaolan! What happened to you? Are you okay?" The surrounding little brats rushed over, all worried, stamping their feet, shouting in different voices. "Sister! Sister! Wake up!" One of the youngest children was so frightened that he started crying, tugging at Wu Lan's clothes and shouting, "Wah! Don't die, Sister Xiaolan! Then, a small child with tear stains, gripping their little fists, glared at Chen Fan with wide eyes and gritted teeth. You two dog men and women. You must have run away to harm Sister Xiaolan. When I grow up, I will definitely kill you. Chen Fan looked at the chaotic scene, feeling helpless. He took a deep breath and raised his voice. Stop crying. She is just asleep. If you don't believe it, put your finger on her nose and feel her steady breathing. Hearing this, one slightly older boy hesitated for a moment, then cautiously put his finger near Wu Lan's nose. After feeling her warm breath, he finally relaxed, turned to the other children and said, Okay, stop crying, Sister Xiaolan is fine, she's really just asleep. But, Wu, why did Sister Xiaolan suddenly fall asleep? Does she have some serious illness? Another little girl with horn braids asked with a sobbing tone. As soon as she said this, the previously quiet cries exploded again. Wu. I don't want Sister Xiaolan to be seriously ill. Sister Xiaolan, don't die. Wah wah wah. Chen Fan was driven nearly mad by the children's crying. Quiet. If anyone dares to cry again, I will really make your Sister Xiaolan never wake up, and take your Sister Xiaobai away to run away with me. This threat had an immediate effect. The crying stopped abruptly. The children bit their lips, holding back their tears, their little faces turning red. They didn't dare to make a sound, their eyes filled with fear and deep dissatisfaction. After a few seconds, a small voice with a sob said, Bad guy. I hate you, another child echoed softly. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with these little brats, his gaze swept over to the beast Jor, who had 3 fluffy tails. The beast's strength seemed to be around silver rank 5 or 6, even if she were to conceive, the enhancement to his strength would likely be limited. It seems like I need to find higher quality targets in the future, those with strong power and deep family backgrounds are better. Chen Fan calculated secretly in his heart. Only then can their families have enough resources to raise the child, and the enhancement to my strength will be greater. He ignored the children and pulled Xiaobai into a bedroom, casually closing the door. As soon as the door closed, Xiaobai raised herself on tiptoe, timidly kissing Chen Fan's lips, her voice filled with deep longing and shyness. Master. I miss you so much. Chen Fan reached out and gently touched her back, and when she wanted to get closer, he tenderly pushed her away. That's enough, Xiaobai, just a kiss is enough. But I still want. Xiaobai's eyes were filled with a hint of disappointment and undeniable expectation. At this moment, Chen Fan was not in the mood, so he spoke up. Xiaobai, I don't want our communication to be just this. All right then. Xiaobai lowered her head, her shoulders drooping slightly, her mood becoming even lower. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Chen Fan changed his tone. Xiaobai, I want to see you get emotional on your own. What do you mean? Xiaobai lifted her head, her big eyes full of confusion. I'll hold you, and you do it yourself. Chen Fan's tone carried an undeniable certainty. Hearing this, Xiaobai's cheeks instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, and her voice was as soft as a whisper. But being watched by the master feels so shameful. Don't like this kind of game? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and asked. As long as the master likes it, Xiaobai is willing to try. Xiaobai bit her lip and said with determination in her eyes. 1 hour later. Xiaobai lazily nestled in Chen Fan's arms, her cheeks still radiating an enticing blush, her voice softly rubbed against his chest. Master. I really like this feeling. Alright, I should be leaving now. Saying that, Chen Fan took out a necklace. This is for you. Xiaobai's eyes lit up as she looked at the necklace. Thank you, master. Can you help me put it on? Chen Fan nodded, but when he put it on, he realized it didn't match well. Sorry, I have poor taste. I really like it. Xiaobai's face turned red. Seeing this, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Fan then took out a spatial ring and handed it to her. You keep this, it contains some training resources, enough for you to use for a while. But master, you also need resources for your training. Chen Fan smiled and directly stuffed the ring into her hand. I can't really just leave and not recognize anyone, can I? Keep it, be obedient. Xiaobai nodded, carefully putting the ring away. Chen Fan opened the door, only to find a few little kids squatting at the door, peeking inside through the crack. What are you doing here? You jerk! How dare you bully Sister Xiaobai? A little boy bravely shouted, his small fists clenched tightly. When Sister Xilan wakes up, I will definitely tell her about this. Chen Fan looked indifferent. After all, Wulan already knew, and what could happen even if she woke up? If they dared to chase, he could just make her sleep again. He looked at the kids and deliberately tried to scare them. You little rascals better get lost. If you keep being a nuisance here, do you believe I'll make your sister Xilan pregnant too? Why, you're breaking the law. I have strength, even the law can't punish me. Get lost quickly. The children were scared by the aura he exuded, and they all turned and ran away in a hurry. Just as Chen Fan was about to leave, the three-tailed Jor suddenly walked over with graceful cat-like steps, her voice charming and a bit curious. I can't feel any attraction from you, but that Xiaobai seems to look at everyone as if they owe her millions. How could she like you so much? Chapter 40, Joer's Heartbeat. Hearing this, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness as he said, "What, do you also want to like me? I'm really willing to try. I want to taste what love feels like, but I just don't feel that kind of heartbeat." Chen Fan smiled faintly. Since she wanted to explore this feeling, he naturally had no reason to refuse. "If that's the case, then let's give it a try, maybe you'll find that feeling." As he spoke, Chen Fan raised his eyes to Joer and quietly activated the talent of the Beast King. An invisible charm spread, and Joer's gaze suddenly became dazed, feeling as if the boy before her had transformed into the most alluring existence in the world. Every move she made tugged at his heartstrings, stirring up an indescribable desire within him. Chen Fan looked at the changes in her eyes and chuckled softly. "So, do you feel it now?" Joer could no longer hold back, stepping forward to tightly embrace Chen Fan, her voice trembling slightly. "How can this be? You suddenly became so tempting." Being able to use the power of beast-taming to enhance his strength, Chen Fan naturally had no reason to refuse. He wrapped his arm around the girl's slender waist and stepped into the room. Ding! The host has successfully made her pregnant. Congratulations to the host, strength has broken through to Golden Knight stage. As the system notification sounded, Chen Fan fused the Beast King talent with the Divine Flame body again, feeling the surging power within him, he murmured to himself. "I've already reached the Golden Knight stage." His fingertips rubbed his chin, but Chen Fan was not satisfied in his heart. Although relying on the beast's return to enhance strength was very fast, the speed of such promotion was still too slow. "It seems I need to seek out stronger beings from the 10,000 clans." A sharp light flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. Though this may lead to the possibility that future children will lack a caretaker, it is undoubtedly the fastest shortcut to enhance strength. Moreover, most high-level races can transform into human forms. What I want to find are those with exceptional talents. Originally, in the next few days, Chen Fan planned to find that guy with the twin beasts to try for a diamond level. But unexpectedly, he didn't need to take any deliberate action, as the power within him automatically broke through the bottleneck. Now he had 6 beasts continuously nourishing him, and without any boundary restrictions, he easily broke through to diamond level. Though the small world has stabilized, this level of strength is still far from enough. Chen Fan's expression was serious. In Blue Star, diamond level may be considered top tier, but among the 10,000 clans, it is hardly worth mentioning. There are many stronger beings above kings. To establish a foothold, I must continue searching for more powerful beasts, preferably those above diamond level. This way, not only can I obtain their talent inheritance, but the strength increase will be more significant. Unlike now, even if I find a talented but weak beast, the increase is quite limited. The primary task now is to find Gu Qingshan's beast. If that doesn't work, I will go to Kyoto. There should be no shortage of diamond level beasts there, even those of Tianya level. Having made up his mind, Chen Fan immediately sent a message to Guyu. "Are you there?" Almost instantly, Guyu replied with an unmistakable alertness. "What do you want?" "I'm bored and want to hang out with you," Chen Fan said casually. "I think you have ulterior motives, trying to get at my moon eye and ice ant?" "Just scram." Guyu's reply was unceremonious. "I genuinely just want to hang out, and I just broke through. I can take you to train in the wilderness." Chen Fan tried to entice her. "I don't have time, I need to prepare for the college entrance examination." "You have SSS level talent, shouldn't you be exempt from the exam?" Chen Fan asked, confused. "If I am exempted, I can't take the exam." Guyu's retort left Chen Fan speechless. Chen Fan looked at the screen and shook his head helplessly. Guyu was stubborn, so it seemed finding a breakthrough point with her was futile. As for directly asking Gu Qingshan about wanting to fight the Ice Phoenix, he would probably get his legs broken on the spot. And if he exposed his secret, just allowing a beast to become pregnant would increase his strength, regardless of whether the other party believed it. Chen Fan certainly did not want to reveal that trump card. "Looks like I can only secretly follow the Ice Phoenix. She can't always stay by Gu Qingshan's side, right?" A glimmer of calculation flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. Now that he had broken through to diamond level, his perception was unlike before. Tracking the Ice Phoenix secretly was not difficult. After patiently waiting for 3 days, the opportunity finally arrived. The Ice Phoenix left Wujiang City alone, flying deep into the wilderness. Chen Fan silently concealed his figure and followed from a distance. The Ice Phoenix moved swiftly, quickly arriving at a town crowded with savage beasts. At this moment, the town inside and out was a dark mass of savage beasts, including many at the peak of gold, led by a fierce western dragon with 2 wings on its back. The Ice Phoenix hovered in mid-air, its cold gaze fixed on the western fire dragon. "Fire dragon, if you know what's good for you, disband these savage beasts immediately. Today, I can spare your life. Get lost." The fire dragon snorted coldly, its dragon eyes filled with disdain. "You are merely at Diamond Stage 6, while I am at Diamond Stage 7, plus I have so many savage beasts under me, many at the peak of gold. Are you sure you can defeat me? Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. The Ice Phoenix spoke in a calm tone. Don't forget, I have a master, and he has 3 beast companions. I am only reluctant to wipe you out because I see the difficulty of your cultivation. If you insist on gathering savage beasts to attack Wujiang City, then you can only go to death. The fire dragon laughed derisively, its tone somewhat certain. Your master? I'm afraid I haven't seen him in 5 years? The last time my brother and I attacked Wujiang City, although we didn't break in, you suffered countless casualties. If your master had truly been present, he should have easily crushed us, yet he never appeared from start to finish. Over the years, it has always been you dealing with the diamond-level savage beasts around Wujiang City. If I'm not mistaken, your master must have tasked you with guarding Wujiang City while he has long gone to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. You come alone, do you really not fear me slaughtering you and leading the savage beasts to flatten Wujiang City? Faced with the fire dragon's provocation, the Ice Phoenix's expression remained unfazed, its gaze as cold as ice. You can try, it would just allow you to become my stepping stone for power. Pretentious. The fire dragon was thoroughly enraged, roaring, Today, I will swallow you and completely destroy Wujiang City. Fire dragon tornado. With the fire dragon's roar, a huge fire tornado rose from the ground, engulfing everything in a scalding heat, rushing fiercely towards the Ice Phoenix. Ice Snow Phoenix Flight. The Ice Phoenix snorted coldly, its icy energy surging violently. A massive phantom of an Ice Phoenix took shape, flapping its wings, cold air sweeping the sky as it charged to meet the fire tornado. One fire, one ice, 2 terrifying attacks collided in midair with a loud bang. In that instant, a piercing sound of energy explosion erupted, and large amounts of water vapor spread like thick fog. Instantly enveloping the entire town, visibility turned into a blur. Chapter 41, Resolving Hidden Dangers. Amid the swirling water vapor, 2 figures suddenly clashed, one blue and icy, one red and fiery. The domains they released thunderously converged in the air, forming a stark confrontation of 2 extremes. The ice-blue cold domain froze everything, while the crimson flame domain scorched the air, each extreme force clashing, sparking endless energy ripples. From Chen Fan's current diamond-level perspective, the Ice Phoenix was clearly at a disadvantage. The fire dragon was already 1 stage higher than her, and although many savage beasts below were killed by the battle's aftermath, a large number of powerful beings continually launched attacks to support it, making the already struggling Ice Phoenix's situation even worse, forcing her to split her focus to deal with the assaults from below. The offensive gradually slowed. Chen Fan observed from the shadows for a moment, ultimately making up his mind to act. Given this situation, what the fire dragon said about Gu Qingshan going to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans was most likely true. His figure moved, stepping through the void, and the stillness domain activated. In an instant, all attacks from savage beasts below diamond level were frozen in mid-air, as if a pause button had been pressed, remaining completely motionless. Only the Ice Phoenix and Fire Dragon engaged in battle high above were unaffected. Hellfire Pillar! Chen Fan shouted softly. The ground beneath him instantly blazed with a scorching red hue, and then hundreds of thick fire pillars erupted from the earth. As if the gates of hell had opened. Thousands of wild beasts gathered in one place were instantly devoured. High above, the raging fire dragon and Ice Phoenix both sensed the change below. The fire dragon's pupils contracted, filled with suspicion. You actually brought help? The Ice Phoenix was equally taken aback, her gaze sweeping to the familiar figure below, her expression filled with astonishment. Isn't that Chen Fan, Xiaoyu's friend? How could he have such powerful strength? He can instantly kill thousands of golden-level wild beasts. Yet Chen Fan did not pause, his fingertips continuously formed fireballs and flame blades, sweeping away the remaining wild beasts like a harvest, swiftly clearing most of the stragglers. Seeing the bad situation, the fire dragon was secretly alarmed. If it continued like this, his subordinates would eventually be slaughtered, and the meticulously planned offensive would fail. He hardened his gaze and secretly transmitted through the void, attack. At this moment, the Ice Phoenix was fully focused on resisting the fire dragon's fierce assault and had not noticed a subtle ripple emerging in the space behind her. A shadow burst forth like a ghost from the rift in space, holding a blade glowing with a cold blue light, and, catching the Ice Phoenix off guard, lunged fiercely toward her heart. Pu-chi. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was loud and clear. The Ice Phoenix's pupils suddenly constricted as she looked down in disbelief at the hilt protruding from her chest. Bone-chilling pain and numbness instantly engulfed her entire body. The shadow struck successfully and immediately withdrew the knife, darting back to the fire dragon's side. Only then did the Ice Phoenix clearly see her assailant's form, a humanoid being clad in black armor, with hands that were naturally shaped like blades and an aura that was cold and eerie. The fire dragon saw this and let out a triumphant laugh. Blade Fong, well done. Then he turned to face the pale-faced Ice Phoenix, his tone full of mockery. Ice Phoenix, did you think I was the only diamond level one? This Blade Fong beside me is only diamond tier 2, but his blades have extremely strong penetrating power and are smeared with unique poison. With your strength, you won't die immediately, but this poison will greatly reduce your power and leave you unable to resist. The Ice Phoenix's expression changed repeatedly, her heart trembling with fear. She already had her trump card secret method. Even without Chen Fan's help, she was confident she could fight to the death and kill the fire dragon. But now, her heart was injured, the poison spread through her meridians, and her body could not recover on its own. A strong sense of weakness flooded her entire being. Even summoning her inherent power had become difficult, so naturally, she could no longer use that secret method. Ha ha ha. Ice Phoenix, now let's see what you can do. The fire dragon laughed madly, taking the chance to activate the flame domain. The power of fire surged as it pressed hard towards the Ice Phoenix. Chen Fan watched the scene unfold, making a swift decision. His figure instantly appeared before the Ice Phoenix, using the power of time to gently tap her wound. Time reversal. A halo flowed by, and the wound on the Ice Phoenix's chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her damaged meridians rapidly repaired, and the poison within her was forcibly expelled like a receding tide. The weakness that had once engulfed her body vanished in an instant, and her power returned. The Ice Phoenix was completely stunned, looking down at her unblemished chest, her eyes full of shock. What was this ability? It could actually reverse injuries and dispel potent poison? Meanwhile, the fire dragon's triumphant laugh froze on his face, his dragon eyes wide open as he exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible?" The Ice Phoenix came to her senses, complex emotions swirling in her heart, instinctively directing her gaze towards Chen Fan by her side. At this moment, Chen Fan had cleared away the remaining threats below and walked to her side, his tone filled with playful interest. "I saved your life, how will you thank me?" The Ice Phoenix collected her thoughts, her tone still indifferent, but it couldn't hide a hint of something unusual. "Thank you. Once we return to Wuliang City, I will reward you with generous resources." As soon as she spoke, the Ice Phoenix no longer hesitated, the ice element origin power within her erupted without reservation. A crystal-clear ice sword gathered in her hand. A cold air swirled around the sword, and a faint sound of phoenix song could be heard. "Frosty cold destruction!" she shouted, holding the ice sword and suddenly slashing at the flame dragon. A frost blue sword energy, refined to perfection, burst through the air, freezing the air into frost as it rushed toward the flame dragon with a devastating aura. The flame dragon felt the deadly sense of crisis, frightened to the core, no longer caring to maintain the flame domain, and turned to escape in a flash of fire. But Chen Fan had already anticipated its moves, and with a flick of his finger, the power of time arose again. Time stop. Though with his current strength, he could only barely imprison the Diamond Level 7 flame dragon for 1 second, that second was already enough. The flame dragon's figure instantly froze in midair, watching helplessly as the frost blue sword energy came charging, unable to evade at all. Boom! The sword energy struck accurately, instantly encasing the flame dragon and the nearby blade tooth in ice, turning them into two crystal-clear ice sculptures. The Ice Phoenix's face paled slightly. Clearly this strike had exhausted most of her source power, but she knew well the principle of cutting the weeds to eliminate the roots, and she struggled to summon her power again. Ice Phoenix charge! A huge shadow of an Ice Phoenix gathered and charged fiercely toward the ice sculptures. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed, and the ice sculptures instantly shattered into countless pieces, the bodies of the flame dragon and blade tooth turning into powder along with the ice. After finishing all this, the Ice Phoenix could no longer hold on, her body softened and she began to fall downward. Chen Fan's quick reflexes kicked in, flashing to her side and catching her securely in his arms. In his embrace, he felt the delicate fabric and warm body. Caught off guard by a male hug, the Ice Phoenix's cheeks instantly flushed a light red. She hurriedly struggled to break free from Chen Fan's arms, her voice as soft as a mosquito, saying, "Thank you." She quickly took a bottle of potion, exuding rich spiritual energy, from her storage ring and drank it down. As the potion went down, a gentle energy rapidly spread, barely helping her recover some stamina. Then, the Ice Phoenix waved her hand, collecting the bodies of the flame dragon, blade tooth, and other high-level savage beasts into her storage ring, turning to Chen Fan and saying, "These spoils of war are all thanks to your assistance, and when we return, I will exchange them for cultivation resources to give to you, plus an additional thank you fee. I will not treat you unfairly." Chen Fan looked at her cold and beautiful face, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth, speaking plainly. "Compared to the cultivation resources you give, I actually want you more." This statement resonated in the Ice Phoenix's ears like thunder, her heart raced, pounding wildly as she suppressed the inexplicable flutter in her chest. Her gaze flickered, her voice holding a hint of panic. You have ulterior motives. I won't agree." Hearing this, Chen Fan understood seemingly, even with the Beast King talent, he could not make this cold beast master completely succumb. He feigned regret, shrugging his shoulders, speaking earnestly. "The Ice Phoenix is so beautiful, with such a great figure, any normal man would be moved, right? But a beast master as cool as you must have always had a clear heart and few desires. It seems I have no chance. Well, I will give up this thought from now on, but if you encounter danger in the future and need help, you can always call me." As the Ice Phoenix listened to him, a subtle trace of joy emerged. She whispered, "Got it." Chapter 42. I must keep a close watch. But the Ice Phoenix did not want to leave Chen Fan completely hopeless. Thinking it over, her cheeks flushed slightly. How about, we add WeChat, it will be more convenient to contact each other later. Hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes lit up, secretly pondering. It seems that this Ice Phoenix is a shy type. If I send her more sweet words, maybe I can make her fall for me soon. And this kind of challenging pursuit is quite interesting. He immediately nodded and replied, alright. Bing Huang took out her phone and opened the WeChat QR code, and Chen Fan quickly scanned it to add her. The friend request was accepted in an instant. With my gratitude fee included, it should be about 500 billion. Bing Huang put away her phone and said calmly. After I go back, I'll send you the list of exchangeable resources. You can see what you want, and I'll use this money to help you buy it. Chen Fan smiled and nodded, sure, then I'll trouble you, Sister Huang. Not a trouble at all. Then, the two returned to Wujiang City, and after arriving in the downtown area, they said goodbye to each other and went in different directions. When Chen Fan got home, he immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Bing Huang, are you home? On the other end, Bing Huang looked at the message, hesitated for a moment, but still moved her fingertips to reply. I've already taken the corpse of the fire dragon for identification. Its value should be substantial, especially its scales, which can be used as high-tech materials to create armor. The blood and flesh can be refined into blood chi pills and processed into high-grade meat. The overall value is at least 200 billion. Seeing the reply, Chen Fan immediately typed out a string of words full of laughter. That's 200 billion at once, making money comes too quickly. This time, really thanks to Sister Huang, not only is she giving me so much money, but I didn't even put in much effort. You're so generous, so powerful, and so beautiful, it's really hard not to like you. Receiving the message, Bing Huang looked at the affectionate words on the screen, and her lips couldn't help but slightly curve up, her cheeks also flushing faintly. After all, Chen Fan had just saved her life, and combined with the inexplicable charm brought by the Beast King talent, faced with such straightforward praise, she found it hard to remain aloof. Bing Huang originally wanted to reply, such cheesy words are disgusting. But her finger hesitated above the screen, unable to resist her doubts. If I say that, will Chen Fan think I hate him? Will he even feel repulsed by me? But if I reply directly that I like him too, it doesn't fit my usual cold nature, and it seems too casual. After a long struggle, Bing Huang still couldn't make up her mind and thought. Why not ask Xiaoyu? She's young and should understand the ways of relationships between men and women. So, Bing Huang got up and went to Guyu's door, gently knocking on it. The door quickly opened, and Guyu peered out. Seeing Bing Huang outside, a look of pleading appeared on her face. Aunt Bing, why are you here? Are we starting training again? But can't we just skip it today? Let's talk tomorrow, okay? I want to relax and play games with Tong Tong today. It's not about training. Bing Huang shook her head, her tone a bit uneasy. Then does Aunt Bing have something else? Guyu asked curiously. Bing Huang's cheeks flushed a bit more, and she unconsciously bit her lip, stammering, Seeing her hesitant and blushing appearance, Guyu immediately sensed something was off and quickly said. How about? Aunt Bing comes in to talk? There are some snacks in the room. Bing Huang nodded and stepped inside. At this moment, Yutong was sitting at the desk, engrossed in a game, her fingers quickly tapping on the screen. Bing Huang sat on the sofa, and the table was filled with various snacks. Guyu picked up a piece of strawberry cake and handed it to her. Aunt Bing, what is it? You tell me. Bing Huang took the cake, hesitating for a long time, as if she had made up her mind. She slowly said. It's just. I recently watched a drama, and I'm quite interested in how young people date. Guyu's eyes widened in surprise. Aunt Bing, you're interested in this kind of thing? Bored and with nothing to do, I occasionally take a look, so I'm quite curious. Bing Huang avoided her gaze and said, pretending to be calm. So, Aunt Bing, do you want to ask a specific question? Guyu probed further. Bing Huang bit her lip, organized her thoughts, and said. It's just, if a guy says to a girl, clearly I didn't put in much effort, and my big sister is so generous, giving me so much money, and being so strong, it really is likable, how should the girl respond? Hearing this, Guyu's eyes immediately flashed with suspicion as she asked, Aunt Bing, where did you see this from? It's just an ordinary TV drama, but it stopped at this part, so I wanted to ask you. Bing Huang tried hard to keep her face from turning redder, explaining with a somewhat stiff tone. Guyu took a bite of the biscuit in her hand, pondering as she spoke. From this sentence, it's clear that this guy either learned cheesy pickup lines online or is a type of scumbag, deliberately leading the girl on. If the girl has no good feelings for him, she should quickly let him go. If she does have feelings, she shouldn't easily say she likes him, she should be a little more subtle, like saying, it's nothing, as long as you like it, which doesn't seem too forward yet acknowledges his feelings. Bing Huang's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, this kind of reply, is it okay? Guyu nodded and said confidently. Yes, this response is moderate, it won't seem too deliberate and won't embarrass the other person. Relaxed to get an answer, Bing Huang immediately took out her phone, her fingertips quickly tapping the screen, replying to Chen Fan. It's nothing, as long as you like it. Guyu looked at her impatient demeanor and then at the smile she couldn't suppress at the corner of her mouth, and a bold guess suddenly arose in her heart. That line just now, could it be that Aunt Bing didn't see it in a drama but rather encountered it in her own online romance? As soon as she thought of Bing Huang possibly being in an online relationship, Guyu's heart immediately set off alarm bells. I never expected Aunt Bing would even be in an online romance. I must keep a close eye on this, I can't let Aunt Bing get cheated by a scumbag. Chapter 43, Xiao Bing, you just have to show me. Chen Fan waited for a long time holding his phone before finally receiving Bing Huang's short reply. He gently rubbed the screen with his fingertips, and after a moment of thought, typed out a probing message. Can I like my big sister? As soon as the phone screen lit up, Bing Huang caught a glimpse of the message content, her cheeks instantly flushed bright red, even her ears turned scarlet. She instinctively looked up at Guyu beside her, her eyes full of helplessness. Guyu noticed her unusual reaction and quickly asked, Aunt Bing, what's wrong? Did he reply again? If the other person replies, can I like you, how should I respond? Bing Huang's voice carried a hint of panic as her fingers tightly clutched the hem of her clothes. Guyu suddenly understood, sure enough. Aunt Bing must be in an online romance, and judging by this expression, she clearly has feelings for him. Suppressing her curiosity, she said seriously. Aunt Bing, you can't agree to him right away. Things that are too easy to get are often not valued by men. You need to think of a way to decline subtly, so you don't kill the conversation but still keep him interested. What should I say? Bing Huang asked anxiously, her eyes full of anticipation. Just say that you don't have the idea of dating for now. Guyu suggested. But won't that make him give up directly? Bing Huang frowned, her tone carrying a trace of barely noticeable worry. If he gives up just because of that sentence, it means his feelings for you aren't deep, and he might just be after your body or power. Guyu clearly analyzed. After all, Aunt Bing, you are so beautiful, have a great figure, and are so strong, it's inevitable that some people would want to take advantage of you and then be irresponsible afterward. The Ice Phoenix pondered for a moment, twirling a strand of hair in front of her forehead, pressed her lips together, and finally nodded. Alright, I'll listen to you. Then, she replied to Chen Fan as Guyu suggested, I don't have any thoughts about dating for now. Seeing the reply, Chen Fan's mouth curled into a playful smile as he secretly murmured, this ice beauty is indeed a tough nut to crack. He stroked his chin, shifted his gaze, and typed another line, sister must have some good feelings for me, right? Before long, the Ice Phoenix's reply came back, still brief, just a little bit. Heh, still at Sundara. Chen Fan chuckled softly, his fingers quickly tapping on the screen. A little bit means you still have some feelings, doesn't it? How about we go out tomorrow, shop around, watch a movie or something? The Ice Phoenix looked at the invitation message and turned to tell Guyu the content. As soon as Guyu heard this, she immediately waved her hands. You can't agree. Agreeing to a date now makes it too easy for him, he needs to put in more effort. The Ice Phoenix thought Guyu made sense and nodded, replying to Chen Fan, that won't work. Chen Fan looked at the refusal on the screen and thought, not agreeing to an offline date and relying only on text chatting, trying to win her over will be a bit tough. In the following days, the Ice Phoenix consistently delivered the redeemed training resources on time, but each time she only dropped things off and hurried away. Not a single extra word was spoken, giving Chen Fan no chance for any close contact. Chen Fan still sent messages to the Ice Phoenix every day, sharing daily life or sweet words, but her replies were always brief and her tone remained cold. At first, Chen Fan found this challenge quite interesting, but over time, he lost the enthusiasm for continually pursing while she pulled away. What he wanted was a chase at eye level, not one-sided adoration. Thus, Chen Fan gradually decreased the frequency of his messages, and even when the Ice Phoenix occasionally sent a message first, he only replied coldly, no longer as enthusiastic as before. This wave of cold treatment left the Ice Phoenix in a panic. She thought her earlier coldness had completely made Chen Fan lose interest, feeling both flustered and dejected, and no longer daring to ask Guyu for strategies. After thinking it over, the Ice Phoenix gathered her courage and sent a message to Chen Fan, I bought a few new pajamas. Want to see a picture? When Chen Fan saw this message, he was stunned, then a flicker of surprise and joy crossed his eyes. Oh? This ice beauty is actually taking the initiative? He deliberately teased her, what kind of pajamas? Lace ones. The Ice Phoenix's message came with a blushing emoji, clearly showing she had mustered great courage. Chen Fan's spirit perked up, and a flame ignited in his heart. Though he wasn't a novice, facing the Ice Phoenix's cool beauty's proactive approach filled him with curiosity and desire to conquer her. However, he still pretended to act reserved. Is this really okay? If you want to see them, it's fine. The Ice Phoenix's reply came quickly, with a hint of caution. Seeing this, Chen Fan no longer pretended to be reserved and replied, "Since you want me to see so much, then I guess I'll reluctantly take a look." MHM. Before long, a photo was sent over. Chen Fan opened it to find the Ice Phoenix in a white lace pajama set. The fabric was thin, outlining her exquisite curves, her skin glowing dazzlingly under the light. "I'll be damned, this is too tempting." Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with astonishment. However, unfortunately, the Ice Phoenix didn't show her face in the photo, only capturing her upper body. A thought struck Chen Fan, and he immediately video called the Ice Phoenix. When the Ice Phoenix saw the video invitation, she, startled, the phone nearly slipped from her hand. She hesitated for a good 10 seconds, ultimately biting her lip, and answered the call only just as she connected. She quickly aimed the phone camera at the curtains behind her, revealing just a piece of the fabric's texture. Chen Fan listened to the faint breath coming from the phone, secretly laughing to himself. As expected, she's still this shy. At that moment, a slightly delicate voice from the phone came through, carrying a hint of tremor. Chen Fan, did you call because you want to see my body?" Chen Fan cleared his throat, deliberately putting on a serious face. "Ahem. It was you, Little Ice, who insisted on showing it to me, not me wanting to see it." On the other end of the line, Ice Phoenix let out a soft humph, with a bit of coyness, making Chen Fan's heart itch. He changed the topic, his tone becoming a little gentler. "But seriously, Little Ice, you look really good in that outfit, I like it a lot. How about we go out to play together tomorrow?" Ice Phoenix immediately interrupted him, her tone filled with a bit of vigilance. "I'm not that kind of easy person." "What are you thinking?" Chen Fan chuckled. "As long as you, Little Ice, don't want it, I will absolutely not force you. I mean, how about we go watch a movie together tomorrow night?" Hearing this, Ice Phoenix's tone softened, her voice turning shy. "But, this is my first time going out alone with a boy. I don't know how to get along with people, what to say, or what to do." Chen Fan felt a warmth in his heart and gently comforted her. "This is my first time too. If you don't know what to say, then let's not talk much. We can just go out, shop a bit, see some sights, and relax." Ice Phoenix was silent for a moment, her hesitation gradually fading. Finally, she softly said, "Well, okay." Hearing this response, Chen Fan felt a slight joy in his heart. Looks like this ice princess is finally going to melt. After all, there are still 2 weeks until the college entrance exam. He has plenty of time to slowly win over this proud and shy beauty. Chapter 44, A Date? During this time, he could focus his energy on winning over Ice Phoenix. Maybe he could succeed tomorrow. Though this takes away some of the thrill of the chase, the thought of directly embracing the beauty also feels refreshingly delightful. "Well, it's settled then, see you tomorrow." Chen Fan's voice came through, filled with laughter. Ice Phoenix gently nodded at her phone, her cheeks still blushing. Good night." "Good night." Once they hung up the video call, Ice Phoenix immediately threw herself onto the bed, tightly hugging a panda plushie beside her. She curled up into a ball. Her heart raced with anxiety. What if I don't do well tomorrow? Will Chen Fan think I'm boring and not like me anymore? I'm really nervous. In her whole life, Ice Phoenix had never felt such a flustered moment. She couldn't help but overthink, if Chen Fan wants to do intimate things like couples, should I agree? She had seen movies, and whenever she saw overly intimate scenes, she felt uncomfortable all over. But when she thought of it being Chen Fan, some anticipation unexpectedly grew in her heart, making her believe she could fully accept it. But Xiaoyu said, if you get something too easily, men won't cherish it. Ice Phoenix frowned, her fingers mindlessly tugging at the plushie's ears, but I really like him so much. She buried her face in the soft plush, her cheeks burning remarkably, and even her breath felt a bit heated. The next morning, Ice Phoenix deliberately changed into an outfit that was completely different from her usual style. The white spaghetti strap dress outlined her graceful and slim figure, and over it, she wore a gray oversized coat, which not only complemented her snow-white skin but also added a touch of gentle elegance. After getting ready, she hurried off to find Guyu. Xiaoyu, how do you think my outfit looks? Bing Wang stood at the door of Guyu's room, her tone filled with both expectation and unease. Guyu looked up and was instantly dazzled into silence. Bing Wang was already endowed with natural beauty. Now, with a change of style, she shed her previous cold and sharp demeanor, adding a touch of feminine softness, making her stunningly captivating. Aunt Bing, you look too beautiful. Guyu exclaimed sincerely. Upon hearing this, Bing Wang's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly asked. Really? If I go out on a date like this, will he like it? Guyu nodded, just as she wanted to say something more when she heard the words on a date. She froze instantly, her eyes wide open. A date? Bing Wang nodded calmly, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. I think I can't keep ignoring him, so I agreed to go out on a date. Guyu's mouth dropped open, and she hurriedly advised. Aunt Bing, you are being too passive. Isn't that letting him control you completely? You are so beautiful and strong, you should take the initiative. It's already arranged, it's not good to refuse. Bing Huang shook her head, her tone firm. Alright, I'm heading out. After saying this, she slung a delicate small bag over her shoulder and turned to walk out. Guyu looked at her back and sighed helplessly. She turned to Moon Tong, who was munching on a bun, her expression becoming serious. Tong Tong, let's quietly follow her. If that person dares to lay a hand on Aunt Bing or tries to take her to a hotel, we must stop it immediately. We will also observe his character, and as soon as we find anything wrong, we will expose him. We cannot let Aunt Bing be deceived by a scumbag. Moon Tong, her mouth stuffed with buns, mumbled indistinctly but nodded vigorously, okay? Then, the girl and her beast carefully followed behind Bing Huang, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Along the way, Bing Huang's striking appearance and exceptional figure attracted countless glances from passers-by. Wow, where did this fairy come from? With this body and this face, those stars are weak in comparison. If I could have this fairy as my girlfriend, I would be willing to give up 10 years of my life. You? Have you looked in the mirror? Do you think you're worthy of her? Even if it really happened, do you think you can keep such a beautiful goddess? Listening to the compliments around her, Bing Huang felt a slight joy within. In the past, she wouldn't have cared about others' opinions at all, but now, she inexplicably hoped that Chen Fan would see her beauty and be pleased. But just then, a young man with yellow hair and a sleazy demeanor blocked her path. The yellow-haired man looked Bing Huang up and down with a lewd gaze, speaking flirtatiously. Hey, woman, you have successfully caught my attention. How about it, be my girlfriend? I'm a third-tier beastmaster, and one day I will have you as a rich lady living in a big villa. Bing Huang didn't even lift her eyelids, walking straight past him, completely ignoring his existence. The yellow-haired man felt his dignity wounded, his face darkened, and he shouted angrily, I'm being polite and giving you face, don't push your luck. Saying this, he reached out to grab Bing Huang's shoulder, intending to forcibly stop her. But just as his hand was about to touch Bing Huang, she gave him a faint glance. That glance seemed ordinary, yet it contained the terrifying pressure of a diamond-level powerhouse, locking onto its prey like an ancient beast, carrying a deadly intimidation. Ah! The yellow-haired man felt a chill rush from his feet to the top of his head, his legs went weak, and with a thud, he fell directly to the ground. He was terrified out of his wits, and his front suddenly became wet, yellow liquid trickling down his pants, emitting a pungent smell of urine. The surrounding passers-by saw this and began to discuss it. Why did this guy suddenly kneel down? He even peed his pants, how embarrassing. It must be related to that beauty. Didn't you see how he wanted to act like a rogue just now? He's probably intimidated by the beauty's strength. After all, how could someone walk so calmly on the street without some skills? Soon, Ice Phoenix arrived at the place she agreed with Chen Fan. She found a prominent spot and stood there, patiently waiting. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan's figure appeared right on time. He walked quickly towards her, with a hint of apology in his voice as he said, Little Ice, sorry to keep you waiting. The moment Ice Phoenix saw Chen Fan, her cheeks involuntarily turned red, and she quickly waved her hand, saying, I arrived early, it's not your fault. Seeing her shy appearance, Chen Fan felt warmth in his heart. He reached out and gently flicked her nose, speaking in a doting tone. Seeing Little Ice blush like this is really cute. The surrounding pedestrians witnessed the scene and immediately burst into chatter. Wow, they are so intimate. Are they a couple? This is too hard to bear. The guy is a little handsome, but he looks so young. His strength can't be that great. I'm at least a silver-level beastmaster, and I have an A-level talent. I'm much stronger than him. Is this beauty blind? Why would she choose someone like that instead of a strong person like me? I guess this guy is definitely a kept man, relying on this beauty to support him. These whispered comments, loud enough yet small enough, reached Ice Phoenix's ears right on time. Her previously shy expression immediately darkened. She suddenly released a terrifying pressure at the diamond level, spreading like an invisible tidal wave around her. Under this pressure, all the discussing pedestrians were bent over, their faces pale, struggling to breathe. Ice Phoenix's gaze was icy, her voice sharp like ice as she shouted. If anyone dares to slander Chen Fan again, I will not let it go. Chapter 45, What, Little Ice wants to keep me. After saying this, Ice Phoenix withdrew her pressure. Those around her, having personally experienced her terrifying power, no longer dared to speak another word. One by one, they fled the scene in fright, like birds and beasts scattering, fearing that if they delayed even a moment, they would be casually wiped out by this beauty powerhouse. However, as they fled, they still secretly defined Chen Fan as a kept man in their hearts. After all, Ice Phoenix's strength and beauty were too dazzling, making it hard to believe she would truly like someone who appeared ordinary. Chen Fan watched the panicked crowd and turned to Ice Phoenix. Following you really feels safe, I suddenly have the feeling of being a kept man, and the key is that this rich lady is so beautiful. Ice Phoenix gently twirled a lock of hair behind her ear, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice as soft as a whisper. If Chen Fan is willing to let me keep you. Only halfway through her speech did she realize she had let it slip, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. She quickly looked down, not daring to meet Chen Fan's gaze. Oh? What, little Ice wants to keep me? Chen Fan teased her on purpose, his eyes full of laughter. Ice Phoenix hesitated for a moment, but ultimately raised her head, her eyes determined as she said, if Chen Fan is willing, I can. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle a few times. Even though you say that, I'm still a diamond-level powerhouse. If I were really kept by you, wouldn't that make my strength seem pointless? But this way, Chen Fan wouldn't have to take risks for training. Ice Phoenix replied eagerly, in the future, if you need any resources, I can provide them. I will never let you suffer. Chen Fan felt warmth in his heart and gently took Ice Phoenix's hand. Her hand was slightly cool, delicate, with a hint of tremor. Alright, save your resources for your own use. I have my own ways to improve my strength, no need to worry about me. Let's go. Let's first stroll through the snack street, then go to the amusement park, how about that? Bing Huang looked at the hands clasped together, her cheeks flushed and burning, yet she showed no sign of resistance. She merely murmured him and allowed Chen Fan to lead her forward. At this moment, Guyu and Yutong, hiding not far away at the alley's mouth, were secretly watching everything unfold. Because Chen Fan had his back turned to them, Guyu felt that figure looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recognize him right away. Is that the person Aunt Bing is dating? Guyu furrowed her brow, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. His back looks pretty handsome, but if he immediately holds Aunt Bing's hand, he must be a flirtatious scoundrel. She clenched her teeth and continued. If we can't stop Aunt Bing from liking him, we must keep a close eye on this guy, and not let him flirt with anyone else. Beside her, Yutong chewed on a candied hawthorn, mumbling, his back looks a bit like Dad. Hearing this, Guyu instinctively looked back at that silhouette, and the more she looked, the more familiar it seemed. Adding to her previous suspicion that Bing Huang's online dating partner was Chen Fan, and remembering Yutong's special fondness for him, Guyu suddenly had an answer in her mind. I suspected it was this guy before, but I never expected it to be him. Guyu ground her teeth in frustration. This scoundrel. Relying on his charm, he already made a beast pet pregnant, and now he's trying to seduce Aunt Bing. This is outrageous. She turned to Yutong with a serious expression. Yutong, you must see clearly, he is a complete scoundrel. From now on, you are not allowed to call him Dad, and you must not have any fondness for him, understand? Otherwise, one day he'll get you pregnant and turn around without taking responsibility. Yutong blinked her innocent big eyes, chewing on the candied hawthorn, and asked, getting pregnant means having a baby with Chen Fan, right? Didn't I tell you before? Guyu replied helplessly. It's when a man and a woman fight, and then get a shot and become pregnant, right? Yutong added seriously. Guyu's cheeks instantly turned red. Previously, to help Yutong understand the danger of such things, she specifically found a science video for her, and in the end, Yutong said, Chen Fan's needle must be very cute. This left Guyu at a loss for words. That's roughly it. Guyu said irritably, then he just pulls up his pants and it's over, he won't take any responsibility. But Chen Fan doesn't need to take responsibility. Yutong said innocently, doesn't little you help me take care of the baby? If I have a baby with Chen Fan, will little you abandon me? Hearing this, Guyu slapped her forehead, almost laughing in anger. She originally wanted to scare Yutong by saying yes, but looking at Yutong's clear, innocent eyes, she couldn't bear to say hurtful things, so she could only scold silently in her heart. Damn Chen Fan. It's all his fault. If Yutong thinks this way, will Aunt Bing think the same? Get pregnant and have the baby, with the Gu family footing the bill, while Chen Fan can continue to flirt without any burden? Guyu felt like the cabbage from her family was being pushed by a pig, and she was both angry and anxious, silently making a resolution. She must stop Chen Fan from approaching Aunt Bing. She looked up at the two people not far away, seeing them holding hands, sharing a candied hawthorn, and laughing together in a way that was painfully intimate. Guyu gritted her teeth, immediately took out her phone, and dialed Bing Huang's number. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The sudden ringtone broke the warm atmosphere between the two. Chen Fan turned to Bing Huang, Xiao Binger, your phone is ringing. Bing Huang, lost in the sweetness of her date with Chen Fan, was suddenly jolted by the ringtone, annoyance flashing across her face. She took out her phone and saw little Yu on the screen. Immediately, she perceived with her senses and instantly realized Guyu and Yutong's positions. It turns out they had been secretly following me. Bing Huang was both angry and helpless, hanging up the phone without hesitation, just wanting to quietly go on a date with Chen Fan. Xiao Bing, who was that? Chen Fan asked curiously. Nothing. Bing Huang casually brushed it off, putting her phone back in her bag. I see. Chen Fan smiled and gently stroked Bing Huang's cheek. Bing Huang's cheek instantly flushed, her gaze a bit evasive. She softly asked, Chen Fan, what's wrong? You have a bit of candied fruit stuck to the corner of your mouth. As Chen Fan spoke, he gently wiped away the sugar residue with his fingertip and casually put it into his mouth. Watching his action, Bing Huang's heart raced, and she imitated him. She reached out her finger, gently touched Chen Fan's cheek, then parted her red lips and softly pecked away a bit of crumb from the corner of his mouth, her voice laced with shyness. You also have crumbs on your face. Seeing her bashful expression, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Let's go check out the front. I heard the roast chicken there is really good. I want to take you to try it. Saying this, he held onto Bing Huang's hand tightly. Bing Huang softly hummed in agreement, allowing him to lead her forward. Meanwhile, Guyu, hidden in the shadows, watched Bing Huang hang up her call and felt frustrated, biting her nails. But then she thought, since Bing Yi was rarely this happy, if she suddenly interrupted, it would surely make her unhappy. After hesitating for a long while, she ultimately didn't dare to rush over. Chapter 46, Bing Yi becomes love-struck. But if she didn't step in to stop it, Bing Huang might completely fall for him. The more Guyu thought about it, the more anxious she became given Bing Huang's current obsession with Chen Fan. By nightfall, once Chen Fan suggested spending the night together, she would definitely agree without hesitation. By then, Bing Huang would be pregnant with Chen Fan's child, and everything would be too late. Guyu pondered back and forth, yet she still didn't dare to recklessly disturb Bing Yi was rarely this happy, and she couldn't bear to ruin this good mood. But she secretly made up her mind. Absolutely cannot let Bing Yi get pregnant with Chen Fan's child. Pure Bing Yi will be protected by me. So, once I sensed the two were headed to a hotel, I must immediately step in to stop them. For the rest of the way, Guyu followed closely behind with Yutong, from the food street to the amusement park, and finally to the skating rink. With Chen Fan and Bing Huang's current diamond-level skills, whether it was complex amusement rides or seemingly challenging ice skating, they could perfectly replicate the moves from a video after just one look, even performing better than professionals. Especially Bing Huang, dressed in a fitted skating outfit, danced like a fairy on the ice. With her graceful figure and stunning beauty, she instantly attracted everyone's attention at the skating rink. Some couldn't help but take out their phones and film, uploading the footage of the two gliding in sync to a short video platform. The ice fairy and her mysterious boyfriend's beautiful skating together. Once the video was released, it went viral. The comments section erupted immediately. Oh my gosh. I really saw a fairy. This beauty and grace, she feels like she walked out of a painting. But the guy next to her totally ruins the aesthetic. Not worthy of our fairy sister. I'm so mad. This guy not only lowers the visual appeal, but the way the fairy sister looks at him feels like she's head over heels in love. My 40-meter-long sword is itching to come out. How could such a beautiful fairy sister fall for him? Anyone have the fairy sister's account? My dad is a silver-tier beastmaster. It would be a piece of cake to win her over with our family's influence. Please, just a silver tier and you dare to be so arrogant? I myself reached silver tier level 8, and I'm not that arrogant. It's not up to you just because the fairy sister is single. Chen Fan was oblivious to the heated discussions online. At this moment he was holding Bing Huang's hand, completing the last challenging spin on the ice. Amidst the flying ice shavings, the figures of the two intertwined like entwined shadows, perfectly in sync. As the gliding ended, Chen Fan naturally pulled the Ice Phoenix into his arms. The Ice Phoenix's cheeks flushed, her eyes dreamy as she looked at him, softly calling, Chen Fan. In this moment, her heart and her eyes were filled with the boy in front of her. If Chen Fan leaned down to kiss her, she would definitely not resist at all. But Chen Fan did not do this. He gently pushed her away from his embrace, took her hand, and glided towards the edge of the ice rink, speaking gently, alright, little ice, let's go watch a movie. The Ice Phoenix obediently responded, her eyes filled with sweetness. When the movie ended, the night had deepened. As they walked out of the cinema, the Ice Phoenix took the initiative to hug Chen Fan, resting her cheek against his chest, her voice tinged with reluctance. I really had a great time today, little Fan. It's so good to be out with you. I don't want to part with you. How about? Chen Fan was about to suggest going to a hotel, but before he could finish, the Ice Phoenix suddenly stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed his forehead. With her hands behind her back, slightly bending forward, she blinked her watery big eyes, her tone playful. Little Fan, I can't let you have me so easily. See you next time. After saying this, she darted away like a joyful deer, bouncing as she turned to run off into the distance. Chen Fan smiled helplessly at her back. If it were other beast tamers, they would have fallen completely at this stage. Unexpectedly, the Ice Phoenix had quite a bit of resilience. But this kind of tugging chase seemed to be quite interesting too. He shook his head and turned to leave as well. Hiding in the shadows, Guyu saw the scene and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it didn't happen. Then, she quietly returned home with Yutong. As soon as she stepped inside, Guyu heard the sound of the Ice Phoenix humming a song from the bathroom, nut. That cheerful tune made it clear that her mood was at its peak. Guyu hesitated for a moment but didn't disturb her. After waiting a while, the Ice Phoenix came out wearing a red strap dress, casually drying her damp long hair. Seeing Guyu, she immediately broke into a bright smile, her tone lively. "Little you, you're back?" Guyu looked at the Ice Phoenix, radiant and full of sweetness, and felt troubled. She didn't know whether to ruin Ice Ant's good mood. But thinking of how Chen Fan had made a beast tamer pregnant yet still flirted with others, she felt she must awaken Ice Ant in time. So, Guyu took a deep breath and said, "Ice Ant, can we talk?" The Ice Phoenix looked puzzled but nodded, walking over. "What's wrong, little you? What's the matter?" Guyu looked at her and asked directly, "Ice Ant, you like Chen Fan, right?" "Yeah." The Ice Phoenix did not hide her feelings, a shy smile on her face as she admitted candidly. "But Ice Ant, do you know that your feelings for him were actually caused by Chen Fan making you like him?" Guyu hurriedly said. "He has a special constitution that can influence other people's feelings. Your affection for him isn't from your heart, it's influenced by his power." "It's fine." The Ice Phoenix waved her hand dismissively, her eyes filled with sweetness unbroken. "No matter the reason, as long as liking Chen Fan makes me happy, that's all that matters, and Chen Fan is really great. I was so happy on today's date." Saying this, she covered her cheeks and twisted her body, looking shyly immersed in her love. Guyu looked at her, silently scoffing. Chen Fan's ability is too terrifying. It completely turned Ice Ant into a love-struck fool. Not giving up, she continued to persuade. "Ice Ant, wake up. Everything that Chen Fan did for you today was just to tempt you. He has done the same thing to many beast tamers. For example, there are rumors online that one of the beast tamers is already pregnant with his child. But Chen Fan ignored this and turned to ask you out. Isn't that just a complete jerk? He will treat you the same way in the future." "It's okay." Ice Phoenix still had a nonchalant expression, even her eyes held a hint of expectation. Having Chen Fan's child must be a very happy thing, right? Plus, when the baby is born, just let the Gu family help raise it. Even if Chen Fan doesn't come looking for me in the future, can't I just go find him? Guyu slapped her forehead in anger, feeling frantic inside. This damn beastmaster really thinks differently from humans. They don't care whether the other person is fickle. If it were a human woman, she would have exploded by now. And Chen Fan definitely knows this, which is why he specifically targets beastmasters, not touching a single human woman. He really plays his cards well. Although the Gu family is more than capable of raising a child, just thinking about raising a child for the irresponsible jerk, Chen Fan, makes Guyu feel uncomfortable and displeased. Chapter 47, You Can't Spoil Her Too Much. As the night deepened, Chen Fan's phone suddenly vibrated, the screen lighting up with a message from Ice Phoenix. At this moment, Wind Bell was tightly wrapped in Chen Fan's arms, her cheek pressed against his chest, mumbling unclear words. "Chen Fan, it seems someone sent a message." Chen Fan patted her back, helplessly saying, "Then you should get down first, you're pressing me down so I can't even get my phone." "I won't." Wind Bell pouted, wrapping her arms even tighter. "Chen Fan has neglected me and my sister for several days. Today I must cling to you until tomorrow morning." She turned to look at her sister, Wind Feather, and sweetly asked, "Sister, don't you agree?" Wind Feather's cheeks flushed, her breath slightly quickened, and she softly replied, Ha! Meanwhile, Ice Phoenix was holding a panda plushie, staring at her phone screen, gradually feeling anxious as she had not received a reply from Chen Fan. Could it be that because I refused him today, Chen Fan hates me now? Thinks I'm too boring and doesn't want to talk to me? She pouted and quietly complained, "Really? Xiao Fan, this flirt, can't he wait a few more days?" But despite her complaints, she still couldn't help but feel anxious inside. After hesitating for a moment, Ice Phoenix decided to video call him. She thought, if Chen Fan was really angry, then tomorrow she would just agree to his wishes. But the video call rang again and again, with no one picking up. "Xiao Fan, are you really angry?" Ice Phoenix was getting even more anxious inside. To make Chen Fan respond to her quickly, a bold idea popped into her mind. She gritted her teeth, got up, removed her clothes, and took a few striking photos in front of the camera. In the photos, she was almost undressed, with many enticing close-ups, and then she sent all of them to Chen Fan. After sending, Ice Phoenix hugged the plushie and nervously sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes fixed on the phone screen, afraid to miss any messages. This wait lasted for 3 hours. Wind Bell and Wind Feather had exhausted themselves. Only then did Chen Fan relax, reaching for his phone placed on the bedside. He unlocked the screen and immediately saw the message in those photos sent by Ice Phoenix. The moment he saw the content of the photos, Chen Fan couldn't help but swear. Damn! Ice Phoenix is too bold. She didn't wear any clothes and took so many close-ups. It must be said, Ice Phoenix's figure was truly perfect, her curves enchanting, her skin like snow. Absolutely one of the finest among all his beastmasters, causing Chen Fan's heart to ignite with desire. Wind Bell was startled awake by his voice, rubbing her sleepy eyes, climbing onto Chen Fan, and curiously leaning over to look at his phone. When she saw the photos on the screen, Wind Bell immediately pouted, full of jealousy, and said, "Chen Fan. Are our bodies not good enough? You are secretly looking at other people's photos. Chen Fan reached out and gently touched her little head, smiling as he comforted her. Each has its own flavor, and yours looks great too. Naughty. Feng Ling huffed, lightly poking Chen Fan's chest with her finger. Is it not enough for Chen Fan to have me and my sister, and still looking for so many others? Aren't you afraid of getting exhausted? Of course, the more, the better. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Feng Ling instantly became nervous, clutching his arm and asking, You won't stop liking me and my sister if you find someone new, right? How could that be? Chen Fan pinched her cheek, his tone affectionate. Little Ling is so cute and clingy, I care for you too much to let you suffer. Hearing this, Feng Ling's mood brightened a bit. She rubbed her neck against Chen Fan's, softly saying, Okay then, but you have to also like my sister well. Don't ignore her just because she doesn't fight for attention. Chen Fan turned to look at Feng Yu, who was quietly lying aside. He gently said to her, Xiao Yu, come here. Feng Yu obediently moved closer and softly hugged Chen Fan's arm. Chen Fan leaned down and kissed her lips, smiling as he praised her. Xiao Yu has worked so hard in her training, she has already reached the golden third stage. Feng Yu's cheeks instantly turned bright red as she softly said, I want to protect my master and also protect Xiaoling. My master has given me so many training resources, I cannot waste your kindness. But Xiaoling has not worked hard, she has only just barely reached the golden first stage. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling immediately drooped her head, burying her face into Chen Fan's embrace, afraid of being scolded. But Chen Fan touched her hair, gently saying, It's okay, I will protect you, even if you don't work hard to become stronger. Staying by my side is also fine. Hearing this, Feng Ling instantly felt rejuvenated. She lifted her head and pecked Chen Fan's cheek several times, excitedly saying, Chen Fan, I love you. You are so nice, unlike my sister, she just knows how to criticize me. Feng Yu shook her head helplessly, softly saying, Master, you can't spoil her too much. Even though you are strong, if one day you encounter danger, we should be your support, not a burden. Feng Ling listened and put away her playful expression. She knew Feng Yu was speaking the truth. Chen Fan touched Feng Yu's head, approvingly saying, Xiao Yu understands well. But if you feel tired from training, you can take a break and don't have to push yourself. I will also work hard to train. Feng Ling raised her little fist, firmly declaring, I want to protect my master too. Chen Fan smiled and ruffled her hair. Good, as long as Xiaoling is happy. I have already made up my mind. Feng Ling's eyes were serious. I have been slacking off, but now I have a baby in my belly. I need to devour more training resources to enhance my baby's talent and strength. In the future, I will protect my master together with my baby. Chen Fan said. As long as Xiaoling has thought this through, I will support you. But if you feel uncomfortable during training, don't force yourself. Feng Ling nodded heavily, I understand. When Feng Ling and Feng Yu lay back down on him, drifting into a deep sleep, Chen Fan finally picked up his phone to reply to Bing Huang's message. Sorry, I had some personal matters just now and couldn't reply in time, but Bing Er's body looks really great. As soon as the message was sent, there was an immediate response from the other side, what personal matters? Chen Fan thought for a moment and replied, just normal man needs. Seeing this message, Bing Huang's cheeks instantly flushed, and her heart couldn't help but race. Various embarrassing images popped into her mind, making her think. Could it be that today's date aroused his desire, so he looked at the photos I sent and did that kind of thing? Thinking of this made Bing Huang's face grow even redder, with a rosy tint creeping all the way down to her ears. Her heart felt both shy and sweet. In fact, she completely misunderstood. Chen Fan's needs had long been fulfilled by Feng Ling and Feng Yu, these two humanoid beasts helping him with that. Chapter 48, Taking Down the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix curled her fingertips, mustering all her courage, sending out a message. If we wait until tomorrow, I will help you. Looking at the words on the screen, Chen Fan was first taken aback, then he chuckled softly, thinking to himself. This fell too quickly, indeed, proud people are just paper tigers. He teased on purpose, can't it be somewhere else? I still can't. I can't let you succeed too quickly. The Ice Phoenix's message was filled with obvious panic, but she added, if Chen Fan insists, then it can be. At the moment the message was sent, the Ice Phoenix suddenly buried her whole face into a panda plushie, her ears hot enough to cook an egg, and her breathing turned steamy. Chen Fan glanced at the time. There was still some time before the college entrance examination, so he wasn't in a hurry and continued to tease her. To be served like this by the temporary city lord. I truly am fortunate. If you keep talking nonsense, I will back out, silly. The Ice Phoenix's message carried a hint of playful annoyance. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Chen Fan put away his joking mood and replied, then see you tomorrow, good night. Good night. The next morning. Chen Fan put the wind bells and wind feathers into his personal space, simply packed a few belongings, and then got up to leave. He didn't notice that not far away, at the street corner, two figures were staring intensely at his back, their eyes filled with scheming. After investigating for so long, we've finally caught up to him. Li Qi lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of malice. Who would have thought that this kid used to be completely talentless in martial arts, and during the awakening night, he didn't show any powers, yet now he can quietly kill Wang Yun? Even more bizarre, his charm is indeed as outrageous as Li Sun said. Even the diamond-level Ice Phoenix from City Lord Gu was bewitched to the point of distraction. Li Ming agreed, fingers rubbing on the beast-master pouch at his waist. You are golden level 8, I am golden level 9, plus my A-level beast-master qualification. Logically speaking, even if he is really golden level, his realm can't be that high. After all, he can still enter low-level dungeon like goblins. Taking him down shouldn't be a problem. But the key is, he is still in the city and deeply entangled with Gu Qingshan's beast. Li Qi's brows knitted tightly. Once we take action, the Ice Phoenix will surely be furious, and we will have no place to die. In my opinion, we can only wait for a quiet opportunity, or decisively act. Li Ming's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. As long as we control Chen Fan, the diamond-level Ice Phoenix will be too fearful to act rashly. If there truly is no opportunity, with my strength plus your beast's assistance, we can forcibly handle it. The two exchanged glances, seeing greed reflected in each other's eyes. They coveted Chen Fan's secret of attracting beasts. On the other side, Chen Fan had just arrived at the agreed spot and saw the Ice Phoenix standing charmingly under a tree, sunlight pouring through the leaves onto her, outlining a soft silhouette. The two naturally held hands and walked together until noon, with the Ice Phoenix's cheeks constantly flushed, her eyes filled with undeniable eagerness. She stopped, tugged at Chen Fan's sleeve, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Xiao Fan, you must be feeling pent up, right? Why don't we go to the hotel first? Chen Fan reached out and rubbed her nose, his tone teasing. I think the one who's pent up is you. The Ice Phoenix's face instantly turned red, pretending to be angry as she said, since Xiao Fan said so, then I guess I'll leave. Saying this, she pretended to turn around but was pulled into Chen Fan's embrace. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Chen Fan looked down at her flushed ears, laughing softly. Just consider me craving for little Binger's body. The Ice Phoenix gave a soft burying her face in his chest, feeling his warmth, her heart beat fast enough to almost burst out. Then, Chen Fan brought the Ice Phoenix back to his usual presidential suite. The housekeeping had already cleaned the room spotless, warm sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the carpet was soft enough to sink into his ankles. Ice Phoenix stood in the center of the room, helplessly twisting her clothes, her cheeks so red they seemed ready to bleed. Xiao Fan, what should I do? Didn't you say it already? Chen Fan leaned close to her ear, his voice warm with breath. Ice Phoenix swallowed hard, covering her face with her hands, her voice escaping through her fingers. But I'm shy. Seeing this, Chen Fan gently moved her hands away and bent down to kiss her. Ice Phoenix's body tensed instantly, then softened again as she obediently responded to his kiss. After the kiss, Chen Fan looked into her glistening eyes and smiled, saying, Isn't it a bit late to back out now? If you don't want to, we can change the place. And no changing. Just let it be at that. Ice Phoenix quickly shook her head, her gaze determined yet shy. Little greedy cat. Chen Fan pinched her cheek playfully. Stop saying that. Ice Phoenix hurriedly defended, I just don't want you to make me pregnant. Half an hour later. Ice Phoenix, feeling weak all over, curled into Chen Fan's embrace, her cheeks burning, even her neck tinged with crimson, not daring to look up at him. 2 hours passed. Saying she didn't want to be pregnant, but her body was very honest. Ice Phoenix curled up in Chen Fan's arms, her hair messy, breathing slightly rapid, her skin glowing with an enticing blush. I have to say, her figure was truly impeccable, every inch just right. Ding! Detected that the host successfully made Ice Phoenix pregnant. Congratulations, host, your strength has broken through to diamond level 8. Congratulations, host, you have gained SSS level Ice Phoenix talent. Congratulations, host, you have gained skills, Icebound 1000 miles, Frost Cold Desolation, low-level minor skills automatically ignored. The system's prompt sound rang continuously. Chen Fan felt the raging power within him and pondered. If SSS level talents could be fused, they might advance to spirit level, and the upper limit of SSS level talents is king level, which always cannot break through higher realms. He asked the system, Lao Tong, does the talent level affect skill power? Replying to the host, talent directly determines the basic power and growth limit of skills. Hearing this, Chen Fan understood if he wanted to maximize skill power, both talents must be maintained, but he hadn't made up his mind on which to devour. Moreover, if he did consume, he didn't know if he could advance to spirit level. So Chen Fan decided to hold off on devouring for now. Beside him, Ice Phoenix held him tightly, her gaze sticky like spun sugar, her voice filled with lazy satisfaction. Xiao Fan. I'm so happy. Can we do this every day from now on? All right. Chen Fan ruffled her hair, his tone filled with tenderness. You still have to protect Wuxiang City, it's fine to relax occasionally, but you can't be overly indulged. If something happens to Wuxiang City because of us, then I would be in big trouble. Ice Phoenix pouted a little unwillingly but still nodded. Okay then. The two were glued together in the hotel for a whole day and night until the next afternoon. Ice Phoenix reluctantly left. She had to go back to handle matters in Wuxiang City and couldn't be absent for too long. 2 days later, Chen Fan received a message from Ice Phoenix. Xiao Fan, we discovered a wild beast gathering a group outside the city. Do you want to go take a look? Chen Fan replied, what's its strength? It seems to be at the high end of gold level. Then you go by yourself, be careful. Chen Fan replied. He had a special sense with the beast tamer after her pregnancy. As long as Ice Phoenix was in danger, he could sense it instantly and rush over, so he wasn't worried. Okay, Ice Phoenix's message came quickly, accompanied by a cute emoji. At this moment, hidden in the shadows, Li Qi saw Ice Phoenix leave the city alone. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he said to Li Ming beside him. Brother Ming, use a beast to gather wild beasts. Ice Phoenix has already gone over, now is the best time to strike. Well done. Greed glimmered in Li Ming's eyes. As long as we capture this girl, we will know all about the ability to charm beasts. Chapter 49, Killing the Li family people. Chen Fan was sprawled on the soft hotel bed, playing games. His fingertips glided quickly across the screen, immersed in the virtual battlefield slaughter. Bang! A loud crash suddenly erupted, shattering the hotel's large floor-to-ceiling window. Shattered glass shards splattered everywhere. Two figures, carrying a sharp aura, stepped on the broken glass and walked in. It was Li Ming and Li Qi. Chen Fan lifted his eyes to glance at the two, his expression completely calm, even not shifting his gaze from the phone screen. He continued to control his character, as if the two intruders were nothing more than irrelevant dust. Seeing him so indifferent, Li Qi stepped forward and shouted angrily. Kid, you have some guts. Seeing us burst in, and your expression doesn't even change? Chen Fan paused his fingertips, his character in the game landing the final blow, then slowly raised his head. His voice was flat, without a hint of emotion. Should I look very surprised? Li Qi coldly laughed, his eyes filled with cruelty. Good expression management, but I don't have time to waste on you. I advise you to surrender quietly, or else I can't guarantee you won't lose your hands and feet, living in despair and regret. Before his words fell, Li Qi suddenly flashed, charging towards Chen Fan with the momentum of a 9th-tier golden realm, his fist clenched, creating a whistling sound, clearly aiming to take him down in one blow. Chen Fan saw this, and without moving his body, simply snapped his long fingers. The crisp sound of the snap was particularly abrupt in the quiet room. In the next second, Li Qi, along with Li Ming behind him, felt as if they were firmly locked by invisible shackles. Their limbs became stiff and immovable, even their breathing grew sluggish, rooted in place. The faces of both changed drastically, filled with disbelief. Li Qi's eyes turned bloodshot, roaring, "What did you do?" Chen Fan did not seal their mouths, so they could still speak. To avoid any outside interference during the fight, he had already set up an invisible barrier, sealing the entire hotel space. As long as anyone tried to intrude, they would be instantly frozen, unable to come close even a step. He slowly stood up, walking in front of the two, his gaze as indifferent as looking at two dead objects. If you want to live, then release your beasts to attack me. I tell you. I am a member of the Li family. Li Qi shouted, trying to intimidate his opponent with his family's power. The Li family has a strong expert in the heavenly bright realm standing guard. If you dare touch a hair on me, the Li family will never let you go. You will certainly die. Hearing this, there was no change on Chen Fan's face, nor did he utter any unnecessary words. His gaze turned cold as he activated the SSS-level telekinetic ability he got from Fengyu. The invisible telekinesis wrapped around Li Qi's right arm like steel, tightly binding it. With a thought from Chen Fan, crack. A crisp sound echoed, as Li Qi's arm was brutally twisted 360 degrees, then forcefully ripped off. Ah! Li Qi's face drained of color, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his eyes filled with pain and resentment, staring hard at Chen Fan. Come out! In agony, Li Qi dared not hold anything back, screaming as he summoned all three beasts from the beast pouch. Two beasts were large, covered with hard scales, sharp teeth exposed, their auras fierce, both were golden-level beasts. Chen Fan glanced at the two strangely shaped beasts, his eyes flashing with disdain. Not a single humanoid among them. Although his 10,000 Beast King ability allows any female creature to develop affection for him, he wasn't interested in such beasts. Let's die together. Chen Fan said flatly. Before taking action, he first extended his hand. The invisible telekinesis swept over Li Qi's waist, retrieving his space ring and casually tossing it into his own storage space. After finishing all this, his heart stirred. A dark red flame suddenly surged up, intertwining into a swirling fire tornado. The searing airwaves twisted the very atmosphere. The fire tornado howled, pulling in two beast tamers and Li Qi, as the flames engulfed flesh with a hissing sound, accompanied by Li Qi's desperate wails. Gradually weakening, it eventually turned into charred remains. Until the flames extinguished, only a puddle of black ash remained on the ground. Chen Fan then turned to Li Ming, who was already scared to death, and calmly asked, "Alright, do you have any beasts? If so, let them out." Upon hearing this, Li Ming trembled all over. He never expected Chen Fan to deal with the golden high-level Li Qi so easily. Even the beast was instantly killed. This strength was at least diamond level. He couldn't understand, if he was at diamond level, how could he enter the goblin world, which restricted beings below silver level? That was a rule that even kings could not break. If 2 months ago Chen Fan was merely silver level, how could he possibly leap to diamond level in such a short time? Unless he possessed a top bloodline within the top 10 of all races, it was absolutely impossible. Fear washed over Li Ming like a tide. He knew he had to find a way to survive, or he would turn to ash like Li Qi the next second. Li Ming's mind raced, thinking for a long time, and suddenly it was as if he grasped a lifeline, hurriedly saying, "I have a daughter. She has SS level talent, and she is already at golden level, with 3 golden level humanoid beasts under her command. If you want a female humanoid beast, I can bring my daughter here, even you can do whatever you want with her. Just spare my life." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan scoffed, his gaze suddenly turned cold, filled with piercing mockery. "Using your own daughter as a bargaining chip? You truly do not deserve to be a father." He paused, his tone indifferent. "So, it seems you have no beasts that interest me? Alright, then just go die." "Wait. Just wait a moment." Li Ming shouted anxiously, his heart racing wildly. He was puzzled. Was Chen Fan not greedy for beautiful women? Then why did he charm the Ice Phoenix and rise to power so quickly? A bizarre yet the only reasonable guess suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that Chen Fan's strength increase was due to his relations with the beasts? Just like a contracted beast nurturing its master, except his method was through intimacy, possibly a one-to-one return? Only this could explain his astounding rise from silver to diamond in just 2 months. Li Ming quickly said, "I can attract our family's beast over. She is a celestial level humanoid beast, incredibly powerful. She could greatly help you in increasing your strength." Celestial level. Chen Fan stroked his chin with his fingers, a glint of interest flashed in his eyes. The celestial level is a big realm above diamond level. If she could conceive, the strength increase would be considerable. But he quickly calmed down. While the Beast King talent could evoke affection from female beings, the stronger the being, the greater their resistance. Even the diamond level Ice Phoenix, influenced by talent, didn't completely lose control. Otherwise, with later assistance and proactive goodwill, he might have never breached her defenses. A celestial level beast, with intellect and strength far surpassing that of the Ice Phoenix, even if the talent were effective, they might not obediently submit. It's possible she could just turn around and flee, or even report it to her master. Then, bringing in a powerful celestial level being would surely be a huge trouble. Seeing Chen Fan's expression change, Li Ming thought he had moved him, secretly relaxing while a glint of calculation flashed in his eyes. As long as I can survive and report this matter truthfully to the master, he will definitely act personally. That kid is surely dead. He quickly added, "My lord, I have a set of enslavement methods to sign a blood pact with you. You can take my life at any time, so you don't have to worry about my betrayal." The enslavement method he spoke of was just a low-level blood pact. It seemed to control his life and death at any moment, but in reality, as long as one found a specific antidote, it could be easily undone. Chen Fan looked powerful, but his thoughts might not be thorough, just perfect to temporarily stabilize him until an opportunity to escape arose. Chapter 50, Hurt. Chen Fan spoke in an indifferent tone, not interested. With a flick of his finger, he drew Li Ming's spatial ring into his hand, then moved his mind. A dark red fire dragon rolled up again, and the scorching flames instantly engulfed Li Ming. Seeing this, Li Ming's expression changed drastically, his pupils constricting. "Wait. I also know the secret of the wild dragon clan on the 10,000 races battlefield. That secret can make your physical strength comparable to a wild dragon." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's face remained disdainful. The physical strength of a wild dragon was just average in front of the god demon clan. As long as he could capture a god demon beast, his god demon body would naturally follow. Why would he need the secrets of the wild dragon clan? Unfortunately, the talent of the Beast King only worked for beastmasters. If he wanted to subdue the god demon clan, he had to enslave them himself. "If you kill me, the Li family will never let it go." Li Ming roared, trying to make a last struggle. "The family's Tianyao realm powerhouse will come to you personally. You will surely die." Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense any longer. With a thought, he sealed his mouth. The flames of the fire dragon became more and more fierce until Li Ming was burned into a pile of charred remains, slowly dissipating. He casually waved, collecting the remnants of both into the storage space. After doing all this, Chen Fan looked at the mess in the hotel room, contemplating how to give the hotel a reasonable explanation. He summoned Foamling and Fingyu from the space. As soon as Foamling came out, she clung to Chen Fan's neck like a koala, rubbing her cheeks against his skin, speaking in a delicate tone. "Chen Fan, are you lonely? I'm here to help you." Alright, stop joking. Chen Fan patted her backside, his tone serious. I have important business for you to do. Feng Ling pouted, reluctantly letting go. Oh, like that. Chen Fan turned to Feng Yu and said in a low voice. Feng Yu, later you will play the role of someone I, the master, forcefully violated. Act angry and throw a tantrum. Feng Yu's brow furrowed, her eyes filled with seriousness. Master, what happened here? Just a small matter. Chen Fan said casually, some people from the Li family came looking for trouble, and I killed them. The Li family came looking for you? Both of them changed their expressions at the same time, their voices filled with shock. Feng Ling quickly reached out to search Chen Fan's body, her eyes filled with urgency. Chen Fan, are you hurt? Is anything wrong? I'm fine. I've already taken care of them all. Chen Fan reassured her. I was thinking, we should try to hide the fact that I killed the Li family members. Once the news spreads, the Li family will surely hunt me down. It's better to avoid trouble. Upon hearing this, Feng Yu's expression became even more serious. Master, why don't we run quickly? The strength of the Li family is not something we can provoke. The Li family's Flame Arrow King is a Tianyo-level beastmaster, incredibly powerful. If you face her, you won't stand a chance and will surely die. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and casually asked, Flame Arrow King? Male or female? Female, Feng Yu instinctively replied. Then it's not a big problem. Chen Fan's mouth curled into a playful smile. Master, I know your talent can attract beastmasters, but the Flame Arrow King is powerful and has a resolute mind. She may not be influenced by your talent. Feng Yu still looked worried. We can't gamble with our lives. I have my own way, just help me perform this act well. Chen Fan spoke with certainty. Wait a moment, I will use force on you directly. You fight back with all your might and try to cause more damage around us. The more realistic, the better. Feng Yu saw his determined attitude and stopped trying to persuade him any longer, nodding her head. Alright, I will listen to the master. Chen Fan put Feng Ling back into the space and then lifted the time freeze in the room. He suddenly grabbed Feng Yu's wrist with a somewhat deliberately rough strength and threw her hard onto the soft bed. Curse me, call me a jerk, then attack me, Chen Fan ordered. Feng Yu's cheeks instantly flushed, her eyes shying away. I can't say that. If you perform well, I will reward you tonight, Chen Fan tempted her. Then fine, Feng Yu gritted her teeth and finally made up her mind. In the next second, tears welled up in Feng Yu's eyes, her voice filled with shame and anger. You jerk. Let me go. How could I not have realized you're so disgusting before? As she spoke, her eyes moved, manipulating invisible psychic power to throw Chen Fan's body harshly toward the wall. To make the act more realistic, she swept her psychic power across the table, knocking everything including vases and wineglasses to the floor. The sound of shattered ceramics was sharp and piercing, fragments scattered everywhere. Just then, urgent knocking sounded from outside the door, accompanied by the anxious voice of the hotel manager. Sir, are you okay? What's happening inside? Feng Yu yelled angrily toward the door in response to the voice. Damn jerk. How dare you drug me and lay your hands on me? I am your beast. I must have been blind to contract with such a disgusting master. Hearing the commotion inside, the hotel manager could no longer hold back, quickly pushing the door open and stepping in. As he opened the door, he was met with a chaotic scene. There were visible dents in the walls, and the floor was littered with glass shards and debris. Chen Fan was awkwardly leaning against the wall, and that beautifully shaped beast was glaring at him with fiery eyes, causing the manager to pale and freeze in place. Considering the customer's safety, the manager mustered his courage and shouted at Feng Yu. Miss Beast inside, please stop immediately. I have already notified the security team, they will be here soon. Feng Yu spat at Chen Fan, her eyes filled with disdain and disgust. Disgusting guy, from now on we are done. I will no longer be your beast. Saying this, she turned and transformed into a streak of light, flying out of the broken floor-to-ceiling window, disappearing into the night. After Feng Yu left, the manager cautiously walked in and asked Chen Fan, Sir, are you alright? Chen Fan rubbed his shoulder which hurt from the impact, his face showing just the right level of regret and disappointment, his tone helpless. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Sigh, I thought my relationship with her was already very good, that we could take it a step further, but I didn't expect it to escalate to this point. Sir, such things really can't be forced. The manager chuckled awkwardly, his eyes sweeping over the messy room, his tone somewhat embarrassed. But as long as you are fine, it's just that. Don't worry, I will compensate for the damages in full. Chen Fan interrupted his words, speaking cheerfully. Whether it's the walls, furniture, or any other losses caused by this incident, I will take responsibility for all of it. Hearing this, the manager immediately breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. As long as you are reasonable, sir, for example, this vase is an antique from the Cloud Merchant dynasty, the price is about. You don't need to quote every item. Chen Fan took out a black card from his wallet, his tone casual as if he were just mentioning the nice weather today. Is 50 million enough? If not, I'll add more. He had billions lying in his card and had no idea how to spend it. Making money was just a trivial act for him, and he didn't regard this small amount at all. Upon hearing this, the manager's eyes lit up, quickly nodding. That's enough, that's enough. Enough is enough. Alright, then swipe your card. Chen Fan handed over the black card. Sir, please wait a moment, I will arrange it right away. The manager took the black card, turning around happily to leave. After swiping the card, Chen Fan walked out of the hotel, planning to find a new hotel to stay in. He turned to a dark corner behind the hotel, and Fengyu quickly flew over. Master, did I hurt you just now? Fengyu landed in front of him, her cheeks still flushed, her tone full of concern. Yes, you did. Chen Fan deliberately made a stern face. Master, I didn't do it on purpose. Fengyu quickly explained, her eyes full of guilt. Chen Fan grabbed her hand and kissed her fiercely. After a moment of entangled lips, he released her, his tone teasing, wait until tonight, see how I deal with you. Fengyu's cheeks turned so red they seemed ready to bleed, her voice thin as a whisper, I'm waiting for Master to bully me. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the day of the college entrance exam. For Chen Fan, the exam had little significance. But since he had promised Li Ming to take the exam seriously and give his high school life a meaning. As for Hong Ling, Chen Fan planned to bring her over once the exam was over, to settle her properly. During this time, he had visited her a few times, and seeing her safe, he felt relieved. Chapter 51, this sentence, I also give to you. Li Ming's phone soon rang, his tone cautious and a bit flattering. Chen Fan, how is your training progress recently? What strength do you have now? Have you broken through to silver rank? Chen Fan leaned back on the sofa in the new hotel, his tone flat, revealing no emotions, just a lucky breakthrough. That's really great. Li Ming's voice instantly rose a few pitches, full of joy, then he added. But Chen Fan, among the candidates taking the martial artist entrance exam this year, many have reached silver rank, so entering the top 10 in the province might be a bit difficult. But just do your best, the teacher believes in you. Okay. Chen Fan replied and casually asked, by the way, how is the exam assessed? The assessment method is very simple, just go to the wilderness area outside the city. Li Ming explained a bit quickly. The officials have captured many silver and bronze rank wild beasts there in advance. Each candidate will carry a recorder. The AI will score based on the level and number of wild beasts killed. However, during the assessment, you are allowed to steal others' achievements, and of course, there could be injuries or casualties. Hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes showed no waves given his current diamond rank level 8 strength. Dealing with those silver and bronze rank wild beasts would be a piece of cake, as for injuries, that was out of the question. Li Ming continued. Tomorrow is the entrance exam, Chen Fan, I've already registered you. To make it easier for tomorrow's gathering for the exam, you should come to school quickly, I've arranged a place for you to stay. Chen Fan nodded, since he had nothing to do, he replied, okay. Then he called a car and headed to Wujiang No. 1 High School. Half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at the gate of Wujiang No. 1 High School, where Li Ming had already been waiting eagerly. Seeing Chen Fan's figure, he immediately wore a warm smile and hurried to greet him, his tone full of expectation. Chen Fan, I've finally been waiting for you. Whether the teacher gets promoted or gets a raise depends entirely on you. But don't worry, as long as you can get a good ranking, the rewards from the school won't be touched, they'll all go to you. Teacher, you don't have to. Chen Fan waved his hand, his tone casual as if discussing a trivial matter, it doesn't matter if you give me money. You'll need money for training in the future. Li Ming hurriedly persuaded, the teacher is just an ordinary teacher, I won't need that much money. These rewards should belong to you anyway. Chen Fan didn't know what else to say. Directly asking, let's talk about that later, where will I stay next? Li Ming saw his firm attitude and stopped persuading him, smiling as he said, let's go, the school specially prepared a resting area for students participating in the martial artist college entrance examination, I will take you there. Okay. Chen Fan nodded and followed Li Ming deeper into the campus. Soon, the two arrived at the front of a standalone dormitory building, with several bright red banners hanging on it, saying good luck with the college entrance exam. Wishing the students of Wujiang No. 1 High School high scores and admission to their ideal universities, the banners radiated a strong atmosphere of pre-exam excitement. Li Ming brought Chen Fan to the doorway of a dormitory on the second floor, pushed the door open and said, Chen Fan, everyone living here is participating in the martial artist college entrance exam, the least skilled among them is at the 9th level of bronze. You can chat well, and if you feel compatible, you can team up for the assessment, keeping an eye on each other, taking a bit of pressure off. Chen Fan originally had no intention of teaming up, but did not refute Li Ming's kindness, he just nodded. He stepped into the dormitory, and the three boys inside immediately turned to look at him. Seeing Chen Fan's thin figure, pale skin, looking fragile and lacking the tough temperament of a martial artist, the three displayed a look of disdain. A burly man with a muscular build was the first to speak, his tone filled with undisguised contempt. You must be in the wrong place, this isn't where liberal arts students stay, hurry up and get out. Li Ming quickly stepped forward to explain. Classmate Zhao, he isn't lost, this is my student Chen Fan, who already has the strength of the first level of silver. You can have a good chat, if you get along, you can team up, and help each other during the assessment, isn't that right? Teacher Li, you can't be fooled by this kid, right? Another boy with a buzz cut snorted with laughter, his tone full of skepticism. I remember you teach cultural classes, why are you taking care of martial artist students now? Besides, there are only about a dozen silver level examinees in Wujing No. 1 high school, we all know each other, and I've never seen this guy. I think he's just an ordinary person, trying to sneak into the martial artist college entrance exam, probably tired of living. A boy wearing glasses pushed his glasses, his tone chillingly sarcastic. Ha ha, you still want to team up with us? The burly man laughed loudly, his eyes full of mockery. You probably want to ride on our coattails, enjoy the benefits without doing anything, dreaming. Get lost quickly, don't block our view here, it's disturbing our rest. The buzzcut boy waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away some trash. Li Ming's face showed some embarrassment. He turned to Chen Fan and said apologetically, sorry, Chen student, how about I pay for you to stay in a hotel outside? The environment would be better. Chen Fan walked directly towards an empty bed in the dormitory and said calmly. Teacher, since I'm here, I don't want to make it so complicated, I'll just sleep here tonight. But? Li Ming looked worried. What if they do something at night, like sneak attack you while you're asleep, and you can't participate in the exam tomorrow? So it's allowed to harm examinees before the exam? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows and asked. Fighting is allowed, and the room is equipped with surveillance. Li Ming quickly explained. If injuries occur, they will be investigated through the surveillance, if no underhanded means were used, and the reason is legitimate, after assessment, the examinee's qualifications won't be cancelled. But even so, the risk is too high. Li Ming still wasn't reassured. Chen Fan, how about we still go to the hotel? Chen Fan's lips curled into a cold smile, lightly laughing, knowing there's surveillance and that qualifications won't be casually cancelled, now I can relax. Kid, you really don't know how to die. Seeing Chen Fan completely ignore their warnings and daring to stay, the burly man instantly burst with rage, standing up abruptly. His nearly 2-meter-tall figure brought a strong sense of oppression. A weak waist, not taking the initiative to roll away, yet daring to barge in, today I will break your legs and make you lie in bed for a few days. Don't even think about passing the martial arts college entrance exam, you won't even be able to take the regular college entrance exam. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, the joints cracking with a crisp sound, filled with a sense of intimidation. Chen Fan raised his eyes to glance at him, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I send this same sentence back to you. You have guts. The burly man was completely enraged, his eyes turning fierce. Since you want to die so much, I'll let you taste my bone-crushing fist. Before his words fell, he swung his fist fiercely, the wind howling with a powerful force of bronze 9th rank, smashing towards Chen Fan's chest, wanting to knock him down with one blow. Li Ming watched the sudden scene, his heart sinking with regret. He never expected that his good intention of bringing Chen Fan to team up would not only fail but also escalate into such a big conflict, even leading to direct confrontation. If he had known this, he should have just booked a hotel for Chen Fan instead of bringing him here to join the fun. But it was too late to regret now, the fist was already within reach, and it was too late to stop it. Chapter 52, there shouldn't be anyone else here. Looking at Chen Fan who was still standing still, Li Ming's heart sank, thoughts racing through his mind. Could it be that the breakthrough Chen Fan spoke of is fake? Perhaps he couldn't accept the blow of awakening failure and has gone into hysteria? If that's the case, with no strength at all, if he gets hit by Zhao Wu's punch, his shoulder blade will definitely shatter, and his arm will be completely ruined. I always believed that Chen Fan was an honest kid who wouldn't lie. I thought he encountered some kind of adventure to become a martial artist. Li Ming felt full of regret. If I had known, I should have let him demonstrate his strength first to confirm it. In a moment of urgency, Li Ming rushed forward to stop him. Zhao Wu, stop. This is a misunderstanding, I apologize to you. Apologize? Too late. Zhao Wu's gaze turned fierce, his fist showing no sign of slowing down, roaring straight towards Chen Fan's shoulder blade. If that punch landed, it would be enough to cause an ordinary person to break a bone on the spot. Facing this overwhelming blow, Chen Fan simply raised his right hand casually, meeting it lightly. Seeing him dare to block barehanded, Zhao Wu's lips curled into a cruel smile, scoffing coldly. You ignorant fool, dare to reach out and block? Today I will make you suffer a compound fracture of your hand, this arm will be utterly useless. Bang! A dull sound of collision rang out as Zhao Wu's fist heavily slammed into Chen Fan's palm. But it felt as if it had hit a steel rock, firmly grasped by Chen Fan, unmoving. How is this possible? Zhao Wu's face changed dramatically, his pupils constricting. He tried with all his might to retract his fist but found that Chen Fan's palm was like an iron clamp, tightly locking his wrist. No matter how he exerted himself, he couldn't break free. Before Zhao Hu could react, Chen Fan slightly twisted his wrist. With a sharp crack, Zhao Hu's arm was brutally twisted around, then forcefully pressed behind his back. Chen Fan's eyes were indifferent, his tone icy. Just now you wanted to break my hand, to put me in the hospital for a few months so I couldn't even attend the college entrance exam, right? Then today, I will fulfill your wish. As he spoke, Chen Fan applied a bit of force into his palm, a terrifying power surged along Zhao Hu's arm. Bang bang! Two clear sounds of bones cracking echoed as Zhao Hu let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! My hand! Chen Fan released his hand, Zhao Hu's entire arm drooped down weakly, the wrist and elbow visibly twisted and deformed, clearly ruined. How could you have such strong power? Zhao Hu covered his injured arm, his face pale, eyes filled with disbelief. He was a silver second rank after all. How could he be so easily defeated and have his arm broken? The other two boys in the dormitory also widened their eyes, astonished. The mockery and disdain on their faces instantly froze, replaced by deep shock and fear. Li Ming was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He clearly remembered Zhao Hu being at silver second rank. His strength was considered top-notch in the martial artist class, so how could he be defeated so easily by Chen Fan? Could it be that Zhao Hu underestimated his opponent, giving Chen Fan an opportunity to strike? The two looked at their older brother Zhao Hu being incapacitated, and their anger quickly overshadowed their shock. They believed that Chen Fan had intentionally pretended to be weak in order to launch a sneak attack. After exchanging glances, they charged at Chen Fan together. Damn it! How dare you pretend to be weak and hurt my brother? Today, I will break your arms and legs. That's right. Sneaky little man, you deserve to die a terrible death. Chen Fan curled his lips into a playful smile and replied casually, sure, I will accept your breaking arms and legs package. Before his words fell, Chen Fan took the initiative to move forward, his figure as quick as a flash. Zhao Hu, ignoring the severe pain in his arm, shouted loudly, stop. You can't win against him. He had already seen Chen Fan's strength, which was far from just silver first rank. Even with both of them together, it would be futile. But before he could finish, the two boys had already thrown their punches. One launched a flame fist, with hot wind swirling around. The other used a stone-crushing fist, wanting to smash Chen Fan into serious injury. Chen Fan did not dodge and struck back with his fists, colliding hard against theirs. Crack! Crack! Two crisp sounds of bones breaking almost rang out simultaneously, and the fists of the two boys instantly deformed, blood flowing from their fingers. Ah! A chilling scream echoed through the dormitory. The two held their broken wrists, shaking in pain, cold sweat instantly soaking their clothes. Why you, what the hell is your strength? One of them gasped in pain and asked tremblingly. Chen Fan did not answer, only looked at them coldly, his tone indifferent. Just now, you said you would break my arms and legs. Since that's the case, I naturally have to fulfill your wish. As he spoke, Chen Fan raised his foot and kicked towards one boy's calf. Wait. No. That boy was scared out of his mind and quickly tried to dodge. But Chen Fan's movements were too fast, he did not react in time at all. Crack! Ah, my leg! That boy fell heavily to the ground, his calf twisted at a strange angle, rolling on the ground in pain. There's still one left. Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged as he kicked at the other leg. Crack! Ah! I won't let you go. You ruined my future, that boy screamed in despair. A martial artist's college entrance examination only comes once in a lifetime. Once missed, there are no chances to make up for it. Now that his arms and legs were all destroyed, his path as a martial artist was completely cut off. In just a few short minutes, both boys had their hands and feet broken by Chen Fan, lying on the ground unable to move. Only Zhao Hu, whose arm was just broken, might still have a sliver of hope to take the entrance exam. The other two were completely reduced to cripples. Li Ming looked at the horrific scene before him, stunned. It took him a while to regain his senses before he trembled and asked. Chen Fan, you should be more than just silver first rank, right? Yeah. Chen Fan replied indifferent. Hearing this, Li Ming's face first displayed joy. Chen Fan's strength meant a greater chance for the entrance exam. But seeing the three on the ground wailing endlessly, he couldn't help but sigh. I hope the school won't hold you responsible. Although Chen Fan was acting in self-defense, putting three students with hopes of entering a martial artist university out of commission was a serious matter, and how it would be handled was uncertain. Li Ming didn't dare to delay, immediately dialed the guidance director's number, urging someone to come and arrange treatment. Before long, the principal and staff from the medical office arrived in person. The principal looked at Chen Fan, who stood calmly beside him, then glanced at the three injured students on the ground, and his expression instantly darkened. Among these three students, there are two martial artists ranked in the top 20, and without a doubt, they will surely get into the martial arts university. By improving the school's admission rate, it can also gain more resources from the state. Once at martial arts university, they can not only receive more systematic guidance on domain comprehension but also various resources to assist in their training. But if they cannot comprehend the domain, their martial strength will forever remain below the golden level, never making any progress. But now, because of this incident, 3 good seeds have been ruined. How could the principal not feel heartbroken? The principal looked at Chen Fan with a serious tone. Did you do this? There shouldn't be anyone else here. Chen Fan replied flatly. The principal had just seen the surveillance footage from the dormitory, and even after seeing the video with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. The seemingly ordinary boy actually possessed such terrifying strength. He remembered that Li Ming had mentioned Chen Fan's breakthrough before. At that time, he scoffed at it, but now witnessing it firsthand, he couldn't help but believe. The principal let out a heavy sigh and said to Chen Fan, "Come with me to the office to talk." Then, he turned to the medical staff and asked urgently, "What's their condition? Can they still take the exam tomorrow?" The medical staff carefully checked and shook their heads, speaking gravely. "Even if we use a healing beast, it will take a long time to recover enough to barely function, and to fully heal, we'll need an A-grade healing beast, plus the beast master needs to be at least gold level." Hearing this, the principal sighed again, looking helpless. Golden level beast masters are already few and far between in Wujing City, let alone ones that specialize in healing? Even if we can contact one, it will take time to arrive, and the martial examination is tomorrow. There's simply no time. "Principal, please help us." 2 students with broken limbs cried out in desperation. "The exam only happens once in a lifetime, we don't want to lose this chance." The principal looked at their hopeless expressions, feeling a deep ache in his heart, but he could only shake his head. "I want to help you, but I really can't." Upon hearing this, the 2 completely broke down, tears streaming down their faces. Damn it! How could this happen? They turned to Chen Fan, their eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness, and shouted again at the principal. "Principal, even if we can't take the exam, you have to severely punish this bastard. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be like this." The principal's expression darkened as he said coldly, "You can't blame others, this is all of your own doing. The surveillance clearly shows it was you who instigated the provocation first. Chen Fan was acting in self-defense, and the school will not hold him responsible." Chapter 53, No Interest. Outside the dormitory, a crowd of students had gathered to watch, buzzing with discussions like a pot that's about to boil over. "No way. Aren't those Zhao Hu and the others?" Zhao Hu's strength is firmly in the top 10 of the school. The other 2 followers are one at bronze 9 and the other at silver 1. This combination is definitely a core competitor in the city's top 10, and now they've been completely wasted like this? Look at their miserable state, they're probably finished. Even if they heal, it'll take several months, and they definitely won't be able to attend tomorrow's martial exam. If that's the case, maybe our rankings can improve, and our hopes for a good university will increase. Bro, though you say that, can one person really take down 3 experts? This kid is terrifying. 1 person blocking the way is better than 3, if luck is on our side, we might gain a couple of ranks. Then we can just avoid him during the exam, right? In the crowd, a student from the same class as Chen Fan suddenly recognized him and exclaimed, "Chen Fan? I can't believe he not only became a martial artist after a failed awakening but could also take on 3 opponents, defeating 2 silvers and 1 bronze, all while remaining completely unharmed? Chen Fan? Is he the one who made Wang Yan's beast, Hong Ling, pregnant?" Someone immediately responded, their tone filled with gossip. "I heard Wang Yan's beast was flirting with Chen Fan back then. The child is most likely Chen Fan's." "Young Master Wang, is that the Chen Fan you've been brooding over?" Wang Yan stood among the crowd, his hands tightly clenched into fists, knuckles white, veins bulging, and flames almost bursting from his eyes. "It's him. That scoundrel, he's still alive. My uncle Wang must have been killed by him, and that filthy woman is pregnant with his child. Not only do I have to endure being secretly called the cuckold king, but I also have to treat that woman, who is having someone else's baby, like a queen." Although Wang Yan had barely advanced to bronze level 5 with the help of Hong Ling's innate talent, he had SS level beast mastery talent. Yet, he was still stuck at bronze level 5 while Lu Ruyan, with her merely A-level talent, had already reached bronze level 6. This huge gap made it impossible for him not to be angry. Beside him, Lu Ruyan didn't dare to breathe, her face pale. She received no satisfaction from Wang Yan, and since he was stingy with resources, she couldn't rely on him at all. To gather enough resources, she had long secretly implemented Plan B. If Wang Yan found out she had become involved with someone else for resources, she could be blamed, or worse, her life might be at stake. She had to keep a low profile. At this moment, Chen Fan had already become a deadlock in Wang Yan's heart, and the sidelong glances from the surrounding people pricked like needles in his heart. This drove his anger to a boiling point, with a singular thought in his mind: I must kill him. He must die. But now, during the college entrance exam period, he couldn't secretly find a strong opponent to deal with Chen Fan. His only chance would be to strike him down in tomorrow's martial arts exam. The principal turned to Chen Fan and said, "Chen Fan, could you come out and have a chat with me?" Chen Fan nodded, "Sure." The principal led the way, and Chen Fan followed behind. The surrounding students quickly made way, their eyes full of respect and curiosity. As soon as Chen Fan stepped out of the dormitory building, he met Wang Yan's almost predatory gaze. A playful smile appeared on his lips, with a hint of provocation in his tone. "Wang Yan, after the college entrance exam, I'll take my wife, Hong Ling, back from your home. You'd better kneel at the door to welcome me, otherwise..." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Yan's anger ignited instantly, and he roared with bloodshot eyes, "Chen Fan, I will kill you." Saying this, he impulsively lunged at Chen Fan, completely losing his rationality. Several test takers who had received benefits from Wang Yan and promised to help him take down Chen Fan quickly held him back, urgently saying, "Young Master Wang, calm down. You can't beat him." Chen Fan smiled lightly, ignoring the raging Wang Yan, and followed the principal away. The principal took Chen Fan to his office and motioned to the sofa. "Chen Fan, please sit." Chen Fan nodded and sat on the sofa. The principal personally poured him a cup of hot tea, placing the cup gently on the coffee table. The principal sat down opposite him, a gentle smile on his face. "Chen Fan, may I ask what level your real strength is now?" "Silver level 1. Chen Fan replied calmly. The principal didn't believe it for a second. How could someone who could easily incapacitate 2 silver and 1 bronze level beasts only be silver level 1? But he didn't directly challenge this, he just smiled and advised. "Chen, please don't hide it from me. Your strength must be above silver level 1. This martial arts exam is highly competitive. If you tell me your true level, I can estimate the school's ranking." Chen Fan remained steadfast, "It's just silver level 1. Seeing he was unwilling to say more, the principal didn't press further and shifted the topic. "Alright, you don't want to say, I won't force you. But I hope you can give it your all in the exam tomorrow. Don't keep it to yourself." He paused, casting out the bait. "If you can enter the top 10 in the whole province, the school will reward you an extra 5 million. For the top 5, 1 million, for the top 3, 30 million. If you can take first place in the province, I personally will give you another 100 million. Chen Fan calmly raised his eyes. "Principal, is that all you want to say?" To him, money was just a string of numbers now, completely lacking attraction. The principal was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting this answer, and exclaimed, "Isn't that money enough to attract you? It could easily support your training resources for over a year." "Not interested." Chen Fan stood up. "If there's nothing else, I'm going back." Saying this, he turned and walked towards the door, leaving the principal behind, his lips twitching, silently mumbling. "This kid has no background and isn't interested in money. What is he after?" The principal sighed heavily, gazing at Chen Fan's departing figure with a complicated expression. Chapter 54, It's Still Not Your Fault. Chen Fan returned to his empty dormitory, casually closed the door, and took out his phone to unlock the screen. The room was quiet enough to hear the wind outside. As the screen lit up, a series of unread messages popped up, all from Bing Huang. "Xiao Fan, where have you been? I went to the hotel to find you but couldn't find you, the room was empty. Hubby, I miss you so much, hurry up and reply. Baby. Master. Master, I'm so lonely. Master, Xiaoyu is not home today, anywhere in the kitchen or on the sofa, is fine, oh." Looking at the screen filled with affectionate nicknames and hints of intimacy, a smile involuntarily crept onto Chen Fan's face as his fingers tapped the screen to reply. "I have an exam tomorrow, so I'm staying at school today." As soon as the message was sent, Bing Huang's reply popped up in an instant, full of surprise. "Taking an exam? Master, your strength is already at diamond level, why do you still want to join this excitement?" "The teacher asked me to come." Chen Fan simply explained. "So that's how it is." Bing Huang's message quickly came back, carrying a tinge of excitement. "Then I'll go tomorrow too." "What do you want to go for?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "To proctor. I want to see Master take the exam on site. What's so interesting? I can finish it easily." "Then I want to go too," Bing Huang stubbornly said, followed by a message laden with breaths. "As long as it's something Master does, it must be hard work after the exam. I must reward my hard-working Master. Any position you want is fine, oh what?" Looking at the screen, Chen Fan helplessly replied, "I think you want to reward yourself, right?" The next second, the phone rang with a voice call prompt, and Bing Huang sent a sweet voice message filled with obvious breathlessness and shyness. "Master, I didn't, ha." Hearing that voice, Chen Fan guessed what she was doing and immediately initiated a video call. The moment the screen connected, he indeed saw Bing Huang, half-clothed, her cheeks flushed, breathing rapidly, looking at the camera with dazed eyes. Chen Fan smirked, his tone playful. "Listen to me." Bing Huang responded obediently, her voice soft like cotton candy. "Don't torment me anymore. Master. An hour later, the video call ended. In the screen, Bing Huang was completely limp, her eyes glistening, her face flushed with satisfaction. Chen Fan looked at her panting figure on the screen, teasing, "Do you think Gu Qingshan would be furious and break your legs if he knew you were like this?" "Master, you're so dumb," Bing Huang pouted, her cheeks reddening further. "It's still your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. So you dislike your passionate self right now?" Chen Fan deliberately teased her. "Not at all." Bing Huang quickly retorted, her eyes serious yet shy. "This feels great. Master has made me realize that living can actually be so joyful. Once our love crystallizes is born, I will be even happier." Listening to this direct and sweet confession, a hint of a smile flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. "Although I am quite satisfied with this explanation, I still decide to give you a punishment." "What punishment?" Bing Huang asked curiously, blinking her eyes. "You'll know after the exam is over." Chen Fan teased, keeping it a secret. "All right then," Bing Huang obediently replied. "Good night." "Good night, Master, love you." The next morning, loud calls from the homeroom teacher echoed beneath the dormitory. "Gather at the playground in 20 minutes. No one is allowed to be late." Chen Fan quickly washed up, changed into clean clothes, and stepped out of the dormitory. He followed the bustling crowd toward the playground. The playground was already full of people. The principal stood on the podium, earnestly advising for a long time, mainly emphasizing that this was a moment that could decide their fate. If any danger arose during the assessment, they must prioritize their lives, promptly press the rescue button, and a golden-level powerhouse would appear instantly to assist. Finally, he raised his fist and shouted, "Wish everyone good luck in martial arts and make it to the top." Chen Fan stood in the crowd, listening somewhat absent-mindedly. Although he wanted a perfect explanation, he couldn't muster much interest in such a non-challenging exam. Soon, the candidates boarded the bus as required. Chen Fan glanced at the seats inside. Most faces were unfamiliar, and just as he was about to find an empty seat, he suddenly spotted Guyu and Yutong. The two were sitting by the window. Yutong was gazing out at the scenery. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over to sit in the empty seat beside them. Guyu noticed him, her brows furrowing instantly, her tone filled with surprise and caution. "You're participating too?" Before Chen Fan could respond, Yutong had already spotted him, her eyes brightening as she broke free from Guyu's grasp and leaped toward Chen Fan, calling out sweetly, "Daddy." Guyu reacted quickly, pulling Yutong back into her embrace tightly, irritated as she said, "No hugging him." Yutong pouted, her eyes turning red, looking pitiful as she said, "I don't want to. I want Daddy to hug me." Chen Fan reached out, gently patting her little head, comforting her. "All right, stop making a fuss, your master will be unhappy later. Don't think that I will change my opinion of you just because of this." Guyu glared at him with annoyance, her tone filled with anger. "If it weren't for you, Yutong wouldn't have become like this." Yutong drooped her head, looking on the verge of tears, which tugged at the heartstrings. Chen Fan looked at the strange atmosphere between the two, puzzled as he asked, "What happened?" "It's all because of you, you jerk." Guyu gritted her teeth, her tone filled with helplessness and anger. "Yutong has been crying every night, tossing and turning unable to sleep, just because she's worried about you." "Why is that?" Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. "Why?" "It's all because of your damn talent." Guyu said angrily, "Her mind is filled with thoughts of you, she can't even enjoy her favorite toys, and all she does is mumble about you every day." Chen Fan stroked his chin, feeling somewhat conflicted as he said, "Well, how about I reluctantly satisfy her?" "You go to hell." Guyu widened her eyes in anger, wishing she could just bite him to death. But looking at the gloomy, red-eyed Yutong in her arms, her heart hurt immensely. After hesitating for a while, Guyu seemed to make a difficult decision, lowering her voice, "After the exam starts, come with me." "What for?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "You don't need to worry, just listen to me." Guyu turned her face away, not daring to look at him, her cheeks secretly turning red. Then, she gently touched Yutong's little head, softly comforting, "Tong Tong, be good, it won't be so hard later." Chen Fan had a rough idea of what she was thinking, feeling somewhat complicated inside. Looking at Yutong's petite form, standing about 1.50 meters, with a baby face. Though her actual age was already over 1,000 years, her appearance was simply too youthful. Smaller and cuter than the wind chimes. To be honest, he hesitated a bit, always feeling it was a bit much. Chen Fan asked the system in his heart, "Can you cancel the Beast King talent's effect on beast taming?" System prompt, "Talent is the core ability of the host and cannot be cancelled." Hearing this, Chen Fan sighed helplessly. He reached out again, gently touched the little head of Yutong, and said to Guyu, "Guyu, let me hold her, she looks quite pitiful." Guyu bit her teeth, despite being unwilling. Looking at Yutong's pitiful look, she eventually let go, speaking stiffly. "You can hold her, but no taking advantage." Yutong immediately seemed to find a lifeline, burrowing into Chen Fan's arms, tightly holding his arm, her little head rubbing against his chest. The feeling of grievance disappeared in an instant, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Chapter 55, her waist twisted with even more strength. Chen Fan held Yutong steadily, the girl's little head gently rubbing in his arms, sticking close to him. Dad. No calling Dad. Then what should I call you? Yutong's eyes turned slightly red, looking up at Chen Fan with a pitiful expression. You can just call me Chen Fan. Chen Fan said casually. I don't want to call that. Yutong rubbed against Chen Fan's chest again. Then call me Master. After saying that, Chen Fan subconsciously glanced at Guyu beside him. As expected, Guyu's gaze turned instantly cold. Her fingers secretly clenched tightly, but in the end, she said nothing more, just huffed heavily and abruptly turned her head away. Master Yutong immediately called out obediently. Hearing this title, Guyu cursed silently in her heart. Damn Chen Fan, what kind of love potion did you give Yutong to make her so devoted? She was suffocated with anger but had nowhere to vent. Yutong's gaze was sticky like pulled honey, staring at Chen Fan. Master, I want. There are a lot of people watching, no. Chen Fan glanced around at the other candidates, some looked at him with naked envy, wishing to take his place. Others were filled with jealousy, staring at him with gritted teeth, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. After all, his gift of attracting humanoid spirit beasts was extremely enviable, and there were no ugly spirit beasts that could turn into humanoid forms. Then when can I? Yutong pouted, looking at Chen Fan with a pitiful gaze. Chen Fan extended his hand. Be good, let's talk when the time is right. Okay. Yutong immediately became obedient, resting her little head on Chen Fan's chest. I'm so glad to have you, Master. Chen Fan stroked her little head. Then he turned to look at Guyu beside him, only to find Guyu's eyes were red. What's wrong? Chen Fan was a bit surprised. Hearing this, Guyu's tears flowed even harder, choked up as she said. Chen Fan sob, you bastard, I treat Tong Tong so well, she is also my spirit beast, why does she like you so much? Sob, this isn't fair, boo-hoo. Chen Fan secretly rolled his eyes in his heart, too bad you're not hanging. He sighed helplessly. Although he didn't want to, but it was forced by circumstances back then. Why are you crying? I can't make Yutong pregnant, can I? Chen Fan tried to comfort her. No, that would make Tong Tong uncomfortable. Guyu shook her head, tears still flowing, but gritted her teeth as she said, just do it later, as long as Tong Tong can be happy, my discomfort doesn't count for anything. When this was heard, it sounded like she was willing to sacrifice everything for her sister's happiness. Chen Fan looked at her and raised his eyebrows teasingly, you can't be a printer, right? You're the one who's a lesbian. Guyu blared wide-eyed, her crying tone filled with anger. I just treat Tong Tong like a real sister. Just thinking about her being defiled by you, this scumbag, hurts me more than killing me. Chen Fan rubbed his chin, nodding thoughtfully, oh, that's good. He added silently in his heart, otherwise, I won't be able to enjoy it completely. Guyu looked at his indifferent expression. With gritted teeth, he said, scum. The bus quickly left Wujiang City and drove toward the wilds outside the city. After another half an hour, the vehicle finally arrived at the assessment location. Chen Fan patted the moon pupil in his arms, his tone carrying a hint of helpless authority. Okay, we're here, get down. No, I still want my master to hold me. Moon pupil tightly clung to his arm, refusing to let go. Hurry up, or I'll get angry. Chen Fan feigned seriousness as he spoke. Hearing this, moon pupil reluctantly released her grip, drooping her little head, her eyes red as if she had suffered a great grievance. Fine. She turned to look at Guyu beside her and asked in confusion, Xiaoyu, why are you crying? Guyu felt a surge of helplessness in her heart after crying for so long. This little girl didn't notice at all, which made her both angry and heartbroken. But moon pupil then reached out her little hand, gently hugging Guyu, softly comforting her. Xiaoyu, please don't cry, okay? Is it because I'm holding my master, holding Chen Fan, that makes you uncomfortable? I'm sorry, I can't control myself. Guyu took a deep breath, silently comforting herself. It's okay, pupil likes Chen Fan just out of instinct, she still has her heart with me. But the next second, moon pupil's words made her breath hitch, almost spitting blood on the spot. In the future, I will only have a physical relationship with Chen Fan, but I will still stay by Xiaoyu's side and accompany you well. Guyu sighed heavily, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Indeed, it's all this scum Chen Fan's fault. She turned to glare at Chen Fan and said sulkily, can't you focus a bit more? I now feel like my cabbage at home is being pushed by a pig. Cabbage that I have pushed is not just you. I remember someone like you, who treated their beast-like family, had to hide in a tent back then, weeping and pleading for me to stop, but her pleas only excited me more. Then she must have felt very desperate, just like watching her sister suffer and being unable to do anything. Yes. Chen Fan feigned sentimentality before shifting his tone with a hint of mockery, but her beast's waist, however, became more flexible. I really want to kill you. Then there wouldn't be any beast infatuated with you, nor any master suffering because of you. Gu, this is where you are wrong. Chen Fan shook his head and seriously argued, beasts don't have physical needs, let alone understand complex emotions like love. I gave them these feelings, allowing them to experience the taste of being loved. Their affection for me is genuine happiness. I just want to give all the beasts a home. See, I have only interacted with beasts because I can feel their inner loneliness. And I don't act on humans because humans already possess these emotions, they can pursue love at any time, but beasts cannot. Maybe you have such a high rate of emotional return, and I deserve part of the credit? Perhaps it's because I helped Moon Pupil have complete emotions, that's why her emotional return to you is so high. You can't just twist words around. Guyu shouted angrily. You only target beasts because humans simply cannot accept your chaos outside. And the high return rate is entirely the result of me and Moon Pupil building a relationship, it has nothing to do with you. If that's how you say it, I have nothing more to argue. Chen Fan shrugged, ceasing the debate. Then, the two of them, with Moon Pupil, walked down the bus with the larger group and arrived at an open field. Chen Fan looked up and saw a dense forest in the distance covered by a layer of light blue energy shield, which flickered with a gentle glow. Chapter 56, or could it be because of you? Chen Fan stared at that layer of light blue energy shield. Curiously asked, what is that? Guyu, although still not pleased with Chen Fan, explained impatiently. That is the space engine cover purchased from the Myriad Race's city in the battlefield of 10,000 clans. It is a product of the mechanical tribe, capable of steadfastly defending against all attacks below diamond level. In that case, why not place one above the base city as well? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and followed up, that way, wouldn't we not have to worry about the beast tide at all? Controlling such a small area already requires a lot of energy. Guyu rolled her eyes and patiently explained. If a large engine cover that covers the entire city is used, it would drain the city's energy in half a day. Moreover, a large area engine cover is ridiculously expensive, we simply can't afford it. I see. Chen Fan nodded in understanding. He then stood with Guyu in the designated area, his gaze shifting to the high platform in front. On the high platform, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a steady demeanor, stepped forward, took the microphone, and cleared his throat to say. Candidates, the annual Warrior College entrance exam that determines your fate is now officially starting. You are all the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom, bearing the heavy responsibility of protecting your homeland and resisting the myriad races. The man said a lot of pompous words. Basically encouraging everyone to go all out and bring glory to the country. Many candidates below felt drowsy listening. Finally, he switched gears and got to the point. Okay, I won't say more. Staff, please distribute the exam nameplates. As his words fell, several women in elegant dresses came over with trays, distributing the nameplates to each candidate. The director of the Education Bureau took the microphone again and continued to explain. This nameplate is the core device of the exam. As long as you kill the wild beasts, the AI will automatically convert the strength of the wild beasts into corresponding points, and the final scores will be determined by the rankings based on points. You can also call Little Dragon to check the real-time rankings and know where you stand at any time. Chen Fan took the nameplate, which felt cold in his hand, a small triangular silver plate clearly marked with the number 234 on the front. He rubbed the nameplate with his fingertips. Suddenly a ridiculous thought popped into his mind. If I want to do something private, wouldn't this nameplate monitor it too? In addition, during the exam, point stealing is allowed. The voice of the Education Bureau director rang out again. Once you see someone else's silver nameplate and successfully defend it for an hour, half of the points in their nameplate will be transferred to yours. But you should also know the entrance exam still carries a risk of death, even though we specially invited Lord Lei Ning from the Wang family to be on standby for rescue. As long as you send out a distress signal and give up the competition, with Lord Lei Ning's strength, he will be able to rush over to save you quickly. But there are still dangers lurking in the wilderness, so candidates who want to withdraw now can raise their hands. Chen Fan followed the director's gaze to the platform and saw a woman with flamboyant purple hair and a hot figure lazily leaning back in her chair. Her curves were particularly eye-catching, indeed it was Lei Ning mentioned by the director. He sensed the energy from her and secretly thought. By the looks of it, she should be golden level, but it's not urgent to take action against her now. Guyu glanced at Lei Ning and then turned her head to look at Chen Fan, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. That guy is also a beastmaster, could it be that she has already taken a liking to you? Chen Fan originally planned to explain that the Beast King talent is an active skill. It's not indiscriminately impactful, but then thought that if he told the truth, it would probably infuriate Guyu. So he raised an eyebrow and smiled. Maybe, but some beastmasters have quite strong willpower, it probably won't be so easy to sway. Oh. Guyu replied coldly. The director of the Education Bureau cleared his throat and shouted loudly, the college entrance examination lasts 3 days, prepare. But at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed in from afar, landing on the high platform like a streak of light. The director of the Education Bureau was taken aback, and quickly rubbed his hands together, his face full of flattery as he said. Lord Bing, why are you here? Bing Huang looked around at the candidates below the high platform and quickly fixed her gaze on Chen Fan, her eyes instantly lighting up, and her cheeks flushed. Without thinking, she wanted to run towards Chen Fan to express the longing she had felt for many days. Lord Bing. The director of the Education Bureau saw that she did not respond and hurriedly called out again. Hearing this reminder, Bing Huang realized she was in the exam hall, suppressed her urgency, coughed lightly, and pretended to be serious as she said, "I just heard you say the college entrance examination takes 3 days. Does it really need that long?" The director of the Education Bureau explained with a smile. "This is a nationally unified procedure, and the exam data needs to be recorded on video and archived throughout the process. We cannot break the rules because of special circumstances." Bing Huang secretly felt dissatisfied. "Why does it take so long? I haven't seen Xiao Fan for several days, and I'm almost dead from discomfort." But on the surface, she still maintained her aloof demeanor and didn't say more. Lei Ning stood up from her seat, walked over to Bing Huang, and smiled as she said, "Bing Huang, why are you worrying about the college entrance examination? You weren't interested in this kind of thing before, were you? What I do is none of your concern, is it?" Bing Huang shot her a cold glance. "Bing Huang, you really are just like you used to be." Lei Ning smiled helplessly and stepped aside to offer a seat. "Sit down, you don't need to stand." "No need, your seat is uncomfortable." Bing Huang lightly refused, then raised her hand and waved, conjuring a clear and sparkling ice chair at her fingertips, elegantly sitting down. Lei Ning was already used to this and didn't say much, turning back to her seat. Bing Huang turned to the director of the Education Bureau and said in a calm tone, "You can continue, don't mind me." The director of the Education Bureau quickly smiled and said, "With Lord Bing here, the casualty rate in this exam will surely be reduced significantly." Bing Huang responded perfunctorily, but her gaze had already sneakily drifted to Chen Fan. Then, the director of the Education Bureau no longer paid attention to the murmuring of the candidates below and announced loudly, "The exam begins. It will end exactly at 12 o'clock noon 3 days later. I wish all candidates success." Guyu looked at the high platform, where Bing Huang frequently stole glances at Chen Fan, and turned to Chen Fan, gritting her teeth as she asked, "Why is Aunt Bing here? It can't be because of you, can it? Or could it be because of you?" Chen Fan raised his eyebrows in response. "Scum." Guyu gritted her teeth and just got out one word before being interrupted by Chen Fan. "Though I am indeed a scumbag, don't you think your Aunt Bing's smile has increased a lot compared to before?" Chen Fan said with a smile. Guyu opened her mouth, momentarily speechless. She had to admit that since Aunt Bing got to know Chen Fan, she really wasn't as cold as before. Her smiles had increased, and she seemed much livelier overall. The two followed the crowd into the energy shield, and as soon as they entered, Chen Fan sensed the surrounding area and exclaimed, "This energy shield covers an area of more than 10 kilometers, almost a third of Wujiang City. The energy consumption must be considerable." "It is quite a bit, but to reduce energy consumption, the defense limit of this engine shield has been lowered." Guyu explained casually, "It should only be able to block attacks below the gold level now, significantly reducing energy consumption." Chapter 57, Lu Ruyan's Consideration. Yutong's cheeks were as red as ripe cherries, her eyes filled with urgent desire as she grabbed Chen Fan's hand and softly said, "Master, why don't we quickly find a hidden place to get things done?" Guyu felt her heart burn with anger and helplessness after hearing this. But since she had already promised Yutong, if she went back on her word now, the little girl would surely be sad. She could only steel herself and look at Chen Fan, gritting her teeth and asking, "Chen Fan, what do you say? I'm okay with anything." Chen Fan shrugged, his tone casual, "Just help me keep the wind right later, so nobody disturbs us." Guyu clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, feeling extremely frustrated. She felt like a wronged man who was forced to help his wife and mistress sneak around. But looking at Yutong's expectant eyes, she ultimately said nothing, just let out a heavy huff as a form of agreement. Yutong was already eager, tightly holding Chen Fan's hand, her voice filled with excitement, "Master, let's hurry. I want to have a baby for you." Chen Fan gently rubbed her little head, softly reminding her, "No problem, but if Yutong can't handle it, you must tell me in advance. Don't push yourself, it would be bad if you got hurt." I understand." Yutong obediently nodded, pulling Chen Fan as they dashed into the depths of the forest. Chen Fan let her lead, following with light steps, while Guyu followed behind the two, her face full of anger. She silently cursed Chen Fan 1,000 times in her heart. But not long after the three left, a figure quietly followed, bringing 4 people with him. It was Wang Yan, who hated Chen Fan to the core. Wang Yan hid behind a tree, his eyes full of cruelty as he gritted his teeth and spoke to the 3 silver-level exam candidates beside him. "You 3 are all silver-level. Today, if you help me kill Chen Fan, I'll cover your cultivation resources for the next 3 years. Plus, I can have my dad protect you twice." As long as the trouble you cause doesn't touch a diamond-level powerhouse's limits, my dad can help you settle it. Hearing this, the three candidates' eyes instantly lit up, their faces full of greedy expressions as they quickly patted their chests and promised. Wang Xiao, you're great. Don't worry, we'll make sure to take care of that kid Chen Fan, so he won't even have a chance to ask for help. Lu Ruyan stood beside them, watching this scene, and leaned closer to Wang Yan, coyly asking. Darling, what about me? You have to give me some reward. Wang Yan glanced at her, his eyes filled with impatience, and snorted coldly. Humph, if you behave and don't cause me any trouble, you'll naturally get your share of benefits. As for what I give you and win, that will be up to me. Don't come here to negotiate terms. Lu Ruyan cursed inwardly. This Wang Yan really only knows how to draw big cakes for himself. His beast, the red spirit, doesn't listen to him at all, and its strength increases slower than his. Even with SS-grade talent, he's ruined it himself, his future is worryingly bleak. Following him won't bring any benefit. Lu Ruyan thought to herself, I must think of a way to break away from Wang Yan. She weighed the pros and cons repeatedly and gradually began to have thoughts of aligning with Chen Fan. Although Chen Fan doesn't have any backing, his strength is indeed formidable, he can easily deal with 2 silver level and 1 bronze 9th tier. And he remains unscathed, plus, he can get beasts pregnant and make them follow him faithfully. He might have some extraordinary secrets and abilities. Even though Chen Fan and Wang Yan were deadly enemies now, Wang Yan couldn't handle him, and that might provoke the Wang family's backing into action. Doing this was risky, but with reward comes risk, it might not be a bad gamble. While Chen Fan had not fully risen yet, proactively aligning with him, relying on her looks and methods, she might be able to gain control over Chen Fan. At that time, she could make him her loyal dog, keeping all the good things firmly in her hands. Even if she gambled wrong, it would be fine, after all, to Wang Yan, she'd probably be of no use, even if he wanted to kill her. Even if she faced his wrath, it wouldn't be any worse than letting these men use her. In her case, it might even be a reward, better than always listening to Wang Yan's empty promises. Nothing at all. In this way, neither side suffers losses. With this thought, Lu Ruoyan's eyes lit up. The first thing Lu Ruoyan had to do was to actively inform Chen Fan about Wang Yan's plan to attack him. At the same time, she would fake a pitiful and helpless persona to gain Chen Fan's sympathy and trust. She took a deep breath, showing a sweet and understanding facade to Wang Yan, and said, Young Master Wang, I can't help at all, and I might even hold you back. I should go hunt some wild beasts to earn points, it can increase my chances of getting into a prestigious school. Wang Yan, hearing this, waved his hand impatiently. Fine, you can go, just don't be a nuisance here, after the exam, I will provide you with cultivation resources. Lu Ruoyan let out a cold laugh in her heart, secretly cursing. You say this every time before you do something, but in the end, you only give me 100,000 as pocket money. This 100,000 is a drop in the bucket for a beastmaster, it can't even cover 1 meal of medicine for a beast, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Yet, on the surface, she still wore a sweet smile and softly said, Thank you, young Master Wang. Once we get outside, I will serve you well. Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction and ignored her further. Lu Ruoyan turned to leave, quickening her pace in the opposite direction of Wang Yan and the others, but actually rushing towards the direction Chen Fan had gone. At the same time, she quietly summoned her beast, the charm fox, and whispered a few instructions. Soon, Lu Ruoyan caught up with Chen Fan and the 2 others, signaling for the charm fox to activate its illusion ability, shrouding Chen Fan in it. Chen Fan was being pulled forward by Yutong when suddenly a figure flashed before him, it was Lu Ruoyan. His pupils narrowed, and then the corner of his mouth curled up in a playful smile. He saw through the illusion at a glance, with his current strength, he only needed one thought to make it vanish instantly. But he didn't do that, instead, he stopped to see what the person behind it was trying to do. He was just about to speak when Lu Ruoyan in the illusion hurriedly waved her hand, her tone eager, her eyes filled with intentionally created panic. Don't speak. The people tracking you will find out. Just patiently listen to me from now on. Chen Fan chuckled softly, said nothing, just raised an eyebrow and watched Lu Ruoyan's act in the illusion. Lu Ruoyan whispered a few words to the charm fox beside her, and the charm fox immediately used its ability to relay Lu Ruoyan's words to Chen Fan without missing a single word through the illusion. Chen Fan, Wang Yan is currently bringing 3 silver-level candidates, preparing to kill you. Although you previously defeated 2 silver-level and 1 bronze tier 9, these 3 are at least silver tier 3, their strength is much greater than the others. They are dead set on killing you, that's all I know, you should escape quickly, or send a distress signal. Abandon the exam.